Go live. Want me to hit it?
You're not allowed to hit the button.
Well, oh shit! I hit stop stream. Damn it!
Did you really?
No.
Oh. Well, you did curse right in the beginning of the stream, which was, you just guaranteed it'll be demonetized.
Go live. Want me to hit it?
You're not allowed to hit the button. Yes, Adam.
Well, oh shit!
Take responsibility for this?
I hit. I had the window open. But I figured I would leave it open just so I could hear if I did curse. And yeah, you're right.
Yeah, like literally the first word of the stream is you saying
I messed up.
Yeah.
You can't even say the S word now. What is it? Look, you can say the S word on ABC, on CBS, on network TV. You can say the S word now, but you can't say it on YouTube. What is the world coming to?
Someone says it's repeating. Is there like an echo or something? Or
well,
no,
it repeated because I had the thing.
Oh, because you brought it up. Yeah. Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite cursor and demonetizer in chief, Adam Friendon.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Tuesday.
Should we have like a swear jar that whenever someone curses, they have to pay the other? Like if Adam curses, he has to pay me $1. If I curse, I have to pay Adam $1.
I have my $20 bill right here for the swear jar. Big money.
I was like, I got 20 curses right here, baby.
Right here, baby. In that swear jar.
Okay, we're gonna have to. I think we're gonna have to up it. It's got to be more than $1 at this point. $1 doesn't mean enough to you. Okay, gotta make Adam hurt. Gotta make him bleed.
$20 right here.
$20 a swear.
How many do I get for one of these bad boys? Look at that.
Okay. Wow. Anyways, so today we're gonna be doing a couple things. Supposedly, I'm gonna talk to someone on Twitter, see if we can work out a disagreement. Hopefully, we can do it without me just being very rude and mean, but I'm not sure. We'll see.
I like it. You're becoming the rude one, and I'm becoming the nice guy. 2023 is working out great.
No, that's not true. When does that ever happen?
You just said you're going to be rude to this guy when he comes.
Yeah, but you're not going to be. When are you ever nice?
I mean, look, I don't even cuss. I don't even curse anymore. I'm the nicest guy in the world.
What is this gaslighting? Okay,
it's true. Send him the link. Where is he? Bring him in.
Send him the link. I don't know. He hasn't responded, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. And also, you wanted to watch some videos.
Yeah. Yes, Kidology made a video that made FD Signifier very, very upset. I tried to watch FD Signifier's response, and it was so boring that I had to turn it off because it was just like it drifted. What's up with FD Signifier? He's like a feminist scholar or something. I don't get it. I don't get it. All he does is talk about the trans issues and the black community.
Yeah.
It's such a weird contrast for me.
Well, he's just like, he's hyper woke. I've never heard him disagree with any woke issue. He's just a complete stereotype of all, pro CRT, pro queer theory, pro seventh wave feminism, and all that garbage. I tried to listen to his response, and it's like, first of all, not only was it horribly boring, all his content is horribly boring. I don't know how anyone watches it. He has lots of viewers. Lots of subscribers.
Huge. He's huge.
I'm very curious to see what his watch time metrics are, because listen, I wouldn't be surprised if most of his viewers are like, oh, I want to have a black, smart sounding socialist on my YouTube list so I can virtue signal to my friends about how not racist I am.
Right.
Because his stuff is just, oh my God, it's like a slog. Because I want to cover it. Because he says crazy stuff.
Yeah, he's accusing Kidology of being like a right-wing racist.
Yeah, it was him, and he had a bunch of people on this panel. He had, first of all, he had what's it, Professor Flowers,
Right.
famous
Yeah.
Professor Flowers on his panel. He had some other people I've never heard of before, and I was listening to it, so I don't know if it was, I think it wasn't him. I think it was someone else on the panel. Said they're like, oh, if you have any sort of qualms about anything trans related, it's because you're a fascist. Oh no, he said turfs are fascists. That's what he said. He said turfs and anything that the turfs stand for is dog whistling for fascism,
Right.
and they know it. And I'm like, wait, 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 wait. You're calling the trans exclusionary radical feminist? The radical feminists are advocating for fascism? This is news to me.
Yeah. He's anti-woman. He's basically a misogynist.
Yeah, it's just like this is insane. It's so funny how much like the woke people they literally forget about the radical feminist part of the turf in the name, right? They
Yeah.
forget that the turfs are on the left.
Are hardcore feminists.
Yes, they're
They're
on the
man
left.
haters. They
Yes.
hate men so much they don't even want trans women in their spaces. They don't want former men around them, right?
Right, right.
Yeah. Yeah. They're the original man haters.
Hmm.
It's insane. I wonder how they feel about they gotta hate trans men too, because they're like traitors to the feminine cause. What's
You
up?
still need to send me the link. Who is this?
I
Who
don't
are
know.
you? Person that just DM'd me asking for a link? What are you talking about? You're distracted. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know when this guy's gonna show up, or if he's gonna show up. Maybe he's gonna bitch.
Maybe he's DMing you from a different account. Maybe his account got canceled or something.
Well, unless he's been pretending to be someone else, and he just accidentally revealed
Who he
his
is?
secret. I don't
Oh,
think that's what happened.
maybe.
So
That's always fun though.
that would be fun. That'd be quite a plot twist.
So yeah, well, I mean, I'll load up the video. I guess I don't even see you in the watch together room. I don't have the watch
Uh,
together room up.
because I'm not in the watch together room. Hold on.
But
The left needs to up it.
but the Kidology video is kindly do better. So she's basically calling out the left and saying,
Mm-hmm. Do you have
know.
time codes for this? Because it's like an hour.
"Yeah, I know. I'm gonna jump right to the part that I stopped watching because I was like, hilarious." I think I left a comment and a time code here. Let me see.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Wow, you have a really crazy stereotype of people on the right. To categorize everyone on the right as selfish seems both wrong and callous." 2655. Which I'm like, get over it. The left is, I mean, you can call anybody you want selfish because they want their political ideology to win. How's that not selfish?
Well, I don't know if that's selfish. I think there's a danger in. I was thinking about this the other day. So it's kind of like systems versus goals, which I know you love because I know you're such a big Scott Adams fan.
This is not going to be in the video, guys. This is extra content, so pay close attention.
So look at this. Look at the sarcasm just dripping off of his lips here.
No,
What an
I'm
a-hole.
serious. We're gonna
jerk.
record this and clip it out. So this is obviously just. I want people
But no,
to know
because
that they're
I think the
getting
problem
special
is with
content
the
when they-
socialists is that they're not really interested in a system, and they're not really interested in principles. They're just interested in an outcome.
Yes,
The outcome is equity.
consequentialists.
Yes. So I think all socialists, kind of by definition, are consequentialists. They're all just trying to create some sort of utopia where everyone is equal, and that's the goal, and that's all they really care about. And so they'll do whatever it takes to get there. And I think the benefits of liberalism and part of the why liberalism works is that liberalism isn't about creating a goal; it's about creating systems. So it's saying,
Sustainability.
yes, it's saying, hey, we're going to create a bunch of systems, a bunch of rules based around, freedoms, based around natural rights, based around freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of ownership, property rights, individualism. So it's not based on a goal, it's based on just, we're going to create like a framework that we think is the best framework for people to thrive successfully in. And surprise, surprise, it works.
Yeah.
And then you have the communists come around and they're like, no, 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 we don't really care about any of these frameworks. We just have some magical utopian goal we're going to try to achieve. And then
Mm-hmm.
lo and behold, what happens? Oh, well, then that justifies all sorts of tyranny to try to try to force this goal upon everyone.
Yeah, where our selfish project takes precedent over any of projects that you want to work towards.
Mm-hmm.
It's selfishness. It is.
Well, I don't know if it's, I should say, I don't know if it's selfishness. It's like, I think part of the benefit, part of our position is we are, despite being so egotistical, we're still
Mm-hmm.
humble enough. And I think this is where principles come in. We're humble enough to understand that we could be wrong about a lot of things. And so it's better to err on the side of caution.
Mm-hmm.
Then there requires I think there requires humility to not be an extreme ideologue. To say, okay, well, I don't know if my ideology is going to produce the best results. So let's slowly move in that direction while kind of maintaining this sort of middle ground stance, but moving in slowly towards a positive direction. You want to change things a little bit at a time because you don't know exactly what's going to, destroy society and what's going to be good or not.
Yeah.
And the ideologues, they don't have any humility. They just say,
No.
oh no, this ideology that either A has never been tried and tested or B has been tried and tested a million times and always leads to disaster. This time is going to be different. I have the ego to know that the thing I'm advocating for this time will create the perfect society.
Yeah. It's
So I think it's more ego than selfishness.
but hold on a second. Selfishness and ego are like bedfellows.
I mean, I guess they are. They probably are, but
Yeah.
they're not exactly the same thing, but
It's very selfish to say, I know the correct way to do things and shut the fuck up and get out of the way. You're the problem, you Nazi istophobe.
mm-hmm. Blaine's Escape Corner for $2 says, for your DM time from your base anime streamer. Thank you. Blaine, he knew I was checking my DM to see if this guy responded back, so he started messing with me,
Oh, really?
pretending he was the guy. So you got me good, Blaine. You got me good.
Do you want to try to bring in someone else? Or is he actually coming on?
I don't know. He hasn't responded, but whatever. We can just start watching this video, and if he comes, he comes.
No, he's not. He's got a window of opportunity here that's quickly closing. So,
well, we'll see. We'll see what the.
I'm not.
I'm not such a Nazi on.
Mhm.
I know you want to do this for the clips. We have this amazing power of editing, so you can edit around things.
No, we don't. You do because you have time. I don't like. I got to work on the comic.
You're not doing the clips,
right.
so it doesn't matter. Your
Okay.
time is irrelevant to that.
All right.
CT's doing the clips.
I guess you're right. Yeah.
Who cares? We'll make CT do all the work. CT can just work harder.
I'm starting to believe what she said about selfishness. Maybe you are conservative. Maybe we can get Dialogue Always to come on. Here, I'll just message him and see if he wants to jump in.
Sure.
He's already given me a hard time on Twitter.
Oh, recently? About what?
Yeah. Danimal's messaging me. Danimal, you want to come on for a couple minutes and chit chat? We'll give away bar spot to you. Kavag came on. Everyone loved Kavag coming on because she's like a woman who wants women not to be able to vote. That's like, to our 90% male audience. They're like, I want you to be the mother of my children.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pick me intensifies. Jeez. Come on, guys. Don't be so thirsty.
Is that
Don't play into the stereotype.
Is that a pick me move? I don't know. That would
be if you were being intentionally mean to Kavag. I'm saying it out of love and joke. But don't fall into the stereotype, everybody. Okay.
Did you fix the description?
I just removed that stuff that wasn't supposed to be there. I didn't add anything.
Oh, okay.
I don't care if you're driving right now, Danimal.
Danimal's driving and texting.
I know. Danimal's driving in a car while answering in traffic, and he's typing in the chat. Come on.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Just be sure to send us a super chat if you rear end somebody.
There you go.
Yeah. Just make the super chat $20 and say, "Aw, shit."
We'll figure it out from the context.
Oh man. Oh, this is fun.
Stug says, I saw the dialogue always interaction, and it was a dialogue always interaction.
Oh, okay.
True. True. That's a very there's a lot of wisdom in what you just said there.
So one of our lovely fans.
Yes.
I seem to be kind of on the right side of the political spectrum.
You are our lovely fan.
The lovely fan.
Okay.
I can't even remember what the exchange was, but they chimed in, chiding me a bit about something. I don't know. Maybe it was, our centrist cred is always in question with people, so maybe it was something about that. And then Dialogue always chimed in on his side, was like, "Oh, look at this! This guy knows got your number, Adam. He's got you figured out." And I'm like, "Oh, look, Dialogue always made friends with a right winger. How is this possible? How did this happen? I see this right before my eyes." And then they started going at it.
Of course.
And it just completely devolved into like, and I just bowed out. I stepped away. I was like, but I guess like maybe a day or so later, the guy reached out to me and was like, "Now I'm totally on your side." I said, "Yeah, that's right. That's right. Don't question Adam, okay? Adam knows. Adam knows. I have intuition for this stuff. I sense where you guys are going, and I beat you to the punch."
I've done this a couple times because I'm evil, where like someone on the left or the right will attack me on Twitter about some opinion I have. And then someone from the opposite political end of the spectrum, not realizing it, will then thus agree with that person.
Yes.
They'll be like, "Yeah, Sitch is such a fencer, Sitch is such a whatever." And I'm like, that guy completely disagrees with you, right? And they're like, "What?" And then I'll see for like the next week, my mentions are just filled with those two arguing each other. And I just sit back and I'm like,
that is where centrist heaven leads right there. That's like, yes, the ultimate pot stirs. Yeah.
Just sit back and watch.
It's good to be the king maker.
The enemy of my enemy will argue with my other enemy. That's the real goal.
Yeah, that's awesome. What is that like? That's like a Bedouin proverb. That's like the new Bedouin proverb.
That's
the enemy will argue with my other enemy.
There you go. Why argue with your enemies when your enemy's enemies can argue with your enemies?
Yeah. Let them do all the arguing for you. And then you just sit back and you go, who's winning this exchange? I pick you. You do learn a lot about the different issues doing that.
I don't think so. Disinfo Warrior in the chat says, I would say Sitch and Adam are centrist by today's standards, but 30 years ago they'd be moderate Republicans. I feel like it's literally the opposite. I feel like we're centrist by today's standards, but 30 years ago we'd be moderate liberals.
Yeah.
Because it seemed like, didn't seem like the Democrats were far more moderate 30 years ago than now. That was kind of, Bill Clinton ran on the idea of like, I'm the moderate Democrat. I'm not a far left crazy liberal. I know liberal's a bad word now in 1990.
Yep. And then Bush came in and he was like, I'm a compassionate conservative. I know everyone thinks we're selfish pieces of shit, but I'm compassionate.
Whatever that means.
It worked. It totally worked.
It did. It did. Well, I don't know if it worked. I think people just really didn't like Gore because he was really boring. He didn't get Bill Clinton's
he
endorsement.
Did get the popular vote, but
well, I guess that's true.
It's not like he was hated.
That's true. That's true. That is kind of insane, because there's so much of like the the election fraud stuff is so recent in people's mind in 2016, but in 2000, you literally had Gore probably did actually win the election.
Yeah.
And it was only because a bunch of old Jews in like Palm Beach were too stupid to read a ballot correctly, and they accidentally voted for Pat Buchanan.
Oh, yes.
Instead of voting for Al Gore.
There was a conspiracy about how the ballot was engineered to make that happen.
Yeah.
when
Because there was like this
I mean
weird
it's
thing
just
where,
stupidity, right?
well, no, it was like, so the way it worked was that the ballot was arranged so that there'd be one name on the left side and one name on the right
Right.
side,
Yeah.
but the holes were in the middle. And so it would be like the top name said, I think it said Bush, and then the second name under Bush was Gore, but that was really the third bubble, if I recall correctly, because on the right side,
There's another name. Yeah.
there was the name Pat Buchanan, which was the second bubble. And a bunch of old people were like, "Oh, I'm voting for Gore," and they're really voting for Pat Buchanan. Again, you're right. There's this whole conspiracy theory that like, oh, this was some sort of Republican trick, and that turned out it was like a Democrat that created the ballot. And they're just stupid. So
It's always stupidity.
I know,
All of humanity's foibles are from
I
stupidity.
know. It's like wow,
Yeah.
wow. So
Yeah. Well, what are we gonna do?
that's right. Man Bear Pig is still out there somewhere.
Sammy G's in the chat. We could have her on for a second.
Hey, Sammy G.
She's already making fun of us.
That's her job.
Is it? I mean,
I feel like it is.
look, she needs to get. If you've got that much time, Sammy G, you need to get a part-time job.
You don't like no, she's listening while she's working. I see she made a good comment.
you're
She
right.
she said you're just mad because she nailed you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Says Adam, I know all. I have great intuitions. Also Adam naming Pokemon. Sharp Tard, Garden Serpent, Finger Jacks.
I forgot about Sharp Tard.
We all love
look.
Adam's Pokemon names. Okay.
You didn't like Vic's Vapor Horse?
That one was nice. I like that one. Vic's Vapor Horse. It was good.
Yeah. Look, I didn't
I
want
like
to
mine
make
better.
it too easy. If I would have said NyQuil, everyone would have known. Those NyQuil pills were
No.
like. Look, she says I'm almost done.
I should have
Oh,
called
wait.
it Step Horse. Step Horse because it was stuck in something.
Oh, that would have been good.
But as a Pokemon, I feel like that would have too many bad connotations.
All right, Bar, if you're listening, your window of
Baz.
opportunity. What?
Baz.
Rhymes with spaz.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, so at least tell us what the contention was on Twitter.
Okay, well, you can bring up. I sent you 3 pictures. You can bring up. You can bring up the first two first.
Okay, this is great.
And then we'll bring up Baz's reply.
We'll just correct the record here. We don't
Right.
need Baz to defend himself.
So, well, it's just
Or
it was like
herself.
it's like an insane conversation. So,
Well, I see one of the pictures of Scott Adams, so obviously it's insane.
Right.
But
so Scott Adams was. So this was the date was December 10th. So this is exactly a month ago. Wow. So this is exactly a month ago. Twitter files were first coming out. Scott Adams had a different take then than he does now. He's kind of bought more onto the whole government censoring all Twitter now. But back then, he had a more, I would say, nuanced position where he was saying, any government, it's impossible that there's not going to be a government that's not going to want to tell Twitter things. And this was kind of about the conversation of should the government basically be able to say, hey, Twitter, we think that like Russia or China is doing XYZ on your platform, and should the government be allowed to talk to Twitter without coercing Twitter? And you kind of try to have to find this reasonable line of the government can warn Twitter of things without directly telling Twitter what to do or without Twitter feeling implicitly compelled to do whatever the government's telling it to do, right? Because that's what we all want to avoid. We all want to avoid a situation where the government says, Twitter, do X, and then Twitter feels like they have to do it because it's the United States government.
Mm-hmm.
And so Scott Adams was kind of talking about this, and he says, do you want your government not informing private companies about potentially dangerous situations? You have to come to grips with the fact that we have an unsolvable problem. Neither better rules nor good intentions fix this. So Scott's position is that he understands both sides, but he thinks it's unsolvable, okay? But I responded saying, I think the answer is transparency. If the government is making fact claims to Twitter, we should all get to see what they're saying for ourselves. The whole point, the high ground, is supposed to be to keep us informed, right? And so my position is,
I don't know if that's possible because, I mean, if you're in an espionage situation, you're completely broadcasting to the enemy. Oh, we found you when you might want to
Well, it depends
not
what
do
the
that.
information is, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Because if it's related to spying, yeah. So let me just say, so my position is this. If the government is going to go to Twitter and say, hey, you should remove this account for this reason, or you should not allow people to talk about this, or whatever. If the government's making recommendations or even trying to force Twitter into doing anything, to me, that should all be transparent and open. So so we can all see what's going on. So we can all fact check for ourselves to see, well, is the government right here? Is the government wrong here? What exactly is happening?
Yeah, there could
And it
be a
should
delay too if it's an espionage situation where it's like it's going to come out in a year, so
right,
everybody knows what they
right,
were doing a year ago. It doesn't have to wait till the next election.
right. But the thing is, you are correct in terms of like if it's an espionage thing, then yes. But that's not what we've at least seen so far. What we've seen so far has been mostly the government trying to crack down on Twitter for what they deem as COVID misinformation.
Right.
And so why that should all be transparent. That's
Of
not
course.
secret.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not secret.
No
And
reason
in fact,
for that to be secret.
and there's no reason for it to be secret because they're saying information, the government's saying information they want people to know anyway, right?
Yep.
So what's the point of keeping it secret? There's no point. And so to me, that would be the good compromise is, yeah, you can talk to Twitter, but it all has to be out in the open what you're saying exactly. So
yeah. I agree.
Okay. Right? Seems like a totally reasonable position. Okay.
Some people lose their minds if the government does anything.
Sure.
They're like, what the government did. So, oh my God.
Sure.
Right.
But Baz is not one of those people because Baz is on the left, I assume. And Baz responded by saying, what exactly do you need to know about Hunter Biden's penis to satisfy you?
Oh, okay. So obviously he's a giant leftist.
Right. And I'm just like, what? How could you read my answer? Well, first of all, how could you read what I'm responding to and just give me this like dog shit response?
God, now I wish Baz would come on because I have a feeling there's going to be some insanity.
This is like, it's like, what are you talking about? This is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous response.
Yeah.
Where does it say anything like, where does it say anything about Hunter Biden in my answer? Had nothing
yeah,
to
the
do
left
with it. It had
used
literally
to care
nothing
about
to do with
government
Hunter Biden.
overreach. The left used to really be upset about that. Nowadays, they're like, hell yeah, government should do whatever I want them to do. Well, overreach there into my political opposition's house.
Right. Well, really, it shows how people don't have principles. So as long as the government's doing what they want to do, they're totally fine with it being, very authoritarian.
Yeah.
But it's like, imagine, I don't know if we ever got the example, but Matt Taibbi did claim that the Trump administration did make requests for Twitter to take down things, and that Twitter, I believe he said Twitter complied to some of them. We don't know what these examples were. But if Trump won a second term, and it turned out that, said the Trump administration is telling, imagine this headline. Imagine Trump wins second term, Elon Musk still buys Twitter. And then we get this, Washington Post, Trump administration is telling Elon Musk to take tweets down, and Elon Musk is complying. How do you think the left would respond to that?
They'd lose their minds.
Yes.
They'd go insane. They'd be like,
this is the biggest threat to democracy we've ever seen in our lifetime. Oh my gosh, fascist president Donald Trump is controlling the avenues of information. His billionaire buddy Elon Musk bought Twitter, and now he's doing his bidding. This is the end of democracy. Ah!
You run around with your hair on fire.
Yes.
That's like a great performance.
Yes, it would have just been like... Well, everyone knows. Everyone knows. It would have been insane. It would have just been insane.
Yeah.
And so it's so hilarious to me that when people have this like very, but now that it's the other side. Oh, it's totally.
Well, you want to know the difference though? Here's the way that they think about it. They're like, but you got to understand, Sitch, my side is honest and trustworthy and would never tell a lie to anyone. But their side lies for a living professionally. All they do is lie. Everything they say is a lie.
Right.
That's the world that they live in.
Right.
it's the tribalism epistemology 101. It's like my side, 100% truth. Their side, 100% fiction.
No, but you're right. I mean, that's when I have conversations with people that are very in a bubble, in the left to right wing bubble. That whenever I say like, well, you're kind of not being principled and hypocritical because X, Y, Z, and they literally say that. They say, well, the other side's just composed of liars. I'm like,
Yes.
okay,
Well,
okay,
this is also where the source discrepancy comes in, because if you're ever arguing with them, it's like only certain sources are acceptable, right? Like if
of
you're
course.
arguing with a left winger and you bring out Fox News, it's like, oh, how could you fall for anything on Fox News?
Hmm.
But if it's a right winger and you bring out MSNBC, it's like, what? It's the same thing. I don't even like to bring out sources now because I don't really know if they're left or right. I'm just like looking for the fact claims. I'm trying to avoid all of the opinion stuff in there. But if people always just they have a terrible time with your source. I'm like, look, they're making an argument in this article. You don't need, like, who cares what the source is? Evaluate the argument.
Yeah.
An
Well, that's the
art.
thing. Look at what's being argued. But they don't. But see, it's just very easy to dismissively just say, oh well, I don't like the source, so I don't even have to check, right?
Yeah.
Which I mean, listen, you can do that. This like if it's guy lives in locked up basement, drawing red lines on a corkboard, weekly news, maybe you can maybe you can approach it with a little bit more skepticism. But you should at least look into it. You should at least look into it.
I just look at the
So
fact claims. This is the thing that's horrible about news now, because it's 90% narrative and
yeah.
10% facts. If it's even 10% facts, that's 5% facts. It's like you just want to know the facts of the story, right?
Hmm.
There's a border crisis going on, right? Well, let me look into this. What exactly is happening here? And there's so few facts and numbers in there that you're going, well, geez, this is just pointless.
Well, I think the problem is that there's a twofold problem. First of all, it's to get all the information is much more difficult. Like it's easier for news commentators to just say, here's the narrative that we hear. There's a
Hmm.
border crisis, right? And then they'll
Yeah,
spew out they'll give like some base, like this many
yeah.
immigrants were turned away from the border or came to the
Hmm.
border or whatever. And it's easy to just have that information and then you to just say, okay, well, let me say what my team wants, right? If I'm on the left, I'm going to say, this is all evil Republican fake news. They're sending these people to Martha's Vineyard because they're all evil, heartless bastards. If I'm the right, I'm going to say, oh, this is going to destroy our country. This is an invasion across the border. Boo, 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 boo,
Don't
boo,
forget to
right?
throw in Kamala Harris hasn't even visited the border.
Kamala Harris hasn't even visited the
Well,
border,
I
right? Yeah,
just like, what does
yeah.
that have to do with anything?
Right. So, but it's so much easier to do that. So much easier and cheaper and quicker to do that, especially if you're doing a daily news show. And on
Should,
top of that,
should Kamala look? I don't have any faith in Kamala Harris. I don't know what she's going to do at the border that is even useful.
well, yeah, exactly. Well, she's going to stand at the border like AOC. She's
I
going to look at
know.
an empty lot and she's going to cry.
Yeah.
She's going to go, oh. And the reason she's crying is not because her people are being detained. The reason she's crying is because she doesn't get to be the one that,
Did,
prosecutes them herself.
that's Kamala Harris. Yeah.
Right.
She's
No,
like,
but
all this prison labor, we can't even use it.
think of how many license plates these
Right.
immigrants could be stamping out right now. The children are with their little fingers, they're very good at stamping those license plates.
She would make them IRS agents, right? They
There
could
you
all be
go.
IRS
Look,
agents.
oh my God, Adam, that's the perfect solution.
I
Okay.
know.
The
I should be
Republicans
on
don't,
Fox News, huh?
yes.
Look at my narrative uh, skills here.
The Republicans are all pissy that they don't want to pay taxes and they don't want to fund all these tax agents. So we
Right.
say, well, let's just outsource it to very cheap immigrant labor. We'll pay them like $1 an hour to go annoy rich people for money.
Well, no, I was thinking the person auditing you would be an illegal immigrant.
Oh, well, I mean, listen, if they have the skills, I guess, sure. If they have the math skills or whatever it takes to do all that.
That's horrible, Sitch.
Why not?
I'm just saying that this is the level of the left the left would go to trigger the right now.
You know, it's a great idea. Listen, it's a great idea because okay, here's a new rule. It's like okay, you want to immigrate to you want to immigrate to our country, you have to serve first. Okay,
Uh-huh.
so either go in the military or you have to join the IRS.
But look at that. No, that's horrible. Like they show up to audit you. They're like, we're going to audit you. We need the last 7 years of tax returns. Oh, and by the way, I'm an illegal immigrant.
Well, I mean, what are they going to do with your 7 years of tax returns?
What is Look at this. You're thinking about this way too much.
This is a great idea, Adam. I'm on board with this.
Sitch.
This is a fantastic idea.
A-Team is open for business, guys. I know a lot of you disaffected S-classers are hearing this for the first time. PSA Sitch would like to make illegal immigrants audit all of your tax returns. So
yes.
Just remember that next time you type your little S-class.
Wait. Don't you want to save money, Adam? We could pay them so much less than we're paying American. It's perfect.
Just remember, IRS class is best class.
Because it's perfect. Because here's the thing. So people on the right, they don't like the IRS, so they get mad at the idea that they're paying people to do something they don't like. But then they also get mad because they're like, well, we don't want illegal immigrants to steal jobs from Americans.
Right.
But that's only because they don't want those Americans doing jobs they like. But if you have Americans you don't like doing jobs you don't like, well, you might as well give them to the illegal immigrants because you don't care. You want them to be underpaid. You want to take advantage of them. It's perfect.
IRS class, right there.
Look at this. Look at this. Adam refuses.
This is
Adam
a death.
refuses
this is a death
to.
of S-class.
Mister, I just look at the facts. I don't engage in this tribal partisanship. And now he's being tribal A-teamer, just trying to suck up some S-classers who can't handle my genius idea of getting illegal immigrants to do all of our tax returns and auditing.
Genius idea, the big brain idea. First of all,
brilliant.
This was my idea. It was a joke.
Well, listen, what's more important, the guy who just throws out the idea as a joke or the guy who runs with it? The guy who makes that idea reality.
Oh, I'm so sad that you thought I was serious.
Yeah. Nah, you're just a fool. This is a genius idea.
Terrible.
I actually thought of an idea on how to fix spam that I literally think if I wasn't so lazy would be a multi-million-dollar venture.
I hate you.
I'm not sure if I should say it. Because someone will steal it.
Yeah, tell me later.
I actually figured out how to fix email spam.
Well, first of all, email spam is like 1,000,000 times better now. Google has kind of figured
it's better, but I know how to actually fix it. And more importantly, not only to fix it, but to be able to get revenge on the spammers.
Okay.
See, now
we're having a conversation. Okay. Revenge, right?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. It's exciting, right?
Well, fill us in.
No.
Okay, keep it a secret.
It's a secret. If I say it, someone will steal it.
Let's get caught up on super chats before we move on to the video.
Stug for $5 says, bring Jay Longbone on to talk about FT Signifier. He's her favorite person. Really? I didn't even know that he... So I'm assuming he hates her. I mean, that makes sense, but
Jay Longbone? Who's that?
Yeah. Oh, she's funny. She's on EFAP a bunch of times.
Oh, okay.
She's a black feminoid content creator.
This stupid
woke, so I assume FT Signifier thinks she's a race traitor or something.
Oh, it sucks.
So.
Oh, look, she's got some She-Hulk videos.
She does.
Subscribe.
What's your idea, North Paul? Tell me, and I'll tell you if it's the same idea.
Yeah.
Micro Omega, thanks so much for being a free sticker for 9 months. Says, "Behold my awesome milestone! Behold!"
Yeah. Wow. 9 months.
I know.
What am I?
9 months of Zim references. I appreciate it.
Yo,
Ocracy for 9 months. Thank you for being a Discipline Equals Freedom. Says, I wasn't able to watch Sunday Live, but it was nice to get a reminder of the video that started my poly relationship with both S-Class and A-Team.
The only poly we allow on the channel, by the way.
There you go. That's true.
You can share us as content creators. If you need any pictographical information about it, you can talk to Sammy G. She's got the smut. She's a smut peddler on the channel. So.
Oh man, CT made an amazing emoji.
A new one?
Yeah.
Is it AOC?
No. Oh my God. And the other day, Adam was like, he's like whining me. He's like, Sitch, Sitch, where's my blonde AOC emoji? Whatever happened to it, Sitch?
I mean,
Where
I'm
did my love go?
people
Oh.
in the chat were asking for it because we had
God.
blonde Anna on.
And I was like, it's gone.
It
It
wasn't
has to be
my fault.
replaced with something better. Man. Okay.
It wasn't my fault.
Mm.
I'm trying to see if I can do.
Let's see. Okay, here's the question. What emoji can we replace with this amazing emoji? Something's got to go. I think we should get rid of the Adam laughing. We don't need that one, right?
What?
We have two Adam laughing emojis. We only need one, right? Why do we need two?
Get rid of the one of me doing the face thing where I'm like all grabbing my face. No one ever uses that
that's
one.
what I was looking at.
Okay. I'm not laughing.
Wow,
You see, you can't even tell I'm not laughing. I'm like,
we're on the same wavelength here. Okay. I don't think, okay. Well, I don't think this new emoji is, I think it's too small. I don't think it's going to come out well, but we'll try it. Because I'm looking at it, it looks too tiny for people to read it. But there you go. You guys can test it out. Just get rid of all the Adam emojis. Yeah, I agree. So refresh the stream. Check out the new emoji. It might be too small. So we might have to do one without text. It's just like a jar with money coming out of it. But
look, everyone's getting it out of their system.
there you go. Oh no, that one I kept. That's amazing emoji.
No, I like the other one better. What are you talking about?
The one of you grabbing your face like, that's we're not getting rid of that. You're crazy.
Which one did you get rid of?
The one where you have the swear jar emoji is too small. You can't see what it is. It just looks like a pickle jar or something. Okay, we'll workshop it. We'll fix it. We'll do something. We need a swear jar. That looks like the pony jar. It does. Yeah, that's a problem. It's the wrong jar. Texas SP12 for $5 says, I mentioned you all in a Mike Winger post. Hopefully you all talk. Mike Winger.
Okay, you kept the one that I like. Well, I think maybe you did. I don't know.
Okay, cool. I think I saw that. It was about Christianity. Yeah, maybe. I would be down. I would be down to clown on that one.
What's the
CT
new
says
one?
she'll fix the emoji. Okay, good.
What's the new one? I don't even.
It's a swear. It's supposed to be a swear jar.
Oh, it is. Oh, I see it. Here it is.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well,
but it's a little too small.
I don't even know which one you got rid of, to be honest with you.
There was one of you holding your chin laughing.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's fine. Get rid of that. I just like these two, because I use them all the time. They're like 1 and 2, and it's like the perfect.
Yeah, we're not getting rid of those. Those
okay, good. Anyway, I did
Caleb
my
B for
thing.
$10 says,
be sure to read mine first.
Read your what?
Host privilege.
Adam friended for 6 months. Wow, 6 months. says S-class simps for the IRS. Glow much. Look at this guy. He knows just what to say, right?
Look at that.
Just what to say.
Look at that.
Wowzers. All right. Caleb B for $10 says, what if what you're making transparent is ISIS accounts doxing U.S. military squadron locations or similar classified info beyond the Hunter Biden info that they're supposed was Russian psyoping? Well, obviously, if it's like something secret, yeah, that shouldn't be transparent. But from at least what we've seen so far, and now maybe that could be because like there could have, I'm sure there is secret info that was related to spying stuff that the government did ask take Twitter takedown, and that the journalists doing the Twitter file stuff are not going to report on that because it's we would all agree that should be done. So yeah, I think we can make a distinction between that and the stuff that like they're talking about in Twitter files, whether it's COVID stuff, whether it's voting stuff, whether it's Hunter Biden stuff, blah, 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 blah. Anonymous Cow for $10 says, I watched Rob Noor review his COVID debate with Destiny 2 years ago. Destiny, aside from his lockdown nonsense, said riots in government public buildings is okay, but now hypocritically says otherwise about January 6th. Yeah, I remember at the time when Destiny was kind of saying that he was about, if I recall correctly, it was about the BLM riots. and he was saying that he was more okay. I don't know if he said he was okay, but he was saying he was more okay with people rioting against public property, but not even remotely okay with people rioting against private property. And I recall saying that I hard disagree. I don't think people should be burning down buildings or rioting,
Period.
unless it's something really dire, like, the government is legally seized, you know, is illegally like trying to take over the country or something. But it's got to be pretty
Right.
extreme for you to start rioting, burning down buildings. And I haven't seen anything remotely close to
But
justify
what
that.
about systemic racism, Sitch?
No, no.
That's not enough? Well, I mean, if it's real systemic racism, if the government actually starts enslaving people.
Yeah, sure.
But then people will say, but that's exactly what's going on with the industrial prison system. They're enslaving people
Like, if it's like,
for nonviolent
1960s,
drug crimes.
well, it's a little complicated because, like, okay, say we go back to like 1960s pre-civil rights. I wouldn't care, like, if black people
Mm-hmm.
who were protesting for the right to be treated as equals ended up burning down the police station of some racist white police officers
Mm-hmm.
who were advancing pro-segregation laws.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
wouldn't
yeah.
morally have a problem with that, but I would say that pragmatically, I think it would harm their movement. So they probably still shouldn't do it because I don't think it'd be
Right.
helpful.
Yeah, the
So,
nonviolent stuff is what tugs at people's heartstrings
yeah,
on the news. They're like, oh my God, they were doing nothing and the police totally assaulted them.
exactly,
I mean,
exactly. And they
oh
know it.
shit. I
You know
saw,
it. Yeah.
I saw the $20 super chat from Daniel and I was like, no.
Oh no, Daniel for $20 says I just plowed through a nun in a poppy parade raising funds for children with horrible diseases, but it was worth looking at my phone while driving to send the super chat. Well, thank you, Daniel. That's true.
No. Well, thanks. I hope the nun
Thank you.
lives.
Yes.
Puppies too, obviously.
I was like, I could do without the nun, but the puppies. Well, okay, how hot is the nun, right? That's the question.
Oh
Why is she
God.
hiding under that frock?
Sitch.
What?
That's so bad.
Well, hey, she's got a low body count, so it's
Yeah.
good,
Oh
right?
yeah, that is good. There's a but she's had sex with our Lord and Savior though, right? Oh
In
no, wait. She's saving
spirit.
herself for our Lord and Savior.
Yeah, she's not gonna have sex with Jesus till after she dies. Okay.
There is a lot of I wonder if that's why they do it.
Isn't that why they do it?
There's
Someone who's Christian. Isn't that why they do it? I could have swore
I
there's
think they
something to
are
do
supposed to
with
be
that.
brides of Christ, yeah.
Like,
The
which is very weird, isn't it?
I mean, Jesus likes a lot of brides. Why the there was a lot of response to rags in the comments section from Christians in our audience. Obviously, you're a theist. I'm a
Atheists for Jesus.
I'm an atheist for Jesus. Yeah, exactly. So we are very pro Christianity on the show, but people are not
Well,
expecting rags to have such a um such a strong take on Christianity. So I think that threw a lot of. I guess they don't talk about that kind of stuff on EFAB.
no, but listen, it's good. Let the chat get triggered every once in a
No,
while.
I
Let the
totally.
commenters get
Yeah,
triggered.
of course. Yeah, that's the whole idea. Is that we got to be able to. We have to be able to argue with one another and still remain civil.
People are saying that yes, nuns are called brides of Christ and they pledge their service. They marry God and pledge their service to him. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
That feels like such an outdated concept. Like they're not it doesn't make any sense to me. Like they're not literally marrying God. Like they're not gonna have God's children. First of all, how does that like I thought the whole
We
Christian
are all God's
conceptualization is like
children.
marriage is for the sake of children. But the nuns aren't gonna have God's children, right? I don't know. That seems weird. The whole thing seems weird to me.
Yeah. Well, you guys came up with circumcision. What's that all about? Like, I mean,
I mean, you're not wrong. Listen, listen.
I'm just saying.
It's so funny. It's like, you have all the Romans and they're like, well, we can convert to Judaism or Christianity. And they're like, well, what does Judaism offer us? Well, we can't eat certain foods and you have to cut a piece of your dick off. Christians are like, you can do whatever you want as long as you repent like on your deathbed. And they're like, which one of these are we gonna go with here? Okay.
And you wonder why Jews are only 2% of the population.
Exactly. It's
They're
not
like,
listen, the Jews,
no thanks.
for all their high IQs, the Jews were very bad salesmen. Okay.
I'll pass on that one.
Yeah. It's a big pass.
I'm gonna
Big pass.
keep
Especially
my
back then.
I'm gonna keep my ding dong.
Yeah, people talk about like, getting circumcision now, but like back then, I don't even know what they did back then.
Oh
would you trust
my
some like
goodness!
would you trust some guy from like 2000 years ago with like a rock to
Look, they didn't even know
cut a
how
piece of-
sterilization worked back then.
Yeah, what the hell? I wouldn't do
He
shit,
comes out with a rusty nail. Oh, time for your circumcision.
Yeah, jeez. They know about tetanus? Come on, what's going on there? I wouldn't trust that. Second.
Put the willy up on the rock. All right, I'll be right back, and then we'll start the video.
Okay. The Observing Otaku for $5 says the whole shoveling ideology down your throat on the left reminds me of Quackademic Agent when he said that what you do in his business. I'm going to agree with that. Adam Gadbaugh for $5 says if Twitter was paid by feds to censor information, that would make them quasi-state actors, so the First Amendment should apply. So I think that the paid thing is getting a little misconstrued in the way people talk about it. And it wasn't the last Twitter file. It was like the last one. I don't know, somewhere in the last 2 or 3. There's so many now, it's hard to keep track. The last 2 or 3 Twitter files, where I think it was a Matt Taibbi one, where he was kind of going over like just the insane amount of information. It wasn't even about censorship. It was just this insane amount of information that the government was requesting from Twitter. They're requesting so much information from them. And you went through that thread and you're like, well, no wonder they paid Twitter $3 million or whatever they paid them. Like the amount of work the government was asking from Twitter was like astronomical. So
that's where
they weren't like paying them to censor. It was like they were paying them to do things and then they were reimbursing them for the work that they were doing, essentially. Which,
right.
I mean, if you believe in capitalism, you'd agree that if the government asks you to do something and you comply, you should get paid if it's work, you should get paid for it, right? You shouldn't just have to do what the government says for free. So
when the government asks them to build the highways, they're like, no, you just pay for it. Look, I needed a bridge. You built it. Thanks.
Green Ante for 6 months. Thank you so much. Says Sitch isn't attracted to MILFs. He's attracted to his peers. I'm not sure I understand what the implication is there. Are you saying I'm attracted to Adam? Is that what you're saying?
Are you saying you're old? I don't know.
Maybe.
Like old women?
I see. I'm old. I am old. So they're not really MILFs. They're just they're just women my age.
You're not that old, Sitch.
I'm very old. I'm an old man. I mean, compared to Adam, I'm like a young spry chicken. But compared to the rest of you, I'm an old man. I'm an old man.
But it's good. You're supposed to be giving people advice, so
That's
these
true.
young whippersnappers can avoid all the terrible mistakes that you had made in your
Here's
life.
the advice for you young whippersnappers. Get off of Tinder. Get on cougardates.com.
Is there
Find
really
some nice mommy who wants to take care of you, okay?
cougar dating apps? Let's see what we can.
I'm sure they're out there.
Let's see what we can dig up here.
They gotta be
Top
out there,
10 casual dating apps.
right?
Try best cougar hookups apps.
Yeah.
Look at that. Older singles seeking sex. Mature hookups on AFF.
There you go. There you go.
Sex dating. Oh. Yeah. I mean, why not? Look. I mean, this might be something you could be in. Oh, look. Cougar Life. Number 1 cougar dating app. Nice.
There you go. There you
Older
go.
women dating app. Elite singles. This is crazy. There's so many cougar dating apps. I guess that's like a big market, right? All these alpha widows get out there, you know, they're like,
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
I've totally thrown my life away. Now all I can do is hook up with 20-year-olds.
Now I get to take what is mine.
Oh
I'm
my.
telling you, man. That's the solution to this. You guys complain about all these women going out with all these Chad men. Just you're looking at the wrong women. Go for the cougars.
7 best dating apps for cougars and cubs. Did you know you were a cub, Sitch? Did you know that?
Is
Did
that
you
what they
know
call it?
that? Did you? I'm learning so much on this stream today.
There you go. Adam's learning all sorts of things. Yeah.
Sitch, you little cub, you. You little cougar cub. All right, now we need a cougar cub emoji.
No.
Oh,
Definitely not. There probably already is like a little cub emoji for their animals anyway, but
cougar life. Dating a cougar on the largest cougar dating site.
there you go. Listen, we've fixed the problem, guys. We fixed the incel problem. We just need to have an incel to cougar like
Pipeline?
not a pipeline. You know how there was like what was it called?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the Big Brother program, they're like, oh, if you're like a disaffected teen that's gonna, do drugs and create crime, we're gonna pair you up with some like older kid who's gonna like, teach you to be wise and do the right thing, right? Remember these programs, these Big Brother programs?
Sure, this would be like a big sister program.
It's like a Big Mother
Only
program.
you get to have sex. Only you get to have sex with your big sister.
Big cougar program. There you go. We got to send all these we got to get all these disaffected young men, hooked up with some nice cougars. They'll set them straight, okay?
They'll teach them the ropes.
They'll teach
Why
them
do
the
I
ropes.
feel this is like a scene from Porky's? I feel like this has been.
This is my second genius idea, okay? We have all the illegal immigrants do our taxes, and we get all the cougars to fix the incel problem. I'm on fire today.
Cub life, Shinto says.
There you go, cub life. There you go.
Cub life.
That's the perfect emoji. You got the little cat with the hard eyes. Cub life, baby. We got it. We got it.
Johnny D says cougars are groomers.
Well, only if they're we're not talking about underage kids. Come on.
Right. Yeah, obviously.
They gotta be of age. Okay.
18 and up.
Yes, 18 and up. Oh, okay. Sitch review quick shot launch. What is that? Quick shot launch. Oh, this is a flashlight. I'm not no, get the fuck out of here. What is this thing?
You're not going to review the flashlight?
Why does it look like a rocket ship? What is happening? Oh, it's automatic. Oh, that looks dangerous. I wouldn't put that anywhere near me. This looks like it's gonna rip something off. Okay. I'm not so sure about this one. That looks like a buyer beware. Christoph Keating, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 2 months. Says the whole church is the bride of Christ. Just like Israel is married to God in the prophetic books, it's symbolic. Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I understand, but what I'm saying is the idea of the symbolism of being married to God, that just seems so old world, doesn't it? That seems so beyond the concept of how people conceive of God. Most people, I'm sure some people do. Most people nowadays, they don't conceive of God as a physical entity. When old religions, including Judaism and Christianity, had these ideas of marrying God, they were conceptualizing God more as there's a dude up there, it just, I don't know, it just seems so passe.
Look at you.
I'm just saying.
Throwing the God as my co-pilot people under the bus.
No, that has nothing to do with God
Terrible.
being a physical entity that you're going to bang.
Terrible.
So, anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see. There's a Streamlab.
Okay. Yeah, read that.
Goro Cero. Thank you, Goro. For $5 says, if we want to limit voting for women, I say that we should test harder for driver's licenses and enforce voter ID law. We would cut 90% of the women vote out. Only those smart enough to drive or get a government ID. Hashtag Kavaz Crusaders. Oh, is that Kavaz team name? Kavaz
Crusaders is a very apt name. You've chosen wisely.
Shouldn't it be Kava's Kooky Crusaders?
Mm-hmm.
Get that KKK.
Oh no, don't do that.
So there you go,
Yeah,
Kava's
I
Crusaders.
do.
Like
I mean, that is a brilliant idea. That is, yeah.
there you go.
I mean, everyone knows women can't drive. That's just, that's like a biological reality that they'll never be able to get past.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up with that, ladies?
Yeah. You know, women like people. Men like
They don't like
things,
driving.
right?
They like, but if they like people, why do they want to run them off the road so quick?
Yeah, why are they running them over so much? That's what I was thinking the same thing, but I think it's just
Why are they tasing them so
technical
much?
ability.
Mm. You sexist. Okay, wait. CT is a new swear jar. I'm not sure this one's gonna work either, but we'll
Doesn't,
check.
yeah.
I think it got the text is just gigantic. I think it's literally just gonna have to be a jar with like you can have the coins at the bottom, but with like money coming out the
It's
top.
got to say swear, just swear on it.
No, I think the text. I think the text is just not gonna work. But we'll
Yeah.
see. It's updated, so check it out.
Okay, let's
Sammy
take a
G
look
says,
here.
if you ever want to interview a cougar, my aunt, my second aunt could be a guest. She's a lot of energy to say the least. Whoa,
Send
exciting.
send her the link. Send her the link.
Exciting.
We'll do it right now.
There you go.
Bring
There
her
you go.
on.
Mm-hmm.
What is we can ask her what she's wearing.
There you go.
That swear jar is completely illegible.
Yeah. I think it's just gonna have to be a jar
You
with money.
can't you can't tell what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just gonna have to be a jar with money at it.
With
coming
like
out of it.
one big dollar bill coming right out of the top of it. Yeah.
Sitch, have you checked out the wacky cartoon with the kid tapes a chainsaw to his face? You mean Chainsaw Man? I haven't. I want to watch it. I know CT likes it, but I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, Chainsaw Man? Is it a fanfic?
No, it's an anime. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. I thought it was a manga and somebody like acted it out on YouTube or something.
Anyway, should we watch this video?
Sure. Here, let me. You want to give some background on?
Give us some background, Adam.
Oh wait, I got it there. Okay, now we're recording. Yeah. So, Kidology is a YouTuber, and I mean, how much of her stuff have you watched? I've watched.
I've watched zero of her stuff.
So you've never watched a Kidology?
Well, I watched I watched part of what we're looking at now.
Okay. You know, I'm not sure I really knew her political perspective. So, I mean, I assume she was kind of like anti-woke. And this video is called Kindly Do Better. So she's making a plea to the left to do better. And I wanted to watch. I started watching it. It seemed fairly innocuous. But then we got to the part about conservatives. And she started talking about conservatives. And one of the things we talk about on the show a lot is just a lot of people on the left have a really messed up stereotype of conservatives that seems inaccurate to me. It seems self-serving to me. It seems callous, cold, calculating, dishonest. It bugs me. It really does, especially from a political tribe that prides themselves on being the ones that want to avoid negative stereotypes of blacks, gays, women. And I'm in favor of that. I think we should, tamp down the negative stereotypes. So I guess part of what bothers me is it's very hypocritical to make your entire political platform about, being in favor of helping the downtrodden and oppressed through destroying negative stereotypes and then creating negative stereotypes of your political adversaries. So that's what bugged me about it. And I just thought, oh, wow. I've from the other videos I've watched of hers, I got the impression that she was very intelligent and outside of the political tribalism bubble. And then I saw this and I was like, oh no, she is in the political tribalism bubble. So I just thought we could watch it. You could give me your take.
Okay.
We also, I guess FD Signifier saw this and had huge hard time about it because I think, and I didn't watch his commentary like we said earlier in the stream. It was just so boring that it was difficult to get through. I'm going to go back and look at his reaction to this section because I just have a feeling he is going to be like, no, you gave Republicans way too much charity here, when I don't really feel like she gives conservatives any charity at all. So I guess Republicans and conservatives are not necessarily a one-for-one thing, but, you know. Ready?
Yeah. Yep.
Secondly, I would say that, ironically, and this is very ironic, but the right has honesty. It really does. The right are very honest about being selfish, about being prejudiced, about being individualistic, about not being very nice people. They are very honest.
Yeah. So, so there you go. Look at that.
I see what you mean, Adam. I see what you mean.
That's the opening salvo.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So I mean,
you know,
is that not? I mean, how, like, if you made this, if you said this about blacks and crime,
oof.
Yeah, exactly. If you like, how can you say that the entire right is just selfish, dishonest pieces of shit? Like,
right.
you're living in a fucking dream world.
Well, from the left perspective, that's how they see it. So I understand.
Yeah, but from the
failure
racist,
of
look, from the racist perspective, how do they see black people?
Sure.
Aren't we trying to avoid that?
Right. We are.
Yes.
Right.
We're trying to avoid that.
Right. But we don't generally associate like skin color with an ideology. Not that that makes it right. I'm just saying that's kind of the perceived difference.
Okay. Well, Jewish people then.
We don't really associate Jewish people with an ideology, right?
Do we?
No. I mean, there's Jews on the left and the right.
There are Jewish stereotypes, though.
Right. But there's a difference between saying like, well, there being like some sort of like religious framework versus a political ideology.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. She's framing the conservative ideology as being inherently selfish. Like, that's the ideology of conservatism.
Right.
When I would say conservatism is just about, using the traditions and institutions that have produced human flourishing and, being careful not to destroy them. That's what I would say.
Well, it's like, okay, so you say, is the right just selfish? Or do they have the I got mine, F you attitude? Or is it an attitude of, well, if you, why should I be incentivized to work? Why should anyone be incentivized to work if you're just going to give someone, the things that I worked hard for?
Right.
And so it's like, I mean, that's why you have to be enlightened centrist. You have to understand that there's a balance between both these positions that you want to hit. There's a sweet spot there somewhere.
Yeah.
But I will say, on a completely unrelated note, I've contemplated using a lapel mic. That's the mic that you put on your shirt.
Yeah.
So you don't have to talk into it, especially whenever I eventually come on camera. And if I do that, I'm going to make sure I do not get a giant fuzzy pop filter that just massively jiggles all over the place whenever I slightly move and completely draws my attention to just stare at it instead of the person's face.
Okay, I didn't even notice it until you said something about it.
Okay, well now you'll be able to unnotice. Now you'll be unable to unnotice it.
So what is your stereotype of conservatism?
I try not to have one. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, look, you've got, I listed mine as, negative stereotypes is what I really have a problem with. I think neutral stereotypes we're forced to build stereotypes about people, right? You want them to be credible. Like, I think the philosophy of conservatism is about, defaulting to tradition to look for things that have worked, to produce a thriving society, right? I don't see selfishness as being part of that. I mean, you could say that some conservatives who are, hyper-capitalists, I would say that we're talking more about libertarians than conservatives. And you and I both contest that libertarians are even on the right. I mean, libertarians kind of vote with whoever is helping individual freedom most. Sometimes it's the right, sometimes it's the left. I mean, before it was the right that was stepping on individual freedoms, and the libertarians were voting with the left consistently. So now that's kind of changed because wokeism is impeding on everybody's freedom, and now the libertarians are on the right to fight against wokeism. So,
well, also, I mean, it depends because it seems like there's social libertarians and economic libertarians, or libertarians that are more influenced by culture or social issues versus economic issues. So.
Right.
And I don't think economic libertarians have ever been voting on the left, but
so if I work all day long, okay, and I earn my paycheck, is it selfish to want to keep the money that I earned? I mean, I don't know. There's that part of it as well. Like, would you cast that as selfishness? No, you should work all day and give all your money to the poor.
Right.
Otherwise, you're selfish.
Right.
Like, come on. This is so, it's just, I like cringed out of my chair as soon as I heard this. I was like, I was so happy. I was like, oh, look, a content creator on the left that actually understands.
Whoops.
Yeah, exactly. No, I can't. It's like impossible. Why is it impossible? Why is it impossible? These people claim to understand people. They don't understand. They're not even willing. Okay, let's watch a little more.
About caring about homogeneity, about caring about the family, specifically their own family over that of everybody else's, of the idea that it is every man for himself, every woman for herself, every family for itself. And when they are not honest, they're very good at co-opting religion in order to justify their actions and beliefs. With this,
the every man for himself. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but the military is predominantly right-wingers. Like, conservatives generally go into the military. And there's this thing in the military about no man left behind, It's like, what is she talking about? Every man for himself.
Well, because she's just viewing it like, oh, because the right is, wants to cut taxes, wants to cut government spending, that translates in her mind to every man for herself. And it's like, well, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. There's a perception for a lot of people, especially people on the right, that when you pay the government, that either that money goes into a black hole and it just disappears forever, or it's just, being wasted, or the government's doing something against your wishes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I think if there was a perception that the government was advocating right-wing causes, I think a lot of right-wingers would be fine paying taxes. And a lot of
of course,
would be against it.
Of course. This is the thing. Whenever the Democrats are in power, their goal is to spend all the money on Democratic programs. Whenever Republicans are in power, their goal is to spend all the money on Republican programs, because they want to keep their voters' promises. That's what they want to do. It's very simple. Like, that's just politics, though.
Yeah, like if when Trump's president, if he said, I'm going to raise some amount of taxes to build, a border wall across the entirety of the southern border, I don't think people on the right would complain about paying that tax.
No, of course not. They want their tax money spent on that stuff. Yeah.
Right.
I'm talking about the more extreme tenets of the right, sort of the alt-right or the very traditionalist religious right, the ultra and orthodox right. And in this, they inevitably don't mince words. They're very upfront about what they are saying, and therefore the message is very understandable, it's simple, it's easy, it's clean cut. And this is very interesting when it comes to something like racism.
If your takeaway from this is like, oh, well, look, actually, they're not that at all.
That's not what he said.
No, he said.
That's not what he said. That's not what that's just not what he said. He just said that the conversation was going well. He's not being yelled at. They're having opposing views, but they can talk to each other. Yeah, his views are fucked up, but they can talk. That's what a civil conversation is. Doesn't defeat the fact that he's not racist or he's racist.
You can have civil conversations with people who have the most abhorrent views. That's it. And you can talk to people who have views that are absolutely disgusting. Doesn't change the fact that it's a conversation.
And a civil one.
Yes, you started this video like, this guy's about to get hate crime for the Vine. Here they are just talking kindly like, if you walk away and think that this is not the most racist, people can still look at this dude and say he's incredibly racist and they wouldn't be wrong.
Yeah.
Doesn't change the fact that they were able to talk about it.
Still civil.
Something you've proven to be incapable of.
I've heard numerous people who are, like me, an ethnic minority, saying that they actually prefer or miss the days when individuals who are racist would just say, I'm racist. I don't like you. I don't like you because you're an ethnic minority. I don't like black people. Relative to what we have today, which is very much a sort of racism that is under the radar, that is very difficult to detect or very difficult to make known. And I think this is where, on the left at least, we have fake allyship. We have an idea which I'm going to talk about shortly, which is about representing abstract people as opposed to representing people. And I think for a lot of people, especially myself, I find that when somebody is upfront about being racist, particularly in my country of origin, South Africa, it was actually kind of refreshing because I knew what was going on. I knew who liked me, who didn't like me. Whereas I find that in the UK, at least, especially among leftist or liberal-leaning circles, I'm quite paranoid, or more paranoid than I would otherwise be.
Okay, there's a very interesting thing happening here. First of all, now she said she's from South Africa,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
I don't know how long she lived there. I don't believe that most people, maybe there's some difference, but I don't believe that most people would, if they're part of a ethnic minority or any kind of minority, would be happy to live in a society where a huge chunk of that society was just openly racist and bigoted against them.
Yeah, I know. That's completely
Right. I don't think they would want that.
right.
This is what I think is going on here. It's very interesting. You know how, like, in a movie or a TV show, there's always that stereotype of, like, there's a bunch of soldiers waiting to go into battle. And they're like, the waiting to go into battle is worse than the battle.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And if you've ever been in a situation now, whether you've served or whether you're something that's not so drastic as a fight to the death, but if you've ever been in some sort of tense situation, you probably had a similar experience where the buildup, the wait to go into what you're expecting to be tense, is worse than the being in the situation. Because when you're in the situation, you don't usually have time. You're dealing with a situation. You don't have time. You're dealing with a conflict. You don't have time to process your feelings. You don't have time to actually feel the anxiety that you're feeling about whatever's to come because you're in the situation. That's all you're focusing on. Okay, whatever it may be, whether it's an argument, whether it's a literal fight for your life because you're in the military or something, or whatever it is, the being in the situation always feels better in a bizarre way than the build up to it, than the anticipation of it. But you have to understand that it's kind of essentially, it's kind of like that's kind of the way anxiety works. That's kind of the way a lot of anxiety disorders work, is that you will then get that, if you get an anxiety disorder, essentially if you have something traumatic happen to you or something hits you in the wrong way, basically what happens is your brain rewires a way in which it's setting off that anxiety trigger of the anticipation of something bad to happen, and it gets set off, all the time, or based on something that's not actually that dangerous. And it just kind of loops in your brain. And that's basically what she's describing, is that what she labels paranoia, but that's what it's anxiety. She's like, oh, well, if I'm just interacting with someone who's just openly racist, it's like, okay, well, then I can just deal with that at the moment. But if she's afraid, if she's fearful, there's all this secret racism lurking behind every tree, under every rock. It's like she's feeling this constant anxiety that at any second something's going to leap out and attack her, but it hasn't quite materialized yet. So she can't deal with it. She's just in the constant state of waiting.
Well, this is a negative stereotype right here. It's like every right where she interacts with, she thinks is a secret racist.
Or even on the left, she says she's talking about in the UK with people on the left that I guess she thinks maybe are secretly racist.
Right. Yeah.
And to me, it's interesting because it's very, what she's describing is, essentially it's an anxiety disorder. And I think that's a lot of what a lot of people on the left are describing who have similar ideas. Are like, oh, I just wish people were open with the racism. It's like, well, you have an anxiety disorder. That's what's happening. You're perceiving some
world that
kind of
doesn't
threat
exist. Yeah.
that maybe doesn't exist. I would argue doesn't exist. That's lurking around every corner. That's just making you anxious all the time. It's making you upset all the time.
Well, ironically, the South Africa experience could have created this because she could be telling herself, look, I've experienced a society where people were openly racist. It's hard for me to imagine a society where people are not openly racist.
Right, exactly.
It's easier for me to imagine a society where people are just hiding their racism. And then the left comes along and says, oh, yeah, that's exactly what's going on. The right are all racist and they're just hiding it because it's politically advantageous for them to do so. So, yeah.
And I mean, you have two things going on here, which is that, on one hand, quote unquote, even assuming someone is racist, hypothetically, the hiding the racism thing, that's a good thing because it means that we live in a society where society doesn't tolerate racism. And so they know it's not acceptable.
And they're forced to hide it.
Racist.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. But then the second thing is, and this is a little bit more pertinent, is that when the left, in my opinion, when they generally label people as racist, tag people as racist, they don't actually know or maybe even believe that that person is racist. It's just a cudgel used to silence someone, just a weapon to say, shut up. You have to do what I say. You have to follow policies I want to follow.
Right.
And I advocate for it. Because if you don't, I'm going to call you a racist.
Right.
It's a magic spell you cast on your enemies to try to get them to fall in line, essentially.
That's the political environment we live in. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, so it's just disheartening to me because so much of what happens in politics is just, it's racism without it's bigotry. It's bigotry without the racism part. Mm-hmm. It's the same kind of thing though.
Yeah. Well, so as we said earlier, the right generally views problems of society coming from outside society and infiltrating and destroying what exists already. So that's why the right, their big issue is immigration. Right? Oh, there's people that are coming from outside of our current system that are infiltrating our system and destroying it. That's just kind of the right's worldview, I think. Like biologically, I think that's the moral intuition of the right, is to be like, there's something infiltrating our pre-existing society and ruining it. And the left, biologically, naturally, has the exact opposite inclination. They say, oh, the problem is coming, the call is coming from within the house. The problem is from within our system. There's something within our system that needs to be changed, something that within our system that's poisoning us. We have to seek new answers outside of it. And what is their big issue? What is their boogeyman? Racism. Mm-hmm. The racism is coming from within the system. And it's just, you have this perfect dichotomy. The right's boogeyman is the immigrants, and the left's boogeyman is the racists.
Well, there's a book, Our Political Nature by Avi Tushman, where he delves into a bunch of studies between left and right. And he does note that the right is more xenophobic and the left is more xenophilic, which maps onto openness to new experience versus fear of the outsiders.
Yes.
And we've talked before about, that fear of outsiders, feeling, negative emotion, whatever. Obviously, I feel like people on the right feel that stronger. But America has done a good job of making, turning what would be perceived as an outsider into an insider, because that's what Americans do, right? Like Americans come in all colors. Americans come in all religions. Like that's our ethos. So that's, I think, been helpful in muting the right's inclination to be, more xenophobic. But they never get any credit for it whatsoever, which is just that it drives me insane. There are so many black people on the right. There are so many, like, casting the right as white straight males just does America a giant disservice. It really does, because part of what mutes that xenophobia is making more diversity on the right. Like, it's hard to hate people based on race when you You share a political philosophy with people.
I'm not sure. Like, so I'm not sure you're ever going to get rid of the xenophobia. I think that's a. I don't think you're ever going to get rid of the xenophobia on the right, and I don't think you're ever going to get rid of the xenophilia, if we want to call it that, on the left.
That's
I think
what
those
it's
are the.
called, yeah.
Yeah, I think those are the natural states of being for the left and the right. Are those two ideologies? Because it just is it's baked into the idea. If you believe that if you believe that you want to go back to tradition, if you're on the right and you believe tradition holds the answers, then that necessitates that you believe that anything that destroys, anything that's making anything worse is coming from outside of tradition. And what is coming from outside of tradition more than a person that doesn't live in your country coming in your country? That just follows logically.
Right.
And it's the same thing with the opposite. If you're on the left and you believe tradition is where all your problems come from, and that you need to search for new ideas, well, what's a newer idea than someone coming from outside your system entirely?
But this is the give and take. This is, proceed with caution.
Yeah, of course, right.
The left doesn't. The left could care less about proceeding with caution. They want to go forward at any cost.
No one cares about proceeding with caution because no one understands. Like what I just laid out, people don't have this awareness that what I just laid out is the base idea of the left and the right, and that they basically have these ideas not because they made some sort of logical deduction that they reached them, but just because of some random chance of accident of their birth.
No, I
basically
agree.
Programmed a bunch of people to feel a bunch of ways, and so they have a bunch of elephant emotional-driven feelings about certain concepts, and that's it. And if you want to understand how to have free will and how to make free decisions based on your intellect and not your elephant, not your emotions, you have to at least be aware of the processes that are guiding your elephant, that are controlling you.
This is one of the reasons why I find the negative stereotypes so detestable, is because I do feel like these intuitions are as fixed as sexual orientation. Like, and this is what they did with gay people forever. They basically shit on them for how they were born, which is just wrong, completely wrong. So to shit on people who have a high threat sensitivity to outsiders, I mean, we should do what we can to mitigate that culturally, but to crap on them is just, it's bad form.
True. Was there any other part of the clip you wanted to watch?
No, let's watch a little more. Or are you done?
No.
You done?
Keep going.
Just honest and clear cut.
I believe that when someone's like, I hate you, it feels more.
I don't know if Abba and Peach, she's showing Abba and Peach clips that seem to
Preach.
Oh, Abba and Preach?
Yeah.
It's not Peach?
Not Peach. Preach.
Oh. Sorry, Preach. Are they on the right? I thought, they hang out with Abba hangs out with Destiny all the time, right? And
yeah.
He seems to be maybe I don't know if these guys are on the right or the left. And I don't know why she's showing these clips. So it's very easy to find someone on the internet who is a racist, and obviously they're going to be on the right, but it's also very easy to find someone on the internet who's a fucking pedophile, and he's going to be on the left. So, we could do exactly the same thing. I think Kidology did a live stream with Mr. Girl. So obviously she's in favor of pedophilia, right? No, wrong. That's a bad thing to do. But that is essentially what she is doing here.
Signifier's in the chat if he wants to come on and talk about it.
They seem to get this.
Adam didn't even process what I just said.
No, look, he's not going to come on, but look.
Do you want to come on after Signifier?
He's welcome to come on. Sure, I'd love to have a conversation with him. We can keep it civil. There's no reason to get mad at each other. Like, we have had lots of people on. I don't know that he wants to come on, though, but he says Abba and Preach are probably closer to being centrist. Okay.
So you mean they're based?
I've been telling people, Sitch, and maybe you don't know this, but I'm probably better defined as an independent than a centrist. Mm-hmm. Other people have pointed this out too. Obviously, centrist is our brand or whatever, but
right.
A lot of people believe, and I don't know, it'd be interesting to know FD Signifier's definition of centrism, because a lot of people think centrist means neutral, when no, it doesn't mean neutral at all. So
What is your?
he's saying he's going to dinner. Okay, have a good dinner, man.
Okay, well, come on in the future. I wanna talk to you about your Sidney Poitier. Sidney Poitier, can never say his name right. Take. I find it very strange.
Sidney Poitier.
There you go.
Is that it?
Yeah, that was a very strange take.
So I don't know what the ABBA and Preach. I don't know why she's playing these clips. Do you know why
Well, I
these
thought
are important
she was
context?
agreeing with them, but I haven't watched. You're the one that watched this video. I'm assuming she's.
No,
doing this as, like,
I checked out when she, you know.
I see. As soon as she started making negative stereotypes with people on the right, you turned off the brain.
No, I wanted to watch it with you. I wanted to check it out live.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Get your feedback.
You got 20. There's no way we're going to be able to talk in 20 minutes.
What?
We gab and gab and gab and gab and gab.
Who's what?
He says he has 20 minutes.
Send him the
talk.
link.
Okay.
What are you doing then? What do you mean there's no way we're going to be able to do it in 20 minutes?
I know how we talk. We talk for like 10 hours, but
send him the link.
All
What's the
right.
big deal?
Jeez. Why? Jeez, calm down, buddy.
Me calm down.
Yeah, I know. Gosh. Like, I got to find you on Twitter.
Look, he's like, he's like, nah, man, you can't come on unless you're going to come on for 5 hours.
Well, no, it's going to be like a 10-second conversation.
It's 20 minutes, he said he's got.
You know how we talk. Are your DMs open? How do I send this link to you?
I don't think his DMs are open.
How do I send this to you? I followed you. You can follow me back and I'll send it to you.
Cool. I got to admit, I'm pleasantly surprised. I didn't think he would come on.
In other news, Andrew Clark just sent me a link to a Tifa sex doll that he wants me to buy
Oh, really?
for $2,800. So there you go, guys. If you want to make your memes and dreams reality, you can do so for $2,800.
Interesting. Why is Andrew Clark always sending you that stuff?
Are you jealous he's not sending it to you?
No, I'm happy he's not sending it to me.
Is that what's happening?
But it is what it is.
Did you follow me yet?
Well, he could just DM you. Your DMs are open, right?
Yeah, I guess you don't have to follow me. You could just DM me.
Yeah, what are you doing? Do you think he wants to hear your terrible takes on Twitter?
Well, you could unfollow me afterwards. I mean, come on.
Nobody wants to hear your terrible takes.
Everyone, listen to this guy. Listen to this guy. Backstabbed by my own sidekick, huh?
Well, after your IRS take, I was like, what do you expect?
My IRS take is genius. Okay. I guess we should keep watching this video while I'm waiting for this DM, but...
Nah, I stopped recording.
Oh. So what? Look at you. Everything's about the clip. What about the stream, Adam? What about the people that are here live?
He said,
don't they deserve your consider?
He said send it to my email in the chat.
Your email? Oh my God, what's your email?
Probably on his Twitter page. On his.
Why you gotta be so complicated, FD Signifier? Open your Twitter. Send me a DM.
Read some super chats. I'll track it down.
Okay, you track it down.
Yeah, it's not that hard.
JMac for $20 says, what about Qbert swears on the jar? Well, first of all, thank you, JMac. Secondly, that might be too small too. I don't know if that would show up visually properly. I think it's just got to be a jar with money coming out of it. I think it's the only thing that's small enough that will make sense. Val Van Gogh, thanks so much for being a free sticker for 6 months, says conservatism is to prefer fact to mystery, the actual to the possible, the near to the distant, present laughter to the utopian bliss. Michael Oakeshott.
Oh, is that a quote from somebody?
There you go.
Okay.
There you go. So that's a very one-sided take of it, but sure.
Well, I thought that he was doing it to create negative stereotypes about the left. He's basically saying the left lives in a fictional world.
Right.
Like, you got to understand, both sides do this. Both sides try to create like the nastiest stereotype of the other side as humanly possible. This is where the groomer meme comes from.
Right. Osher for $2 says super chat for ABBA and Preach. Well, thank you, Osher. Rotisserie Protocol for $5 says, fun fact, all life is simply sentient chemical reactions. Artards send their regards.
Oh no.
I mean, that's not untrue. That's not untrue. Both those statements are not untrue.
That's the rags.
That's the rags. You DM me? Oh, okay. There you are.
Oh look, just as
Couldn't find the email.
I'm sending the email.
Okay, let me send you the link.
Oh, you got it now? Okay, I won't
Yeah, I'll do it.
send on this.
There you go. Sent. The link is sent. Oh, CT made one. That's just money. Okay, I'll try it. I'll see if this swear jar emoji works. Swear your time's a charm, right?
Can you do like half of it?
Half of it. Oh,
Well, because the boys are looking for their
He's on the phone.
Yeah. Should mute yourself. Okay, custom default perks. Let me add this real quick. Swear jar. Okay, now this looks good. I think this will work. Okay. Try this one out. This one looks like it's going to work. Dark Soul with stuff. Thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Shinto, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers for 4 months. Says, I think what she's talking about is dishonesty. An open racist is bad, but honest. It's much harder to gauge with others who are dishonest. Well, that's true. It's harder to engage with someone who's hiding their power level, hiding their racism. But I think it's kind of a privileged position to say, oh, I wish all the racists were just open with their racism.
test.
Yeah, we can hear you. What's up, man? How's it going? Thanks for coming on.
Because I don't think people want to live in a society where like everyone's just openly racist to them.
Am I hearing y'all live?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm here.
How y'all doing?
Good. Thanks for coming on,
How are
man.
you doing?
Yeah, this is a first for me.
Really, just jumping in?
This is not my style, but I'm having I'm doing new things this year.
That's good.
That
was your New Year's resolution? Just jumping?
Oh no, not at all. But this particular situation has me rethinking actually resolutions I had in mind. So here I am. And we got a little time. That call actually maybe gave us a little more time.
Okay. Well, we've gone back and forth in the comment section a little bit, but I mean, yeah, I didn't think you wanted to come on. That's why. I mean, but you're here, so awesome. What was your take on what we were saying about the video?
I haven't seen. I can't even remember now. Where did I find y'all at? You were talking about. You said there are a lot of black people that were conservatives.
Yeah,
and I found that. And then I saw suddenly I was in your chat. So that was, I guess that was the impetus of saying, let me just try to talk to people directly. People, I make long videos. They're not for everybody. I don't know how to, and don't have a real passion for like shorts. And
neither do we. We go for like 10 hours. So
there you go. Well, the point I'm making is disseminating information and making it bite-sized, not bite-sized. I feel like maybe that can come off condescending, but making it like easy to digest and like having an ability to actually affect someone's perception. Mm-hmm. I haven't ever been that worried about that. Like I'm not a person who like, I'm going to change minds with my content, like by spelling everything out. I look at my content kind of, as art at this point. And so if you don't grab every reference, that's actually on purpose. Anyway, the point of me bringing that up is like, no, there's not a lot of black people in the GOP. There's not a lot of black conservatives. It's it's been pretty consistent for the last 50 years. If you just look by voting records, it's all of 5% of the black population.
Well, Candace Owens has obviously talked about this in the context of voting, where she's on a quest to make more black conservatives to basically undercut the Democratic Party. So, I mean, I do get that, and we do see a skewed view of it because we see YouTube and there's like black conservatives on YouTube. So obviously they have a voice here as much as probably left-wing blacks on YouTube.
Probably more, because name some other left-wing blacks on YouTube aside from me.
Left-wing blacks?
Especially black men.
Who did we talk to? I always forget that guy's name.
Who?
Huey?
Yeah, I don't know.
Lewis? Big Lewis?
John Lewis?
John Lewis?
Yeah, we had John Lewis on.
Talk to Lewis. They're around. I don't watch a lot of we watch some BreadTube stuff, but I know that there's lots of, I'm assuming, aren't there lots of black BreadTubers?
BreadTube is a really nebulous concept. There are a decent amount of black left wing to outright leftist women who have decent followings and are doing things, but they're not as in the BreadTube ecosystem as I am.
Not men, though, just women?
Mostly women. There's T1J, who's an OG BreadTube figure. There's me, and then anybody else that you would really think of is, less than a couple of years old, and have all probably been connected to me in some form or fashion. There's a bizarre map that she shows later on about the BreadTube friend. It looks like something from conspiracy theory. And she has me on it, and it's funny because she kind of has me in the wrong position. But either way, my point is there's not a lot of there's not a ton of black male BreadTubers. And to kind of respond to, so let's again be clear, the data doesn't support, like Candace Owens wouldn't be trying to create a movement of conservatives if there are a bunch already. There are very few. Right. And I don't think she's very serious because there's not really a lot that conservatives could do to pull more black people in, because conservatives tend to be racist. A lot of their policies.
Well, this is what we were talking about. This is what
I mean, I don't think that, like, well, first of all, I'm assuming that we have a very different conception of like what makes someone on the left and the right. But from my conception, I don't think that black people on average are like not in favor of what we consider right-wing moral intuitions. I think it's just because of the civil rights movement and kind of all the history associated with that. That's why most black people end up voting for Democrats.
The racism.
Yeah, because the history of racism cemented the political positions. And I think that's going to be very difficult. I mean, I'm assuming in some point in history that will change, but
I mean, not if we don't make actual changes to how racism is, still a problem. And I think the average black person, so you're making a good point. I think that the average black person isn't adverse to conservative ideologies, which is probably true. But there's like conservative ideologies. I say conservatism with the lowercase c, right. And then there's conservatives, which I depict as a proper noun. And conservatives who tend to vote Republican, there's, a lot more racism. It's much more hewn into the politics of the Republican Party, the policies that they tend to pursue, the dog whistles. We can go back to Ronald Reagan and the welfare queen. Like these are things the Republicans.
That was like 30 years ago, though. It's a completely different political landscape.
And it's not that different.
Do you think, do you think a politician, do you think Ron DeSantis could come out and make the welfare queen speech and get the same kind of response to it, though? I feel like he would just be like shunned.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think it would be the exact same speech.
Look, they kicked Richard Spencer and I believe Nick Fuentes out of the Republican National Convention because they don't want anything to do with this racism stuff. Like,
that's outright white supremacy, though. Like, those are people that would zig heil in public.
Yeah, obviously that they don't want that associated with the Republican Party, though. But yeah, well, my point is, isn't that a step in the right direction?
How big a step do you think that is to the average black person? So to put it in perspective, so black people, so the conservatism that you often may see in black people is not like such a explicit like belief or value in, you know, conservative principles, which I don't know, you know, maybe I may have some gaps there in my knowledge, but I know that whatever value black people have in conservatism, it's more of a survivor's instinct.
What do
And
you mean?
so-
Are you talking about black conservatives?
I'm talking about black lowercase c conservatism. Like, you know, I am a, but despite my radical leftist leanings, I am a cis hetero man married to a woman living in a house. We celebrated Christmas.
How dare you?
I am raising my boys as boys until further notice. I am following a very traditional map in my
Look,
personal
you're like
life.
a tradcon here.
I guess maybe. But there's several things to that. Part of that is the fear of what happens to African Americans, especially black boys who start to get outside of the status quo of what's expected for black people. And so like when you talk about conservatism within black people, it's kind of more like, hey, if we follow this roadmap, we're less likely to insert bad things here as black people.
Well, but isn't it all people though? I mean, is it when you're talking about
Do
the
all people
roadmap?
experience?
You're talking about a set of behaviors that you're trying to instill into your children, but you're saying that those behaviors are so that they will be accepted. You probably are thinking something like in a white culture, but isn't it the same for whites? Don't they have the same expectation of their children? Just like that's the expectation of all people.
So there's the expectation and there's the consequences for breaking the expectation.
Yeah, but in what ways are you talking about breaking the expectation though? That's the...
So my sons, one way in which I still managed to rebel is I gave my sons African names. And like there's data that shows that when you give children, or not children, when people grow up with names that are non-normative, especially if they're black sounding, they're less likely to get certain opportunities in work. So like we're talking about both the expectation, which I think it's fair to say everybody has an expectation, but that expectation has not following that expectation has consequences. And the consequences for black people are numerous, and maybe I say have a wide variety of outcomes and challenges presented. So to put it in perspective, Adam, that's I'm assuming biblical for you.
Okay.
You're atheist now, but like that's biblical, right?
Adam, it's from the Bible, but
from the Bible. So like
I guess my parents, I don't know that my parents named me because they were particularly religious though. So
well, what if they were particularly religious, but their religion was Islam or something that was not part of the expectation within America?
Right.
They would have to trade in.
They named me Osama.
Yeah. They would have to trade in that, cultural signifier for passing privilege for you. Now, maybe that doesn't mean as much because, that there's a lot of details there, but it's these types of, macro to micro, these type of micro elements that build into macro elements that turn into a very different experience for black people. And to bring it back around to like Republicans or black conservatives, that's kind of why we recognize all the numerous like things happening there with conservatives, with Republicans. And it's funny that like y'all don't seem to know that we recognize this. Well, maybe not you all in particular, but Republicans don't seem to know that we recognize this. And they've for decades now trotted out, Candace Owens, Diamond and Silk, R.I.P., Herman Cain, R.I.P., Michael Steele, all these black
Larry
conservative
Elder,
figures, Larry Elder, etc. Those people are more for y'all than they are for us. They have no credentials, no value in our communities.
There is that argument that they're tokenizing black people, which I'm sympathetic to. But I do, at some level, you got to admit Larry Elder knows like the philosophy of conservatism. I think that's probably where would have the biggest disagreement, is just over, like, conservatism is a certain type of philosophy that they're going to look to the institutions and traditions that have served humanity well to construct a flourishing society. Like, that's the bedrock of the conservative philosophy. And I would say the bedrock of the progressive philosophy is, change is good. There are these massive opportunities in the world, and getting stuck in some tradition without any logical reason for it can have an opportunity cost, that we could be doing something differently and better, perhaps. So there's this tension between conservatives and progressives that really makes society function. And part of the problem that Sitch and I have, that our show is kind of dedicated to, is progressives and conservatives, instead of being like a defense and an offense on the same team working towards forming a better society, they're often in this Manichaean sense of war with one another, that the conservatives believe that we have to get rid of the progressives, and the progressives believe we have to get rid of the conservatives. But I don't conceive of a world where that's even really possible.
I mean, so conceiving is, that's a personal, kind of like thing, is whether or not you have the imagination that things can be different or better, and whether or not you think it's realistic, or whether or not you think struggling against the problem is a noble venture in and of itself. You made a point that I think is a really important thing. So the irony is I have a reputation for not doing what I'm doing right now on YouTube, but in my like personal life, I've done this a lot. This is how I've actually sharpened my understanding of things and my ability to discuss. And so one thing, whenever I hear that statement, conservatives see a set of things for a flourishing society, and they want to preserve that. The question I always present is, a flourishing society for who? Right. And so from my perspective, it's never been a flourishing society. For the people that look like me, it's never been a flourishing society. It's been a flourishing society for a handful of Black people every once in a while. And I would argue for the majority of white people. I think if you look at the crisis of men right now, what we're really talking about is society, I'm trying not to be, ultra left in a moment, but I'm going to use a term that may bother some people, late capitalism. Which is essentially the collapse of a lot of the systems that have allowed capitalism to present the veneer of working. Are those systems are breaking down, and so we're seeing a mental health crisis. We're seeing an environmental crisis. We're seeing all these other things. If you look at the data on the unaliving of men, we know that the unaliving of men is a predominantly white issue, although it's rising in African-American men. And the analysis, at least presented by the CDC, give them whatever credit you want, because I know that may not be a popular organization in some people's ears. They point to economic strife, and they call them deaths of despair. People losing their access to their livelihood, losing their families because of that, and then thus thinking that it's best to no longer be around. And so I would say the fact that conservatives are trying to preserve anything, you may hear my kids yelling at the TV, by the way. The fact that conservatives are trying to preserve so much of the society is the main reason why they need to go. It's not working for most of the people who participate in society.
Well, I do. Go ahead, Sitch.
It's interesting because now, especially with like the populist right, they've kind of gone against this sort of neoliberal economic policies that was the standard for the right, with Reagan. And I think a lot of people conflate specifically laissez-faire neoliberal capitalism with just capitalism generally, which, I mean, when we talk about, the Great Compression, when everyone kind of idealizes the post-World War II economy in America, obviously still had segregation, so it really was for more white people, but at least from that perspective, I mean, that was still capitalism, and that was still a system that grew out the middle class. So I don't think capitalism should be lumped in with this neoliberal beast that we're kind of living under right now, and everyone just says it's the same thing. Like we can reform and go back to the way we were without becoming socialist.
But then we would have to be slaves again, Stitch. Like,
well, I'm not okay. We can go back economically to post-World War II economy without having slavery, I believe.
Well, it depends on how you define slavery, but then I'll start getting absurdly radical.
Well, no, the idea that you could raise a family, though, on a single income, I mean, that's what we're talking about here, right?
Right.
And you had affordable housing, and you had a healthcare plan, and all this kind of, those are the economic things that have kind of been stripped away. And if we could, that's what we want to get back to. I talk about affordable housing all the time because the kind of things that young people are having to go through today, and especially on the right, like they want to complain about the difficulties of family formation. Well, the affordable housing is part of a giant problem with that. We treat housing like it's some amazing work of art when we should be treating it like hamburgers. Like we should be cranking out houses and driving the price of houses down. But so many people don't want to see that happen.
The houses are being cranked out. They're just, at least in the last couple of years, I know this is happening where I live. They're being bought up by rich investors to be held as Airbnbs or rental properties, etc. And many of them are just sitting empty. There's a ton of empty housing across the nation. So that there's synergy there. And I think that the reason why it bothered to, it's funny. I was searching for Kidology's video, and I found y'all. And as you know, I've popped up here every now and then when you all.
I accused you of being a conservative, and you were like, "What?
How dare you?"
But you just look. You just made my argument here. You were talking about how you're raising your family, and you're making my argument.
It depends on how you define conservative.
Yeah.
Ask me how I feel about trans people. They actually don't. I don't want to talk about that here. That would be I'm already breaking several rules by being here. Like the thing that made me bother to come on is, as I, you all will go through it, and I'm sure you'll have your things to add to the conversation. But I'm just realizing just how, give me a second to rant if you mind.
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time.
I have to go. So one of the things I think most people, including a lot of people on the left, don't understand is how much messaging and learning is controlled by these algorithms on YouTube and now on TikTok, and probably even like within Google. And so like you guys seem to be of like the mind that there is plenty of, Black leftist, creators in BreadTube. And like, no, it's not a lot at all. And there's very few Black male creators. And so that, so you ask why that is, and you can find plenty of Black male conservative creators. And then that somehow leads you to the erroneous belief that there's a lot of Black conservatives. And I don't think that's accidental. I don't think it's in fact, if you think about it, it makes absolutely no sense that 95%, and we're just talking about liberal Democrat, which I am not, right? If 95% of Black Americans that vote Democrat, why would the face of Black political conversation on YouTube be mostly conservative? That literally, from a marketing, economic standpoint for Google, is stupid. And it's because we are not watching them. Y'all are watching them. And the algorithm knows this. Like Thomas Sowell, I had never heard of until a couple of years ago, because he's not he has no sway in black spaces, but you guys love that guy, which we black just liberals find fucking hilarious. It's like when somebody tells you they really like rap and then they say their favorite rapper is Eminem or some shit or Drake, and then people that really know rap know that you don't know what you're talking about. And so what I'm realizing and fighting with, as I also plan to protect my mental health better in 2023, because I worked really hard last year, is there needs to be a better there's what YouTube rewards from leftists is what you all see, the dunk video, the debunk video, the anti-manosphere video. My anti-manosphere video, the first one, is my best performing video from last year. But I also made 2 videos criticizing Barack Obama. Those videos not so great. You know what I'm saying? And so,
well, that's going against your audience there, but
not my audience, but yes, I agree to an extent.
That's your audience doesn't like, I mean, obviously your audience is on the left and Barack Obama is on the left. So
Barack Obama,
the socialists don't like Obama.
Yeah.
But your audience isn't, you can't have, I don't think
enough socialists.
Yeah, you've got broadly your audience is on the left. You probably have plenty of people on your audience that are on the left that are not socialists. But dunking is like, that's human nature. Like people, they want the drama, they want exactly. Conflict drives the story. It's a storyline. So,
and so the point I'm getting at is, without working to install essentially to install and pill, I don't know what pill we are, blue pill, a larger viewer base to actually understand what we're talking about. We're going to, and what the algorithm wants, and I know this from talking to people on YouTube, what the algorithm wants is for people to sit and watch content. Yeah. It doesn't matter the situation, it wants that. And so what the algorithm knows how to do is identify people who are amenable to certain belief systems and kind of funnel them into trajectories of content. And that means I can make a video. My next video is going to be super insider for BreadTube. It may do well because it's going to be, about BreadTube, but it won't do as well as like a video about, I don't know, Mr. Beast or some shit. But the point I'm trying to get at is, what I'm realizing is people in the center, so the people on the right who are really on the right, they know who we are. But y'all have like very little idea. Y'all are operating with such bad information. And we just have to be brave. And I'm going to try, I should say, because I don't have a lot of, I've been peeping your chat a little bit. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to try to make some attempts to distill certain things into you all spaces to clarify.
You're going to educate us. This is the thing. My problem with the Kidology video is I felt like she's doesn't really understand the conservative perspective. She's completely strong. Like I could see, and we're in a kind of a weird space because we're both, disaffected liberals, basically. Like we both would have called ourselves progressives for years, but are upset about like the speech prohibitions that a lot of progressives are propagating, a lot of the really authoritarian tendencies with deplatforming from a lot of the progressives. So obviously, our chat, we have, you got to take a second.
1 second. I'm live. Yep.
Sitch, did you take off? Oh,
I can still hear you, by the way. You can keep going.
That's okay. So we have right leaning people in our audience and we have left leaning people in our audience. So when you're talking about your videos and building your audience and stuff like that, I mean, we've kind of given up on that, because if you're talking about politics, there's very few people that are interested in politics that aren't interested in it from a partisan perspective, where it's just like team sports, we're here for dunking on the leftists. We're here for dunking on the rightoids, whatever it is. Obviously, we dunk on the left more because it's wokeness that we really have a problem with. It's illiberalism that we really have a problem with. But we also make, anti-communist videos. And I mean, you can come on and we can talk to you about communism or socialism all day long. But I mean, we're in favor of things like universal health care and stuff like that. So we're operating kind of a weird space as it is. Sitch, you want to add to that at all? Or?
Well, I just want to say, I mean, you said that there's lots of things that we don't know, and I hope that you can come on later when you have more time to talk, because I'd be curious as to what you think we don't know, and then I'm sure we feel like there's things that you don't know. So we could have kind of this.
I'm sure
don't know off, and we can figure out what everyone knows.
I'm sure I will not be a recurring guest, but I'm opening myself up to
why not?
Private
Don't say that.
communication.
You could change your mind.
I could change my mind. Because of that same algorithmic element of like, because this is still content. Like,
yeah, but it doesn't have to be like us, ripping each other's throats out or anything.
Well, no, but that's what our prospective audiences would prefer.
What is your point on the algorithm thing? Because I think, like, I'm not sure that you can change people's minds. I'm very suspect of the fact that you can even really change people's minds. I think a lot of people have moral intuitions that are kind of hardwired into them from biology and experience, and it's really very hard to move people on those innate moral intuitions. So
I don't know if that's true. I think people can change. I definitely think people can change. Now, there's at least some research that implicates that there are some hard wirings on how people tend to lean. Mm-hmm. But the idea that I would say, though, many of those people are probably the people that are truly hardwired, I would say, are probably in the minority. And that most people, if they are operating with the best information, will be amenable to adjusting to that information, which is, like when so as an example, like when I heard you say there's a lot of Black conservatives, like that's a piece of bad information, right? And so, like, will it be have been of some benefit for me to have, like, discuss this to you and your audience, so that maybe if you dispel yourself of that myth, you can start really confronting why there are so few Black conservatives, despite the tokenized pick-me's that get a spot to be talking heads on Black conservative media. And then you have to ask,
can I take a guess on why there's so few Black conservatives? I mean, I would guess because there is a stereotype that all conservatives are racist. And if I was Black, I would not want to be in the same tribe as all the racists. So
is it a stereotype? Is it policy? I don't think it's even.
But that's the thing, because you'll get racists on the right who will, they'll make this argument about Black criminality, and they'll start trotting out the crime statistics, and they'll start painting a very racist stereotype of Black people that I personally find offensive, because, they'll say, "What, Adam? This is just the facts. Look at the numbers here." And I'm like, even if you can show me that 75% of whatever group it is has some characteristic that you don't like, you're still, shitting on that 25% who has to live with the negative stereotype because of all of your nonsense. So how can you do that to the 25% of people who are not racist conservatives, or the 50% of people who are not racist conservatives, or whatever number it is? I mean, I know you want to make the argument that it's inherent to the philosophy, but like I said, I think the philosophy is hold on to the traditions. And when we're a long way from the tradition of slavery, a long, long way from the tradition of slavery. I think the tradition today that conservatives are hanging on to is freedom of speech, which I think is a tradition we should hang on to. I think they're hanging on to the tradition of live and let live, which I think is something that we should hang on to. But I am against the racism. So go ahead. I'll let you respond.
Yeah, I just disagree. And it's my job to explain that, I guess, at this point. But I also don't take that job very seriously to an extent because we're working against there's a reason why CRT was like a huge, political football for the right last year. Like, has nothing to do with like important things that I would think, conservatives or just Americans in general care about, but it was a useful political football because CRT at its core is a very challenging, purposely designed to be challenging to the sensibilities of hegemonic thinking. And so without
CRT creates negative stereotypes about white people, though. That's, I think, why people are upset about CRT. CRT says white people are inherently racist.
Yeah. It depends on how you understand racism. And I think that's like the first thing.
Okay. But so, hold on.
That's the first thing you have to get.
But that's exactly, look, that's exactly the same thing. The person who hates black people, the right-wing racist will tell me when he wants to talk to me about race and crime statistics. That's the exact same thing he's going to say. He's going to be like, this isn't about race, Adam. This is about, not all black people are criminals. We're just having a conversation here.
The difference there is that there's a bevy of like social research that explains why that person like using that argument is not operating with like strong data or analysis. That is, that's just the reality of the situation. Okay. And like the funny thing is CRT was kind of built to grade against white sensibilities, which is if I'm sure if you could go back
liberal sensibility specifically.
Well, you know what? That's actually probably true. CRT wasn't even made in mind with the really like dyed in the wool racists. It was more so for the Adams and I guess and you two, I guess to an extent, Sitch, to kind of like shake you to the core to get you to consider racism differently. Because when the average person thinks of racism, they think of what happened to George Floyd, and they think of, people saying really mean things or ugly things about black people or Asian hate and things that are interpersonal, which is evidentiary of racism, sure. But one of the things, for example, about police, brutality against black people, one of the biggest predictors of police brutality against black people is just how often they'll encounter police. Because I'm sure you both have encountered statistics that talk about how often white people are brutalized by the police. I'm sure somebody's tried to present that kind of argument, right? And so, yes, per like by numbers, white men are much more likely, or not. No, I'm sorry. There are many more white men who are brutalized by police than black men in America. That's a product of numbers,
right?
Not disproportionate,
though. Yeah,
right.
Per capita. The reason why that happens is because of the function that police have in black communities, which is to follow us around and harass us. And so if you, Philando Castile, are you familiar
that's one way to
with
look
him?
at it, I guess.
Are you familiar with Philando Castile?
Yeah, I know. He's the guy that had a gun and was shot by police, right? But he had a permit to carry.
Yeah, he was reaching for his permit.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that they pointed out is that he had been pulled over by police like some absurd amount of times, just riding to and from work or whatever. And so at a certain point, it becomes a probability. How many times is he going to encounter a police officer? And then out of all those times, when will he meet the jumpy, subtly having a lot of racist ideas guy that is jumpy enough to act on those racist ideas? And so then CRT explains to us, well, if we pull back the idea that, that police officer was just one of the bad apples, he's just racist, and ask the question, why was he pulled over so much? And then like move that up the chain of command, so to speak. Then we start to ask real questions about what racism is. And what we find with liberals and conservatives is that when we start using the word systemic racism, it becomes a non-starter. And so when I say all white people are racist, I don't think all white people are evil. I don't think all white people are bad people. I don't think all white people hate black people.
This is
But
exactly what the guy who says all blacks are criminals. That's exactly what he says.
I'm pretty
too.
sure I just explained why that's not the case.
Well,
but I don't want to get into
go
jumping
ahead,
back and
continue.
forth with it.
You were telling us how we're all racist. Go ahead.
I lost my train of thought. If I'm explaining that all white people are racist, the thing that is really like deeply rooted within our culture is that I'm making a moral attack on you, Adam. If I say, Adam, you are a racist, that is offensive to you.
Yeah.
I would imagine, because from your perspective,
it's a little offensive. But.
Yeah, from your perspective, this is a moral attack. This is attack on your character. And one of the things, if you get past the what's the word? The intensity of CRT, and you kind of get into it as a philosophy, is disabusing the moral defect from the systemic environment of how racism works. And so we start to say, well, Adam, you don't hate black people. You don't you don't have an issue with hip hop or insert some signifier there. You just participate in a system and actively contribute to a system that leads to racist things. And so it really would be nice if we didn't call you racist at all, but that's not where we are now, because the liberal definition of racism is deeply died into the construct of the country.
So, two things. First of all, I don't know if I heard correctly. I think you were saying you're calling me Stitch instead of Sitch. So. Oh,
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm looking right at the
Common
name.
Mistake. But no. But my problem with CRT and the way it's discussed is kind of the way that you're discussing it now, which is that CRT is given this forward-facing argument about like, well, we need to think about racism differently and system as like a system, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they're like, when I read, a lot of the CRT literature that I've read, when I've read, key writings that formed CRT, like right in the beginning of the book, it's not about really what you're talking about. It's about how they disagree with the liberal notion of individualism. They disagree with the liberal notion of integration, and they want to bring back the radical leftist, kind of black nationalist, black conscious view of the race conversation. And they kind of, like right in the beginning of the book, Gary Peller is talking about how he thinks that this sort of integrationist model in America has failed, and how the liberal model has failed, and we should start thinking about, maybe white people and black people should interact as if they're like different nations. And just to me, like this is insane to me. This is never gonna work.
There's a lot of, like I said, CRT is this is going to sound silly, but it's kind of punk rock in its time, which is absurd. But
it's radical. It's definitely radical. I understand that.
So there's some CRT rhetoric that, if we're just going to say have policy conversations, we wouldn't entertain all that.
Yeah, but it goes deeper than that. Because even when you're talking about the foundation of CRT is the idea that, because liberalism, the idea, like the concept liberalism, John Locke liberalism, is rooted in the concept that we're all individuals and we should all be treated as individuals and not as part of a group or a collective. And CRT is saying that either A, that's not the way we should be doing it, or B, that's impossible. And so we should basically just give up and go back to this kind of race collectivist attitude. And that's the way in which, we should view the world. And to me, that's just going to bring out all the racism. That's going to make everything so much worse.
I disagree. I think all the racism's here. That's kind of the thing that, if I cared more about teaching white people about racism, I would spend a lot of time doing that. But then that would low key be anti-CRT.
Do you live in a part of the country? Because I'm in like Southern California, so like we don't experience a lot of racism here. But I have lived in New Orleans. I lived in New Orleans back in the '90s, which people were just openly racist in New Orleans. So maybe part of it is where you live. I don't dox yourself, obviously, but
no, I've had a pretty unique upbringing. And I've been around a multitude of people for most of my life, and also had the benefit of being immersed in Black spaces for formative chunks of my life as well. And I've had access to a good education and also an access to a radical education. So what it comes down to, and then I need to cook broccoli. But I'll still also I want to hear Sitch say something about Sidney Poitier. So we'll come back there as well. What I want to kind of leave you with is the possibility that the systems that we all live under that have produced pretty much the same framework, at least for Black people and for most minorities. And if you look at it at a 30,000 square foot view, the majority of white people, if we live in a system that has produced the same results for most of, this nation's existence, why would we expect many of the mainstream products produced by that system to present us with a fair understanding of the world outside of that system or beyond that system? And I say that big word salad to say it's just quite possible you all have you can't even, and I know this is, this is going to sound smug. I'm hearing that about myself a lot. You can't even fathom how little you all understand racism. Like it's Dunning-Kruger effect. And I say that being, I think we've been cordial despite obvious differences in a couple of moments. But I'm just presenting you with that possibility that maybe your understanding of racism is so poor that you should reconsider everything you believe and understand. Otherwise, the data that I came here to bring to your attention may be different, because that if anything, as Jordan Peterson fans or former Jordan Peterson fans, I know one of our first introduction was during his spiral into
the transphobia stuff.
But as people who at least present themselves as empirically attuned to empiricism, consider why the data exists. And the data exists that way either because, as your racist conservative friend would say, Black people are just inherently criminal and inferior, which would, be a thing, or maybe racism works very differently than how you understand it.
So are you saying that the crime stats are cooked? I mean, I'm
the crime stats are not just cooked.
Okay.
Crime in and of itself is cooked.
Okay. Well, that's obviously a totally different conversation.
And that's very deep. And I don't feel confident to even there would be no FD signifier explaining crime,
right?
The cooking of crime statistics conversation or thing, because I would fail that.
If you're saying also, I just want to say, because you're admitting that it's fair to call all white people racist because they participate in a system that is based on white supremacy and is inherently racist. If a white person has no ability to opt out of that system, they're being forced into it, is it still fair to call them racist?
So the first thing to think about is taking away that as a moral attack, and to even consider.
So you're saying calling somebody racist is not an attack on their character?
The worst thing liberals have done is play the race card.
Okay.
In that, no, don't get me wrong, a lot of white people are shitty racists, right? A lot of the, conservatives in media, shitty racists on YouTube, shitty racists. I've heard some of you guys, I've heard you guys not at your best. I'm not going to attribute any of those.
We might have done some microaggressions at times. It's not unheard of.
Not at all.
We try to stay, in all fairness to us, sexism, I feel, is fair game. Women have us outnumbered, okay? They really do. So, I try to stay away from the racism. Racism really gets under my skin. But sexism? Come on.
Yeah. So...
well, okay, well...
but let me just kind of finish my point. So although racism is, especially the type of racism that is often most bombastic and visible, should be considered a moral defect, when the way to solve that, to address that, would be to like, okay, so over here we have assholes who are being racist, and then over here we have, to be nice, people who are so invested in the system and oblivious to how the system really works that I'm not even going to call them assholes, but it'd be nice if they would, figure things out a little bit. And then it becomes, why do I have to be the person to do that? Which, some of us feel like they do that, and some of us don't.
So just to be clear here, you're saying the people who are overtly racist, they do have moral failings. The people who are embedded in a system that is racist, that there's no moral component to that. So you're saying there's two types of racism.
I don't want to be held to that statement, but I will say there's two types of racists.
Okay.
And one racism would be easier to engage with across ideology.
Right.
If we would minimize the moral aspect of it so that we can attack the systemic aspect of it.
Probably the one that doesn't feel black people are inferior. Obviously, that's the one.
That would be a nice one. That would be that would probably be like a requirement to even start.
Obviously, yeah.
And so,
I mean, you can. I'm in favor of people, advocating to change system if there's things in the system that are racist or are the remnants of racism, or even things that could be well intentioned but still seem to, create racist outcomes. Or create any negative outcome. I'm all in favor of changing all those things. To me, going back to, again, the CRT thing, I think you have to be naive to kind of conceive of a world in which black people are going to be socially allowed to use their race to kind of like unify around it as a collective, and not expect
like white people have done for
exactly to not expect that white people are going to just reactively just do the exact same thing right back. And that's I would say that's already happening right now to some extent.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I think that's maybe a flaw in that premise. That is already currently happening for white people. So now,
but it's definitely like, so I mean, this is right in the CRT literature, is that they talk about how the liberals, Gary Peller says this is intentional, but whether it's intentional or not, part of what happened with the civil rights movement was that kind of white people using their race and identity to unify around politically was like demonstrated as this great evil in society. And then that was then also compared to and thrust upon black nationalists, essentially, and black people doing kind of the same thing. And he's kind of conceiving of a world, and I think CRT is conceiving a world where somehow black people are allowed to do this, but white people aren't. And I'm saying that's ridiculous. You're going to have a universal standard where everyone plays by the same rules.
So CRT would tell you that without a radical change, there is no option like that already is happening, right? Like, can we agree that white people collectively, historically in America, if not throughout the Western world, have used race? Like, white isn't even a real thing. Have you gotten to that part of CRT? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
about like so you understand that when he's talking about this, and again, I don't agree with every part of CRT. I think the precipice of like individual nations within America is not a realistic goal without some major calamity or societal collapse at the moment. But the idea that we shouldn't entertain the notion of it because it won't work, baked into that is the idea that what's happening now is working, which is already a collective a collection of power around race for white people. So you kind of see the problem, and I'm not gonna poo-poo your analysis completely in terms of like why that's we'll say unrealistic in the moment, but I want you to at least engage with the fact that what you're saying is unrealistic is only unrealistic if it becomes white and black. And right now, it's not only realistic for white people, it exists. You see what I'm saying?
Well, are you conceiving, because the way that I conceive of reality is that, yes, there was definitely, for most of this country's existence and, probably for most of the world's existence, there was, we're going to use some kind of identity, some kind of racial identity to gain political power. Now, what it means to be white has changed over the years. I mean, we always talk about how, the Irish were not wanted and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, the Brits and the Germans would consider, whether they would consider each other white or the same ethnic group is, changes with time. So, but yeah, America definitely has a history of white people utilizing their ethnic identity or their racial identity to gain political power. But from my perspective, reality, even if things aren't, the utopia, we're still leagues apart now than we were, pre-civil rights or even right after the civil rights movement. And it kind of sounds like you don't think that there really has been that much movement at all.
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess that's the key difference is that I see that progress is being made and you don't.
Yeah. Well, what is your perspective? And that's again where
my perspective is that I think a lot of the barriers and systems have been dismantled that were keeping racism in place. But unfortunately, a bigger issue is I think culture and people's attitudes can take very long times to change. And I think a lot of culture and a lot of economic problems that still plague lower income communities, especially lower income Black communities, are kind of creating all of these things in my mind, which I think you then label as racism, and I label more as the echoes of past racism, which basically put people in those situations in the first place.
When I say what is your perspective, I mean literally what are you able to see, Sitch? As in like as a white guy who I'm just gonna assume, you let me know, is not very much in community with Black people now or over time. And even if you were, the reason why I jumped in was because there was bad data being shared confidently. And it wasn't being challenged by anybody.
Just because Adam says there's lots of Black conservatives.
Well, I mean, really,
it's all your fault, Adam.
I did
this
not.
This is you.
Look,
I would not point to Candace Owens as any sort of.
Look, you thought per capita, and I thought just in whole numbers. Like, I mean, that's
no. Well, both of them are very little. But my point is, the point in asking that is, and then to kind of bring it full circle, and I do really have to go, so I want to.
Sure.
Is how and like to give you some type of grace, how could you even learn better if your opportunities to see and learn are controlled by an algorithm that presents you Thomas Sowell before Kwame Ture or W.E.B. Du Bois, etc.
Well, I don't even really like Thomas Sowell.
No, you shouldn't. He's fucking awful.
I mean, I've argued with Adam about Thomas Sowell on the housing crash, pretty violently on the stream before.
Yeah. Why? I lived in the South, though. I moved to the South after I graduated from college with a guy who was by all intents and purposes, a social justice warrior who moved mountains to get a Black bar back because they wouldn't even let Blacks in the bar. So I just I understand the racism. I've seen it firsthand. I worked for a guy who literally told me, what's the most backwards country in the world, and claimed it was Africa because of all the Black people. He didn't even know that Africa is a continent with 100 countries in it. Yeah. So I mean, I've seen the stupid racist stuff. I lived in New Orleans for 2 years.
So you've witnessed probably.
Look, I've seen a guy pull out a gun and say, threaten to shoot a Black person. Which no.
I would say that doesn't. While those are significant anecdotes that may contribute to your political and social belief systems, it would be so.
But you're acting like I'm just getting all my information off of YouTube, though. Like I'm just.
But I would say what you just named to me is not good information either.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Adam, hold on. Adam look very young. He doesn't know you're an old man. That you lived through the civil rights movement. That you were there.
But the whole thing. The only reason I'm bringing this up is because you've got your anecdotal experience. And I've got my anecdotal experience. And unless you want to compare notes on menace to society or something, what else? How do we get to some, your experience could be you've had a racist neighbor for the last 50 years. So I don't what.
Well, we would trust the science probably. And we would trust the data, and we would trust analysis of the data and the science. and we don't. Like, we're literally, although,
Well-
CRT is, well, first off, CRT was never a
About data or
policy
science,
initiative.
but yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It was never being adopted into policy, right? Which is, again, kind of my point about
Well, you're saying that you've experienced. I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong here. Obviously, set me straight if I'm wrong. But it seems like you're saying, I myself have experienced a lot of racism, and you guys would never know because you're not black. You wouldn't have experienced this racism.
He's saying that there's data that proves his position, but I think the problem with the data and the analysis of the data is that the data only shows you outcomes. It doesn't read people's minds. It doesn't clearly show whatever the intention of the policies or what even necessarily caused the policies in the first place.
So we're
And
just
that's where
talking
we
about two
argue,
different types of racism.
is that we say,
then.
well, why is there disparate outcomes? Why are there disparate racial outcomes? And I assume FD's position is racism, and our position is usually, well, there's some other factor at play than racism, and then we argue about what caused the situation in the first place.
Even that's an overly simplistic, like,
of course, but I'm trying to
framing of
generalize.
it. Right, but it's missing a key thing, is that the data gives you outcomes. The analysis helps you understand the outcome better.
Yeah, but the analysis, the thing is, like, so you say trust the data, which I'm more trying to be more scientific minded. I try to trust, like, raw numbers. If they say, oh, like this report thing happens or this happens, you can say, okay, well, that's, assuming that's a fact, it's a fact. But then it takes a flawed individual with their biases to quote unquote analyze it. And that's where that's where you lose.
I mean,
I'm like,
well, and so I would agree to an extent, but that's kind of like all science and scientific interpretation, especially the social sciences, where we're not dealing with,
sure,
randomized
hard
control
numbers,
trials.
yeah, right.
Which brings me back to being open to the Dunning-Kruger effect here. Because what it breaks down to is either I and so many other Black people, many of which you've never heard of and never heard from because they don't get a platform, right? Are just lying.
I don't think you're lying. I think you
No.
just
Let me finish what I'm saying. Either I and other Black people are just we're either lying, stupid, or inherently criminal.
This sounds like a Vosh argument, not a Sitch and Adam argument. I mean, like,
you get my. Of course, this is.
Yeah.
I'm being hyperbolic, but my point is, so I don't know you guys' background. I dropped out of a PhD program to do YouTube full time. And in that program,
I've never been accepted to a PhD program and probably never would be. So,
and before that PhD program, I was a school teacher for 10 years, working in mostly low income urban environments.
Okay.
I was a social worker, and then I was a health researcher.
Okay.
And like, just trust me then.
Well, no, I now again we're talking about personal experience, which I just
no, but my personal experience. Well, I bring that up not just to justify my personal experience, but to speak to what is the most likely outcome. Like, what is the most probable situation that all these experiences, actually being Black and studying this science, has led me to the wrong answer, or Adam from New Orleans, who had a couple of racist moments in his life where he wasn't even on the receiving end of racism, has an equal perspective on this situation.
Well, no, this is why I brought it up, because like you would have obviously you would have a more, I mean, like I said, it's anecdotal. Mine's anecdotal. Yours is anecdotal. I don't know where we turn if we're not going to turn to our personal experiences. So, but I just, I don't want to be thinking like we are constantly looking for some sort of evidence that we are moving past that day-to-day racism that people are forced to deal with. So, and obviously a lot of that,
I would say a better perspective is to understand that it's permanent until further notice. Well, which is a CRT, tenet. But I gotta cook broccoli.
I know. Okay, we'll let
Sitch,
you know.
What is your because
Sidney Poitier? What's going on?
Sidney Poitier.
Oh, well, no, it was weird. There's some stream, I don't remember what it was, where you were saying that he was like the acceptable Black actor for,
I will say the acceptable Negro on your behalf. Yes.
Right. And I was like, that's so weird, because, one of his most famous movies is Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, which is literally about, liberals being challenged with whether they actually practice what they preach when their white daughter comes home with, a black man that they want to marry, that she wants to marry, and then they have to, even though they're like supposedly good liberals, they have to kind of come to terms with, well, do they actually follow their principles? I mean, this seems to be kind of contradicting that whole, idea that you guys laid forward.
The black media is, generally speaking, gatekept by, the corporate interests and what's, you watch my black
media, but yeah.
Well, all media, right? Watch my Black Panther video if you can get through it. It's an hour and 20 minutes long. But I talk about the fact that black stories are
It might have been a Black Panther video that you said what I'm thinking of.
Okay. Well, but before I got there, I think I was trying to explain that black stories are often not told from actual black perspectives. And if they're even told by black perspectives, they're bleached, or made or pasteurized to make them palatable to white audiences to an extent. And so while Guess Who's Coming to Dinner is pretty radical for its time, if you look at the whole of Sidney Poitier's, career, I mean, and to shout out to my boy Foreign Man who, took a little issue with my aspersions on him. I may have been too hard. I may have been hyperbolic, but my point still stands that Poitier, and this is not to shade him really, because he kind of had to make a choice, right? Either he can be invisible or he can make progress. I should kind of feel a sense of connection to Sidney Poitier as a black left-tuber. But at the end of the day, if you look through his career and like the types of characters he played, it was very much presenting it was very Thomas Sowellian, if I understand Thomas Sowell decently. He's Thomas Sowell. I literally have so much hate in my heart for him.
Do you really?
It does.
Oh my God.
Wrong. It doesn't sound like the way it looks.
Fiery. But the point I want to say, because I really do have to go, is that Sowell Poitier, he said, I have to present blackness in a acceptable way. Like he said that. I wasn't going to play any type of character, any type of
you want to be a positive role model.
Want to be a positive role model. And what you learn to understand, maybe go watch my entire Obama videos, is that ends up being a weapon that that often black moderates and liberals will use against more radical black or just poor black people. Right. And so we have to critique that to point that out, because while I admire and I think Sidney Poitier should be celebrated, we should also critique that him playing acceptable characters was, part of the problem.
Right. Well, I know you got to go, but maybe I'll leave this to maybe tantalize you to come back. I think the issue with kind of what you're saying that I have is I feel like that you view adherence to or acceptance of mainstream culture as adherence to quote unquote white culture and somewhat of a betrayal of being black. And inherently
anti-black.
Yes, yeah. Right. And I think that's where the main contention is that I don't view it that way. Sidney Poitier obviously doesn't view it that way.
I think he did, actually. I just think he played his role. I'd have
to see him saying something.
If you look at the types of movements Sidney Poitier supported on the back end, I think he understood what he was doing, but he still did it, if that makes sense. And that's
maybe that's the problem. As long as there's an idea that the mainstream culture is something to turn against, I don't think there'll ever be. I mean, I think that's standing in the way of progress for everyone.
So you guys need to get on board.
We'll come back and win us over. Look, this was a great discussion. Thanks for jumping in.
Yeah. No problem. I did enjoy myself. Have a good one, y'all.
You too.
All right. That was fascinating.
Good. That was good. Listen, I'm glad we had him on. You were right, Adam. Maybe we tantalized, we sweetened the water a little bit.
Yeah.
So we'll have a longer conversation.
That was great.
Yeah. I want to have more conversation with leftists. We argue with too many rightoids. I'm tired of it, Adam.
Yeah. Well, that's so funny because all of the leftists say, all you do is bitch about leftists.
Yeah, we complain about their videos, but then, I don't know, it doesn't seem like most of them want to come and talk to us. So,
yeah.
So, which,
Well,
you know,
yeah. Happy New Year.
there you go.
FD's turning over a new leaf, so
Yeah.
he decided he would come on. I can't wait to hear the dialogue always is feedback. It's gonna be like, what?
We should have Dialogue Always on again. He's always fun.
He said he'd come on. He's just been busy
Okay.
with work and stuff, so
Right,
he hasn't had time. What's up, Wormy?
Was that it? Was there any other clips we were gonna watch today?
I guess. I mean, we could watch a thing on inflation if you want, or we could just call it a day. We could do.
Does anyone care about inflation?
No one cares, but obviously I have. I like to bring enough content. All we have to do is change the thing.
The Juminati wants to talk to you, Sitch. I just said I don't. I'm said all we do is talk to rightoids. I don't talk to leftoids. You're not a leftoid, Juminati. Okay. Unless suddenly you've changed your opinion drastically, but
cool. Yeah, I guess we've watched enough Kidology.
yeah. Well, I mean, we just talked to FD, so it's kind of just be rehashing. But
yeah, and I hit I forgot to hit record again when he came. It's just
shocking.
So now the video's even messed up. But who cares?
Well, listen, CT will fix your mistakes. Okay.
If we're gonna upload it as a clip, I don't know.
Right.
Anyway, do we have more super chats, or
yeah?
Do you want to do inflation, or how are you feeling?
We'll see. I'll do super chats and then we can talk about inflation afterwards. How about that?
Okay.
Not that kind of inflation, you disgusting perverts.
I'm talking about I'm talking about the fat girl inflation. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Okay. XSL for $2 says eliminate one prison labor, state or federal. Why? What?
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Are you saying like if we had a choice to eliminate state or federal prison labor, which would we do and why? Is that the question?
Mm-hmm.
Neither. I think there should be more prison labor. I think we need more slave prison labor.
Ouch.
77X for $50. Thank you. Says blaming religious right for quote every man for himself mentality is incredibly ignorant. As someone who grew up as a struggling first-generation immigrant, our family received help from the church, sponsored organizations, and free church food. Yeah, that's an interesting point because that is kind of contradictory.
The churches are not racist at all.
Well, no, but it's kind of an interesting contradiction because the right is the side that's associated with religion, specifically Christianity more, and Christianity is very anti every man for himself mentality.
Yep.
I think it's, and this is I think kind of what FD was getting at, and I think this is the issue, and this is kind of like with Reagan's welfare queens. The right, I don't think the right is like selfish. It's just the perception of a political group will say, hey, your money is going to fund some outgroup or your political enemies or people that, are bad or people that don't want to work or something. Like they're demonized. I don't think the right is selfish.
The Bob Murphy Show, episode 130.
Sorry.
I don't think the right is selfish. I think it's a question of feeling like, oh, the money's being wasted or it's going to people I don't like. I think that's what triggers people.
Well, it's going to their political adversaries.
Sure.
Yeah.
But,
well, I think it's easy to cast, like nobody wants to see their money going to political adversaries, but the left constantly casts that as racism or selfishness.
Right. Well, and I think, and this is going back to the CRT conversation, I think this is why liberalism works, is that by fixating on the individual and opening things up on a universal level and trying to create a more universal American identity, I think you can get people to not be xenophobic of other people on the basis of their skin color.
That's what we're working on, yeah.
Right. Where I think the CRT solution is literally just to throw their hands up in the air and say, that's impossible. Everyone's going to be xenophobic against people based on their skin color, period. And that's it. And to me, I think that's the reason I think that that's foolish. Because if we just look at American history, we just look at European history, the lines of xenophobia were constantly changing. I mean, there were times where white British and white German people thought each other was some sort of evil, degenerate, barely human species, right?
Even though they were both technically white.
Even though they're both, by our considerations and modern standards, white. And so, I mean, it's the lines are just have shifted so much over history and shift so much constantly.
Yeah.
I don't see why that stops at, skin color when, in my experience, it doesn't. So, dialogue always. Hey, look.
Holy cow, he's listening.
Dialogue always. Thank you, dialogue always. For $5 says, "Good God, man!" It's the actual dialogue always, not the fake one. It says, "Good God, man! Establish what you mean by racism before you start swinging for the fences."
Who, me?
Oh, well.
Was that aimed at me or was it aimed at FD?
I don't even know what this was.
I agree.
About,
FD should do that.
There you go. I agree. You guys didn't push FD when he talked about black name as a disadvantage. Well, actually, I wanted to bring it up, but then we got kind of sidetracked. And I hope we talk again, because the question I want to ask him, which I think would be very interesting, is he said that he named his children, I think he said the term I don't want to put words in my mouth. The term he used was African names. He named his children African names, and he said he did this as an act of rebellion. And so I was very curious to ask him, did he know about those naming stats before he named his children? And if so, then why did he name them that way?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm very curious to have a conversation about why, what does that entail exactly? What is the purpose of naming your children that way? And how that relates to the black names disadvantage conversation.
Well, I don't remember when that black names disadvantage conversation took place.
It was like right in the beginning.
Well, no, I don't remember when the study was taken. So.
Oh, well, no, but see, because my thought process is, and if he's listening, he can steal this for the argument in the future, is that
the rebellion
if you have a name
against it. Yeah.
Well, and I've seen people there. Apparently, there's another study that was like, yeah, if you have a name that's quote unquote a black name, a name that's not Adam or John or Rob or something that's like a stereotypical black name.
Sitch.
There you go. That you'd be less likely to receive certain callbacks for certain jobs. Obviously, I'm sure if you're applying for a programmer at Google right now, it might actually be the reverse. It might drastically help you. So times do change.
Right.
But when the study was done in certain jobs, I think they were like retail jobs.
Right.
If I recall correctly from the study, it would actually reduce callback. And then someone did a similar study where they did people that had very like redneck sounding names.
And they got the same response.
Yeah. And it was also in a very not redneck area. And they had very rednecky names, and they also suffer the same discrimination. And I remember, if your name says something about you, it shouldn't. And as a good liberal individualist, that shouldn't. But I don't control the minds of people. People make snap judgments, and if people see a name, they signify something in their mind. So if someone sees a really like a Billy Bob name. Right. Someone says, "Oh, your name's Billy Bob." They're going to assume like, "Oh, they're poor white trash," right? Like that's just the assumption they make in their mind.
Montana.
Right. And I think for a lot of the quote unquote black names, they're not really black names. I think they're lower income black names. And people, whether for good or for ill, I think that's the way a lot of people perceive them to be. And it says like, so that's why I want to ask him like, why, if you know that these names have some sort of baggage attached to them, why do you name your kids that? And why did you label it as an act of rebellion? Because it sounds like you're saying, well, in order to rebel from society, I've named my kids a label as an act of rebellion. But doesn't that signify to everyone in society that your kids are like a threat, are rebels or inherently rebels? Isn't that what it's signifying to people? And so thus, if that's the thought process that you have, would it surprise you that an employer would say, well, why do I want to hire someone who I think is going to have a higher chance of being a rebel?
Yeah.
So I would like to have that conversation. So hopefully we'll have that conversation in the future. But
sounds boring.
Drew the Dogman for $2 says 20% of black men voted for Trump. Well, that was another thing I was curious because he said there's a lot of black women breadtubers, but not a lot of black men. And I was curious. Why is that? Why is there such a big sex disparity?
Did 20% of black men vote for Trump? Really? 1 in 5 black guys?
I wouldn't be surprised. But
huh. Wow.
Andrew Haskins for $5 says the abolishment of slavery is white supremacism. Slavery is an African institution, and we should appreciate other people's cultures, right? I don't think so. CT for 2 Canadians says, FD, come on, man. No one likes Drake. That's a straw man.
I don't think I've ever listened to Drake.
There you go. I think I agree with that. Gene the Angry Penguin for $5 says, it isn't we don't understand you. We simply disagree with you. I mean, that's what I would say, but I assume he hasn't followed our content enough to know what we understand and don't understand.
Yeah.
CT for the other 2 Canadians says, I'm just joking, by the way. Thanks for coming on. Well, thank you, CT. Rotisserie Protocol for $2 says, I disagree with you heavily, but I respect you for coming.
Yeah.
There you go.
Nice.
Base chat. Yes. Genie Angry Payment for $5 says,
CRT, his phone is blowing up right now. Like, why'd you go on those Chud stream?
Nah.
What are you doing?
No one cares about us.
I mean,
we skate under the radar. Okay.
Yeah. We try.
Yeah, that's true. Gene the Angry Penguin for $5 says CRT is an excuse for high-level racist. I mean, I would agree. I agree with that. Mystery Guest 01 for $20 says boring Marxist claptrap. I'm out. Have a good night, fellas. Well, Mystery Guest, first of all, thank you for $20, but you gotta listen. You gotta engage. Okay.
Right.
You gotta
Isn't Mystery Guest like an executive producer?
Mystery Guest is our surrogate uncle. Yeah. You have to set the stage for future conversations.
Sitch, you might have to do a public apology.
Joe the Mick for $5 says calling someone a racist is always a moral claim. What a clown show this rationalizing is. Well, I would agree sort of in that I think that's how most I think
they structured it so the intent is taken out of it, they can make a claim since there's no intent that is not a moral action. That's what they're doing.
There's so many things he said. That's why it's like I want to talk to him for a long period of time, because there's so many things he said that I want to dive into, because he was simultaneously saying that it's kind of not a moral claim necessarily to call someone racist. But then when you said, oh, white people that are living in the system but are not outwardly racist, that's not a moral failing, but he wouldn't stand by the way that you phrased that. Exactly. So it's kind of like I'm confused as to what exactly his position is on that, because I would argue that the CRT crowd and that the far leftist crowd on racism, they intentionally, at least the literature, not FT Signifier, I don't know about him personally, but I think the literature is kind of structured in such a way that they want to use the emotional weight of calling someone a racist as a weapon, but then kind of construct this paper-thin veneer of, well, I can call someone racist even if they're not actually intentionally, outwardly, or even subconsciously racist, just as a means of control.
Yeah. All negative stereotypes are a means of control. That's the whole point of them.
Yeah. Yeah. So
this is when we did have Dialogue Always on the 200 show, this was our contention about, it always comes down to the negative stereotypes. And he always wants to say, oh, it's not a negative stereotype though. I go, okay. Can you really say when you're saying, listen, all white people are racist, asterisk, can you really say that that's not a negative stereotype? Because the asterisk explains that, oh, well, they're living in a system that they don't. It's like,
well, what he's saying is, that's
like saying all black people are violent, asterisk.
Right.
When they're defending themselves.
Right, exactly.
Like, wouldn't everybody be?
Well, what his rationale, what FD's rationale for that is, because they do this kind of, we're redefining racism in this kind of weird way. So it's like, oh, but see, to me, I think it's, whether it's intentional or unintentional, I think it's a deceptive move because it's using the emotional power of racism, but kind of trying to be like, well, technically, I'm not saying that you're this thing. I'm saying you're this other redefinition of racism. And it's like, well, then just use a different word. Why are you using the same word? It's a very Mott and Bailey kind of esque move, in my opinion. But
yeah, well, it's effective. What do you expect?
Of course, I know.
I can't. Can you imagine What do you think would happen if Ron DeSantis came out and gave the welfare speech from Ronald Reagan from 1980?
I think he would get pilloried.
He would he would throw his career away.
Right.
Yeah. Be over.
Right. Well, the other thing I wanted to ask him about was, what are the Republican policies that he sees as like just racist policies?
Yeah.
That's what I'm curious about. But PC for $2 says, glad to hear racism isn't morally repugnant.
I know. I saw that one too.
There you go.
You know it is, though.
Yes. Butter Ample for $2 says, Sitch, please explain the origin of P plus P equals R. Well, there you go. I'll send him my 2-part video.
I asked for world peace for Christmas, and CT sent me this shirt. World peas.
There you go.
I think it's a pun. I think it might have been meant to go to you, but
no, because CT said, Adam, what do you want for Christmas? And you said world peace.
Yeah, I know.
Like a smartass. So then she extra smartassed you in return by getting you that T-shirt.
She draxed me.
Yes. So. Joe the Make for $5 says, quote, racism exists, so we need to lean into more racism. What the actual feck? Yeah, I mean, that's, to me, that is the one sentence description of CRT. So that's my problem with it. Fondue, thanks so much for being a food seeker for 9 months, says, if I can't make my point, you should really consider how little you know. Well, I think it's interesting. And I mean, to me, it's very completely non-persuasive to tell someone, well, based on my life experiences, you should trust me. Mm-hmm. I mean, anyone could say that about anything. Someone could say, listen, based on my life experiences, I know for a fact that aliens exist and you have to trust me. Mm-hmm. Like if someone said to me, Sitch.
Did he say that? I don't think he said. Did he?
That's what well, not about aliens, but he was saying that about racism.
Yeah, but that's anecdotal. And he was saying,
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like if someone said to you, okay,
based on my life experience, racism exists. So
if someone says, I've experienced alien abductions, I've seen the alien crafts and the hangars, they go on and on about all the aliens they've experienced. You should trust me and believe aliens are real. Mm-hmm. I mean, should I believe them?
Look,
no. Why would I believe that? That's ridiculous. And then you say, well, it's different with racism because a lot of other people share the same experience. It's like, so what? Lots of people say aliens exist. Like, to me, it's horribly unpersuasive. You need to show me something far more tangible than just your personal experience. Every person, which you would acknowledge because you think that there's kind of like this liberal menu, this liberal blanket that kind of, blinds us to certain things. We all have our own biases, our own prejudices. Why should I trust your judgment on why certain things are the way they are, just based on your experiences? All your experiences are just run through your own prejudices, your own judgments.
Well, I do think you can make an honest assessment of how much daily racism you experience in your life. That's the thing. And where you can't make the assessment is in saying whether or not it's. Like he was saying, it hasn't gotten any better, and I'm like, well, you don't have the experience of a black man living in the 1950s.
That's true. Yeah, right. You're not an immortal being that's lived through
right, exactly. Right. So
right, that's a really good point. Using his own sort of epistemological lens.
Yeah.
But I would say I don't know if you really can. It depends on what the quote unquote racism is, because it's one of those situations where it's like, you get pulled over by a cop. The cop is angry at you, right? Mm-hmm. If you're white, you're like, what the fuck's his problem? If you're black, you're like, this cop is racist. So there's an assumption element built into it about like, well, you're assuming people, and, unless the person literally says to you something like, very racist, like, oh, all black people speed or something, like you're just making an assumption that there's a racist intention behind whatever's happening.
Yeah.
But that's why the literature around racism has shifted into this, well, it's all about outcomes, because then you don't have to prove the argument. They just say, well, look, there's a disparate outcome, so therefore it's racist.
Well, they're just changing the label of it.
Of course. Yeah, you're assuming a person's intention based on their race. You are engaging in a racist action to determine that they're being racist against you.
Yeah.
So. PC for $2 says, it's a comedy show. Smash that like button. That's right. Thank you, PC. Smash. Smash, smash,
Like
smash.
button smash. I had the window open. I didn't even like this stream. What a loser.
I know.
Damn it.
Junebug for $2 says, this guy should debate AK Nation News. Who's that?
AK Nation News. You don't know
I'm
who that
unfamiliar with
is?
that person.
Oh. Should get
Who dat?
your act together. I don't know who that is.
Joe the Make for $5 says, how are you going to say you want to remove the moral aspect from racism, but then balk entirely at the opportunity to directly back that stance? Yeah, I didn't. His view on that was not
What was the
made
view?
clear to me, so I'm not sure I understood it. But
What was the problem?
he said, Joe the Make said, how are you going to say you want to remove the moral aspect from racism, but then balk entirely at the opportunity to directly back that statement? Like, because he was saying he wanted to remove the moral aspect from it, but then he didn't really want to remove the moral aspect from it. So,
Listen, you can't remove the moral aspect to racism. Racism is, it hits the Liberty Oppression Foundation. It hits the Fairness Cheating Foundation. Yeah. Nah.
I feel like a lot of recenter anti-racist theoretical literature that I think FD has read a lot of. It's funny. I think it's literally all rooted in privilege.
What?
Because it's like this idea of like, oh, well, we need to get, because it all feels very after the fact, right? Like if you go through the literature of them changing the definition of racism to P plus P equals R, that was done not because of any philosophical idea. It was done because they were tired of people on the right being able to say, we shouldn't do affirmative action because that's racist. You're judging someone on the basis of their skin color. So because of that argument, in order to win that argument, they're like, well, we're just going to redefine a word to win an argument.
Yep.
Right. And so it's kind of the same thing. I've seen a lot of this literature where like, oh, we can't have conversations about racism in America because as soon as you say racism, liberals freak out because liberals have spent the last 50 years, labeling racism as like the worst thing ever. Which, first of all, that's a good thing.
Yeah, I
like, what the fuck? Why are you complaining about that? That's insane. But then, so it's like, oh, well, this is why I say what it means feels privileged. Because they're like, well, because we can't have the specific kinds of conversations we want to have right now, we should dismantle this very important moral, foundation of racism being evil. And it's like, well, you understand that, people built that moral, that immoral.
It's a taboo for a reason.
Right. Yeah. People built that taboo of racism into America to destroy, slavery and segregation in this country. And you want to dismantle it because you have some highly specific argument you want to engage in with people. Like that's just so privileged.
Yeah, it would. I don't think the outcome. This is back to the conservative thing. Like, do you really want to do that? Do you really think that's a good idea?
Right. Well, so as I said with CRT, it's like you really want to open the door again that you can be openly. You want to open that door again? You think only black people are going to engage in that behavior? Of course not. White people are going to engage in that behavior.
Yeah.
And it's going to get worse. Luther Doberman for 10 Canadian says he doesn't want to end oppression. He wants to be the oppressor. Change my mind. Creeping Pence for $10 says, you may be interested in watching the video Racial Tension in Dubuque, if I'm saying this wrong, Dubuque, Iowa. It's a 2020 segment from the early 90s. You may need to edit beforehand as there's multiple instances of the N-word. Uh-oh. Well, I'll check it off. I'll check it out off stream first. So, Racial Tension in Iowa 2020. I'll see if I can find that. Commander Caleb for $5 says he appealed to stats, says the stats are biased and appealed to lived experience within the same 5 minutes after attacking Adam for telling a story. Yeah, I noticed.
Did you notice that?
I didn't notice that.
Notice that.
Yeah.
Like, we constantly want to know the level of racism and the. I mean,
Right.
that's an interesting thing to know.
Well, if you were to plot out that interaction, was very interesting because you said, well, why are your you just want us to trust your lived experiences and you're criticizing my lived experiences. And then his response to that was, well, no, I have data on my side. And then I said, well, the problem is that there's data that has an outcome, but it requires a flawed human being to make a determination about
that data
and to interpret the data and explain why the outcome is the way it is. And then that's when he had to fall back on, well, trust my lived experiences. So,
well, I mean,
I obviously don't trust.
I don't have any problem trusting somebody's lived experiences. Obviously,
you don't trust their the broader interpretation that they're going to make about society.
Well, this was the point I made about the racist neighbor. Like, for all you know, you're just in a completely racist zone, which I obviously would suck.
Sure.
And I mean, even the stuff about racist policing, I'm like, that's because of racist stereotypes. I mean, if that's happening, it's because of some stereotype, which, I mean, police are only human beings, right?
Right.
If 90% of the people they're interacting with are black, they start thinking, oh, well, all black people must be criminals. It's like
and
horrible,
you have to,
but that's
you have to
completely
actively
untrue. Fight against
actively
it. Yes.
fight against that, right?
Yeah, exactly. But then you get the Fistel Castiles of the world who are just fine, upstanding citizens. Same with FD Signifier. Same with Dialogue Always. You know, I'm sure they're just guys trying to feed their family and get to work and live the TradCon life, right? But they're getting pulled over like they're Kanye West, right?
Right. Wow, that's a weird thing to say.
I mean, they're getting pulled over like they're. Was Kanye West a gangster at one time? I guess.
No, he wasn't. He always
he was never a gangster.
Yeah, I thought he was always well off. But
who's the look at this? I don't have a good. Who's the rapper that should be pulled over?
It doesn't matter.
Anyway.
But yeah, no, I agree.
But then,
Gabriel Lantis,
but then they want to start this other racist stereotype that's going to get everyone on my side, all the white racist dudes are going to be voting. It's going to be horrible. Yeah.
Gabriel Lantis for 5 Canadians says, also, I thought the name job phenomenon FD was referring to only had a handful of studies to draw from. Yeah, I mean, I've only seen the same handful of studies that it's been talked about. I don't know if it's ever been done recently or wide scale. So,
I mean, I think it would be fun to have a conversation just not about race, but about like Marxism or late stage capitalism. Like, I feel like we could make. Because then we don't even need to really worry about the my lived experience stuff, right?
Well, we can talk about both things. But
Sitch is like...
to me, talking about Marxism is like so boring.
Boring?
It's so ridiculous.
Like, we're living in late stage capitalism and you don't even care.
Right. Well, I asked the question. I don't think he answered. I said, why... why can't we go to a post-World War II economic model without turning to socialism?
Without the racism.
Without the racism, yeah. Why is that not feasible? And there's nothing about the post-World War II economy and the structure of that from the American perspective of strong labor unions, labor having lots of power to make agreements with management and with owners. That had nothing to do with racism.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how that...
Here's the question for partisans right here. Would you rather have like a good economy with, affordable housing and high wages, all the things you desire in life, but your political adversary, whoever it is, whichever party you're not in favor of, is in power? Or you
That's
can
a
have a
question people
terrible,
wouldn't want to answer.
or you can have a terrible economy. You know, just everything
Right.
that we have now. You know, healthcare is
Right.
through the roof, housing is through the roof, wages are garbage, the dating market is shit, but your guy is in power.
Right.
Which, take your pick. Which do you prefer? Oh, that's
Yeah.
an unthinkable option for partisans, isn't
I don't
it?
think people would answer that question, honestly. Maybe some of them would.
What would the answer be?
I think most people would say, of course.
The
that's fine with
economy,
me,
yes,
dude."
of course.
But no. They would cope. They would seize. They'd be, no.
It would be so painful for them because their
Sure.
political adversary would be in charge and they would have to acknowledge. They would constantly be talking about how terrible things are
Right.
when
right.
things are really actually kind of good.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, because it would have to be, the question would have to be slightly modified. It would be the economy is better, but it's working. Specifically, it's better because the philosophy that you don't like is working.
Oh, I know.
So,
Yeah.
though Thorodactyl, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Thorodactyl. Godlight Snake, thank you for upgrading your membership to Outside the Simulation. Oh my
Wow. I think there's only 2 people in that club, to be honest with you.
Only 2 people have made it outside the simulation.
Yeah. Amazing.
Good Emperor for 6 months says, "Why don't you inform him you aren't white Sitch?" I didn't think saying, as a person of shadow, I'm very offended by your comments. Was the appropriate time in the conversation, but maybe next time. Maybe next time I'll explain to him the plight of the shadow people.
I do not think that's going to go well, just so
No?
you know.
Wavy Crockett, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 5 months. Says, great conversation, boys. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Wavy.
Yeah, thanks.
Sketch, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 5 months. Says, Clarence Thomas grew up in the 50s and 60s, but I'm sure FD had a better grasp of the history of racial relations, right? Yeah, I mean, that's the problem of using your lived experiences as like the basis of trying to prove some kind of, I mean, we all do it. Like everyone does it, but that is the danger of using that as like the basis of your worldview.
Well, I mean, my lived experience was that women in Los Angeles are all greedy gold diggers, right?
There you go.
But
right.
I didn't.
So does that mean all women are?
I didn't jump to the conclusion that all women are greedy gold diggers.
Exactly.
I moved.
There you go.
I moved.
There you go.
And I was like, wow, none of the women here are greedy gold diggers. It's awesome.
Right.
You know, found myself a girlfriend in a stable relationship. Then I moved back to LA.
You should have said that you were Jewish and asked whether he considers Jews white. Well, that would have definitely sidetracked the conversation.
You should have just told, well, I'm not white. Adam is, but
I'm not white. I'm Jewish. If I said I'm not white, I'm Jewish, you know what happened?
what?
No bullshit would have suddenly appeared in the chat
I
years
told
later
you.
and said, I knew it. I told you. I got him. I finally got him. He'd be doing backflips. So,
Ouch.
can't have that. The Justice 35 for $5 says, content idea. Once a month or so, the Chad A team host a Sitch and Adam panel show. I feel like you guys would be really good at driving conversations.
Sure.
Sure.
Well, I mean, we did panels for the 200 show, and I mean, it's so much work because people dominate the conversation. We're so much better just having like 1 or 2 people on, don't you think?
Yeah, but I think they're saying like if we had a panel show where we're just driving the conversation, we're throwing out like the topic, and then we kind of take a step back.
Sure.
Let other people argue. I mean,
Right.
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, no bullshit. Was waiting all these years, waiting in the wings for me to just say I'm not white, just so he could spring up and get the win. Yes. Gabriel Lantis for 5 Canadians says, can you imagine how much seething people would have if the future was anti-free speech and the world was way better? That would be very interesting. That'd be very interesting.
I know that these gang task force, and I can't remember where I got this. I was watching some documentary or listening to some show on YouTube. But they were talking about how social media creates a lot of gang violence, and that they monitor social media for things that they think are going to end up getting people killed. And respond to the people who make the statements and try and encourage them to like remove them or whatever.
Right.
Isn't that fascinating? So they're trying to get them to curb their speech because they're like, you know, you're talking shit about some guy that's gonna, you know, probably come over and shoot up your house on social media.
Yes.
So I mean, maybe curbing speech could prevent that kind of violence. That's the only example I can think of where curbing speech would literally prevent violence.
Well, he was just saying, you know, like using it for your question, you know, would you rather live in a better society that's opposite what your worldview is or not? And people in chat were saying that's an unfair question. And I understand what they mean by that, because the answer everyone would give would say, well, I think the question is not a real question because
my ideology would obviously produce the best society.
Right, exactly. Right,
your question is wrong by default. Yes.
Exactly. That'd be the answer everyone would give. So,
but I mean, I guess you'd have to separate culture from the economics, right? Because which I just said, I mean, my thought example was focused around economics. So obviously you would still have 24/7 drag queen story hour and like you would have
but that's
72 genders on a driver's license. The economy would be good.
Lots of people would say, I would sacrifice having a better economy if it meant we got rid of, like, you know, drag queen story hour and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So.
I get it.
And, you know, there's an argument to be made there.
I understand.
CT for $2 says, Adam, my sweet summer child. You can't say, quote, I don't like stereotypes, then say, if there's a racist online, he's on the right. And if there's a PDF file, they're on the left. Cue the CRT and priests who abuse kids. There you go.
I guess you're right. Yeah, that's true. There are racists on both ends of the political spectrum.
Soldage for $2 says, fun fact, Sitch. After World War II, Japan's economy was heavily punished through, guess, left-wing economic policies. From 1945 to 1948, heavy taxes as high as 85% were imposed on both the people and the businesses. It heavily suppressed the Japanese economy, which didn't turn around until MacArthur implemented changes and they entered a trade deal in 1955. But sure, the things we did to punish other countries is definitely the cause of our success because logic. Well, there's a big problem with this sort of idea that I hear whenever you bring up the post-World War II economy. And people always point to, like, all this things we're doing foreign and, you know, the markets were all blown up overseas and, you know, blah, 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 and all this stuff and all those arguments. All those arguments only have to do with the amount of money America was making. It has absolutely nothing to do to explain who in America was making the money. Because if you want to wrap your mind around something, guess what? The current U.S. economy is making more money than the post-World War II economy was back then. So if you're just talking about raw numbers, we're making more money than we made back then. We have a higher GDP than we had back then. So that's obviously not the issue. It's not about it's not about the raw money that we're making. It's not about the big number that we're making. It's about how that number is being distributed. And you look in the post-World War II economy, and the money that people had was being distributed across the country to different people in different ways. So,
do you want to invite Souldoge on for the inflation video?
I mean, if he wants to, sure.
I mean, he'll freak out. It'll be great.
It could be funny.
Just be like losing his mind the whole time. Souldoge has been on before, right? He's like the military guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's cool.
He is cool.
I mean, he's kind of a weirdo. He's kind of like, what's that thing?
Why would you say that?
Dunning-Kruger? Is that what it's called?
No, how dare you?
I'm only kidding, Souldoge.
Unlike FD Signifier, I will not call Souldoge stupid, okay?
I'm not. Are you? Wait, you're not calling FD Signifier stupid. You're
No,
saying
he was saying
he
that
was
we're
calling
stupid.
it. We were getting called.
Yeah,
stupid.
right.
Well, I mean, I do. When he said it, I was like, well, he's probably talking about the reverse Dunning-Kruger that everyone knows I have.
There you go. Adam is well known for having reverse Dunning-Kruger.
Right, yeah. That's when you're so smart that a lot of times people don't understand what you're saying because it's just over their heads.
And they think that you're stupid. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
There you go.
That's me.
Dr. Diller for 2 hours says, it sounds like FD here is saying that being black, of course, involves a certain set of inherent characteristics. Ignoring the racism in that statement, black people in other countries don't act like they do in the U.S. Interesting.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask about that next. Andrew Clark for $2 says, crazy religious guests are exhausting. Also, yes, this guy's perspective is the same as the black crime statistics guy. And Andrew Clark for $2 says, I wonder if the African names for Americans are seen differently than African names for African immigrants. That's an interesting question. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be interesting. That'd be an interesting study too. That'd be an interesting study to do the job interview study with like black American names versus like black names from like other countries that signifies that they're from a different country.
I mean, Z-Way is a pretty ethnic name, it seems. And she's got a TV show.
Oh.
Z-Way? We watched the Z-Way clip.
We got hit with that for doing that, yeah.
Hit with it.
Copyright hit. Your friendly CIA agent for $2 says, that's right, Sitch. If somebody comes to you ranting about coming across aliens, you should ignore them. Don't believe a word about the hangar he saw it in. Also, can I get the name of that citizen? I just want to say hi. Well, listen, send me a DM, CIA agent, and I will definitely send you the name of the individual. But like Twitter, you're going to have to reimburse me for my research. And I believe it will also cost around $3 million. So, Andrew, Andrew Clark for $2 says, watch a soul snack video with FD, please. I need it.
Oh my God, that would be amazing.
That would be funny. That would be fun. Maybe we'll do that in the future if he comes back on. That'd be very funny.
He's not going to be able to come back on. People are going to just give him.
No one cares that he talked to us.
I invited, so on the stream, he was responding to Kidology. He had Professor Flowers on, and I invited Professor Flowers on after the blow up with Vosh. And I mean, she was very cordial. She didn't want to come on, but she was very cordial. So,
right. Yeah, we can talk to her. Yeah, I'd like to talk to her about her right-wing stereotypes and some other stuff. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I was like, maybe she'll soften up and come on.
Thos Apprentice says that he's doing research. He's going to look up every monarch to determine how many of them inherited the throne and how many of them had to fight for the throne, and then also whether they were considered good or bad monarchs. That'll be interesting. Thoth's Apprentice. One of my first fans.
Aiden Paladin just responded for February 7th for our Monarchy Part 2 debate.
Nice.
We might have.
I actually had some very interesting thoughts related to that.
A monarchy debate?
Yes.
Oh,
we can bring that up when we talk about it. So it's
What
kind of
are
about
they?
how, back in the old days, the monarchs could have a culture that was completely separate from the masses because of the way society worked and was segregated. Because their idea is like the monarchs would not be woke, right? They'll have some sort of elite culture, like back in the good old days.
Right.
And I was thinking that that's incredibly naive because culture doesn't work that way anymore. Because we don't live in this drastically segregated society the way you did in the Middle Ages, where like the monarchs were all going to fancy parties. They never interacted with like the poors.
Yeah.
Because nowadays, where does culture come from? It comes from the internet.
Yeah.
It comes from Twitter. It comes from Instagram. It comes from all the same TV shows and movies that everyone's watching. You can't segregate. There's going to be like, quote unquote, like aspects of rich culture and aspects of poor culture that are going to be separate, but they can't be completely separated like they were in the Middle Ages. And so the idea that you're going to be able to have a bunch of, elite monarchs run a country and have them be segregated from wokeness and woke culture is such a fantasy, such a fantastical idea.
I mean, our elites are totally woke. What makes them think that
Right.
Some monarch elites aren't going to be totally woke.
I know. I don't know. It's
I
a
mean,
good
the
question.
wokeness is, they're competing on, I mean, they consider wokeness as being morally superior.
Right.
Yeah.
So this video that you have, you have Rogan Gray deep dive on the legality of MMT and the $1 trillion platinum coin.
Yeah.
So I actually looked it up afterwards. After our conversation, we had the conversation about,
The
I mistakenly
platinum
thought
coin.
that they had used the platinum coin, which they actually had not. They threatened to use it. They never actually used it.
Mm-hmm.
But then we were also talking about why did it have to be platinum, or could it be any metal? And it turns out it does have to be platinum because there was some bizarre law that was passed that the Treasury could mint. This was for the idea of minting commemorative coins. That basically Congress gave the Treasury the ability to mint platinum coins, specifically platinum coins. However, in the law, they neglected to create a maximum amount of coin that they could, or maximum amount of value for the coin.
This whole thing is a loophole.
So the whole idea that the Treasury could mint a $1 trillion coin is based on a loophole. It's a loophole that exists, but it's based on a mistake.
It's literally a $1 trillion commemorative coin.
Right.
They should commemorate the debt ceiling. They should make it the debt ceiling coin.
How amazing would it be? Like, say we have another debt fight ceiling, right? The Treasury should mint a $1 trillion platinum coin with Ted Cruz's face on it.
Right, exactly.
No, it's got Ted Cruz reading Green Eggs and Ham as he filibusters the debt ceiling.
If you would like to buy
really
this $1 trillion commemorative coin, just call us.
There you go. And the Fed says, we would like to buy the $1 trillion commemorative coin. And then they say, oh, well, we'll just give it to you. You don't even have to buy it. It's just a donation.
Yeah. They talk about that in here.
Yes.
How they turn it into digital money.
I was looking up. I was trying to find, I can't believe this. I was trying to find a definitive source from the government that says that when the government, that first of all was the government explaining why they sell T-bills and treasury bonds in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't find a definitive government site explaining it, that it was done to what the purpose of it was.
Mm-hmm.
Because I would say the purpose of it is to offset inflation primarily.
Yeah, mop up. He even says that in here. Sop up.
Right, but I wanted to have like a source, because I know if we had a conversation with someone, they would be like, well, what are you basing it off? And I wanted like, here's the link of the government saying this. I couldn't find that link. I also couldn't find a definitive source of how so like the money that someone uses, or a bank uses, or an individual uses to buy a bond or a bill from the government,
mm-hmm.
that money is then deleted from existence and destroyed.
Yes.
And I couldn't find a definitive source from the government just stating that I could just point to and say, here. Because I know when we talk about it, people are going to ask for sources.
Yeah, no, it's interesting that you're actually looking for sources. Have you looked at Warren Moser's book, 7 Innocent Frauds?
No. I mean, I've heard
sources in there.
I'll check, because I've heard economists talk about these ideas.
Right.
But I've never seen like, well, here's like the direct source for it. So
yeah.
I mean, I believe they're true. I just want to have those sources in the back pocket for these conversations.
I mean, I sent you one source on
that was about
fractional
reserve banking. That's a different question. So.
Yeah.
Right.
So
what is this clip?
So this is talking about inflation, which this clip is actually from 2 years ago because it was the last debt ceiling fight. But I was re-listening to this and I was like, wow, all of this is completely pertinent to today because everyone's talking about massive inflation. The Federal Reserve is raising interest rates and everyone's losing their mind over inflation, right? So I just figured we could watch this video about inflation and, kind of, explain it because it's kind of high level. Obviously I understand what's going on and you understand what's going on, but maybe we can like dumb it down a little bit for people.
I'm an idiot, so you're going to have to explain it to me.
Well, no, you're better look, you're going for all these sources on economics and stuff like that. What's the purpose of that? You ready to start doing some economics debates? Yes. Sitch's internet went out. Okay, Sitch. Let's see.
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
I
Cool.
just got up for a second. Jeez.
Oh, gotcha.
Sometimes I get up to get something. I don't expect Adam to ask me a question. Like,
No, I get it. I totally get it.
I don't want to be like, yes, Adam, to answer your question.
So you're,
Uh,
I mean, you're interested in economics, right? I'm
Well,
interested in making money, man. I want to,
Listen.
look, I've been listening to this MMT trader, Mike Norman,
Mhm.
and it's fascinating because and it's interesting because I've always known about the business cycle. I've traded stocks based on the business cycle. And his view of the business cycle is just completely through the MMT lens. He says there are certain points in the year, obviously, and in the business cycle, which can be over a number of years, depending upon, raising and lowering interest rates, depending upon what the Federal Reserve does, and also, the state of the economy. He only examines the Treasury's statement, which they come out with every single day, to look at the spending versus taxing to find out how much money is in the economy. And I guess he's made a bunch of money doing Forex trading, which is currency trading, but he also trades stocks and stuff like that. So he basically says, there are certain times of the year, obviously April 15th, there's a giant tax drain, which is just like all the money being sucked out of everybody's bank accounts. So a lot of people have to sell stocks and bonds to pay their taxes.
Right.
So that's obviously a downward pressure on stocks.
Right.
And he's like, this, it usually takes, and he's looking at the Fed, the Treasury, not the Fed, the Treasury statement on what the spending is, because they also report on what they're spending for Social Security and military and all this other stuff, right? So he's just basically seeing what the level of currency is in the economy and trading based on that.
Now, well,
Do you get
I
that?
guess I'm curious to see what his success rate is on that. But
Well, right now, this is why I've been super fascinated by it, because right now he's literally against everyone. Because everyone, and you've said this, I think I heard Tim Pool say this. Like, a lot of people are saying the economy is going to get like a massive hit in the next 3 months. It's going to be
that's what
like
the rumors are. Yeah.
The rumors are we're another 2008.
And he's saying no, it's going to be great.
And he's saying, I mean, he's saying interest rates are up, which is just like free money. He's like,
right.
the Treasury spending statement or whatever is going up.
Well, I guess we'll find out. I was interested in the sources for a much more interesting idea than what you were interested in, making money. I want to pwn people on the internet in debates, Adam, because I was anticipating that if we do have another idiotic debt ceiling debate down the road in Congress, that's going to lead to idiotic debt ceiling debates on this channel.
It's true.
And so I was like, I gotta get my ducks in a row. I gotta get my sources I can throw out to someone and be like, bam, this is why you're wrong.
I just want to buy the bank stocks and have them double.
Yeah, you want money.
6
I
months.
want to tell people they're wrong. You're supposed to be the contrarian. Why is it that I'm being motivated by telling people they're wrong and you're motivated by something as disgusting and lowly like making money?
I mean, I've been telling you should be interested in making money.
I want to make money. Oh, jeez.
This is the thing that
Terrible.
this is one thing where I might disagree with Mike Norman, the guy who's an MMT trader, because he keeps saying buy the bank stocks because it's like free money because they make interest on reserves, which is like, they have a ton of reserves, so they get a ton of money for higher interest rates. It's like free money. But at the same time, most of the money the bank makes is off of mortgage loans, off of fees from people doing mortgages. But that has completely dried up because higher interest rates also dissuade people from buying homes. They're like, I'll hold out till the interest rates come down before I move or make a home purchase. So,
there you go. You're right. Sitch is fighting stereotypes. True.
What's the stereotype you're fighting?
The Jewish stereotypes about being greedy.
Oh, really? Damn it.
So am I? I mean, it's a Jewish stereotype that Jews like to argue. So
Am I allowed to? I mean, I'm not Jewish, but
exactly, you can listen. You can be as greedy as you want.
I mean, you
Like Sidney Poitier, I have to be a good counter stereotype for my peoples. Okay.
I'm not allowed to give financial advice on the channel.
No. Anyway, let's get into this clip.
Okay. Hold on. Before we begin,
Yeah.
we're going to be talking about inflation here. Everybody's talking about inflation. We're talking about, there's two types of inflation. Sometimes people get loose.
There's the gross fetish kind.
Right. There's three types of inflation. And sometimes people get loose with the terms. There's the fetish kind, which we're not going to be talking about. There is price.
I'm going to be exclusively talking about fetish inflation art in this conversation. Whenever I say inflation in this conversation, you have to picture in your mind inflation fetish art, because that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. There's price inflation, which you go to the grocery store and prices are higher than they were before. I think the definition of it is like a sustained rise in the price level, but we're not at a sustained, like prices went up. I don't know if they're continuing to go up. Some people say that the best cure for inflation is high prices, because then people stop spending and the prices have to come down. So,
right.
And then there is inflation in the Austrian sense of the word, which they're just talking about the money supply getting bigger. So the Austrians are fixated, and if there are any Austrians in our chat, this is for you. I want you to be personally offended by this, because they're fixated on this monomaniacal view of the economy, as if the amount of dollars goes up, prices go up. The dollar becomes worth less, which is not true, because if prices go up, if the amount of dollars go up, let's say the amount of dollars goes up by 10%. Well, if production goes up by 100%, it doubles, you're going to get price deflation, right? So the whole idea behind growing the money supply is to match the amount of production growth so that you get price stability. That's what everyone wants. They want stable prices. And the reason why people don't want deflation is because you're like a fool to buy something today that's going to be cheaper tomorrow. A lot of people wait to make purchases because of big sales. Black Friday's around the corner.
Right.
I'm going to wait and buy the TV, in 2 months when it's cheaper.
Right. So to kind of simplify what you're saying, too often people just say inflation is caused by increase in money supply, period. That's only looking at half of the equation, because inflation is when you have too much money chasing after too few goods. You forget that second half, chasing after too few goods. So inflation is just not a product of of how much money exists, but it's also a product of how many goods and services exist. And so, as you said, if you increase the money supply by 10%, but then the goods and services increases by 100%, then you're going to have deflation, not inflation.
Yeah.
So you have to look at both of these factors. And the thing is, this is what people, and I understand why people don't like this, but this is kind of the way in which modern economies are basically run on. So there's basically all modern economies are basically run on a gamble. And the gamble is, we're going to hit one of these two things. And I'm sure lots of economists would hate that I'm about to say this, but this is how I perceive it. We're going to hit one of two things first. Either we're going to hit a future where we have cheap to free energy and cheap to free labor via robots or something, and we're going to have replicators. We're going to either hit that future first, or we're going to hit the future where we have too many people and we run out of resources, and the environmentalists will be correct. Okay. And we're kind of, and sort of modern economies are on this gamble that we're going to hit the technological base future before we hit the environmental disaster future.
I think leftists on the internet think that we're going to have too many people and run out of resources. I understand
that's what I'm saying, but
believe that.
The economists don't believe that. But what I'm saying is, because kind of the way the economy works is we can kind of indefinitely keep using a debt mechanism to grow and not worry about inflation, because as inflation doesn't you actually want some amount of inflation. You do want to keep increasing the money supply because the amount of goods and services keeps increasing. And that's why all countries are so fixated on improving their demographics, is because of that.
All right. I got a quote from Milton Friedman, the libertarian guy, right? Freedom to choose.
Yeah.
It says, in this famous quote, everybody always takes out of context. So I got the whole quote. It says, inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. Now, everyone quotes that, but they leave out the rest of it. It says, in the sense that it is and can be produced only by a more rapid increase in the quantity of money than an output. A steady rate of monetary growth at a moderate level can provide a framework under which a country can have little inflation and much growth. It will not produce perfect stability. It will not produce heaven on earth, but it can make an important contribution to a stable economic society. Okay, so that's Milton Friedman, right? That's no MMTer there. That's no,
right. Well, also,
no
I don't even know.
left-wing economist.
It would depend on how he defines that too, because like, would he so like say you're in an economic situation where some sort of unknown natural disaster like COVID hits, okay,
and ruins your supply chains,
and ruins the supply chain.
Right.
Then you have inflation, but the money supply didn't change. The supply side changed.
Yes. Yeah.
So is that considered a monetary phenomenon?
Well, this is the thing, because this is the whole purpose of the Federal Reserve, because if you have supply chain issues and all of a sudden output is, cut in half, they're the people that are there to manage it. In the same way that if you have a city that's involved in a crime wave, you have the police department come in and say, listen, we need to, fix this. People are getting shot in the streets. We need to restore order. So that's what the Federal Reserve's job is to do, is to restore order. And right now, I mean, there is a difference of agreement between the MMT economists and the classical economists about whether or not raising interest rates will fix the problem that we're having. Because you got to remember, raising interest rates expands the money supply. It also prevents people, it discourages people from taking out loans and starting new businesses, which theoretically will prevent people from, it stops economic activity, which stops people from making money, which stops people from buying things, which slows down the economy. So less people buying things should stop inflation. Inflation is basically caused by
degenerates,
people bidding up the prices of things. Like the inflation in the housing market was caused because there were more people that wanted houses than there were houses to buy. So every single time a house came up for sale, you had 10 bidders on it. And what's going to happen when you have 10 bidders on one house? What's going to happen, Sitch, when you have 10 bidders on one house and you have a bank that says, oh, take as much money as you want?
It's like hiring a bunch of artists to draw degenerate inflation art. It's just going to inflate the market.
It's going to go through the roof. Yeah, because and not only that, the person who's probably the least financially literate is the one that's going to outbid everyone, because that's the person that's just going to be like, $10 billion.
Yes.
I want this house, honey.
Free money.
Yeah. So all the pertinent, all the conservative financial investors who are like, is a 200 square foot house in the middle of nowhere really worth $6 million?
Yes.
Right. Exactly.
Anyway, let's get to this clip.
No, let's keep talking. No, let's get to the clip.
I think there's anything wrong in what you just said. All right, so let's get a situation that right now we start with the balanced budget. Now the federal government wants to spend an extra $1 trillion. One option is they mint a platinum coin with face value of $1 trillion. They go put it on deposit with the Fed. The Fed gives the mint $1 trillion. They pay their little bill, however much platinum they bought. And so the balance gets remitted to the Treasury. It's basically got an extra $1 trillion now to spend. And there's everybody, I think, gets how that's inflationary in the conventional sense that it's like they created an extra $1 trillion of new spending into the economy.
Just to be clear, you're using inflationary in the Austrian sense of just an increase in the money supply, not necessarily an increase in prices.
Right. But then to the extent that an extra $1 trillion in the hands of the public would tend to push up prices, so monetary inflation.
If I don't agree with that, then this definition is only about, at a formal sense, you're not actually saying there's inflation that we can measure and prove. You're saying that there's definitional inflation because the money supply.
Yes, there's an extra. For people who are worried about inflationary pressures, they get why. Wait a minute, that gives me the heebie-jeebies.
See, this is a thing with the Austrians. So the Austrians think if you increase the money supply, inflation is a given. And what Rowan is saying is, no, not necessarily. It depends. You have to look at the specifics of the situation, which I think is important. And this is where I completely disagree with the Austrians, because you can't just say ipso facto, prices are going to go up. You don't know that.
Well, we had, you look at the housing crash, government printed a bunch of money, no inflation, right?
Yeah.
But then you look at with the COVID, government prints a bunch of money, there is inflation. You say, well, what's the difference? Well, the difference was we had massive supply chain disruptions.
Yep, exactly right.
So
if they did that,
it's all about the balance.
I'm going though,
sorry, you finish.
Whatever the inflationary pressure, maybe you're going to say they're mute or whatever, but whatever the inflationary pressures are.
I would say the inflationary pressure comes from the spending, not from the financing tool. So I would say that there might be inflationary pressure from $1 trillion of spending, but that it wouldn't be dependent on whether that spending was financed by issuing a bond or issuing a coin. But maybe that's where we disagree.
Right, that's where we're coming. Yeah, so this is good. Okay, so but that process where they take a little chunk of metal, write $1 trillion on it, give it to the Fed. Now there's electronically $1 trillion more, and spending is $1 trillion higher than it otherwise would be, and there's no mechanism by which $1 trillion is going to get sucked out of the economy and go back to the Fed because of that, or the Treasury, right? This is a new.
So we're just talking about a deficit. We're just talking about a deficit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So people can see how that would put pressure on prices. All those actions put together tends to raise prices, or at least make them higher than otherwise.
I don't agree with that. But if that's where you're going, let's start with that assumption. I don't agree with that. Yeah.
No, but my scenario does involve a $1 trillion deficit that otherwise wouldn't have happened.
I know, but I'm saying, like, from a basic kind of Keynesian logic, which I'm sure you don't agree with, but if that spending generates production that otherwise wouldn't have occurred, then there's no inherent reason why more spending necessarily doesn't translate to increased productive output rather than inflation.
And that increased productive output would drive down prices.
Right. So to be clear, to kind of break apart the technical language, if you're following. So basically, the guy on the left, who's who?
Bob Murphy is on the left.
Bob is on the left, and he has a more
he's Austrian economics. Yeah.
And the guy on the right's Rowan, and he has like a more MMT perspective, right?
Yeah.
And so Bob is saying just the government printing the $1 trillion, that just the process of printing $1 million creates inflation.
Price inflation, yes.
Right. Price inflation. Yes. He's saying that just the process of printing the money will make prices go up. And Rowan is saying, well, no, printing the money doesn't make the prices go up. It's how the government spends the money that makes the price could make the prices go up or not.
Right. Yes.
Right. And he's saying, because if inflation is too much money chasing after too few goods, if, say, the government prints $1 trillion, but then however the government spends $1 trillion ends up creating $2 trillion in, economic
productive
goods
output.
And services.
Yeah. They use it
produced,
to build factories and make a bunch of stuff.
Then at the end of the day, you have to average those out. And you'd say, well, wait a minute. Then the printing of the $1 trillion didn't actually create inflation at all.
Right.
It actually did the opposite. But
right. And this is where I kind of part ways with the MMT people, because they, their main proposal is a jobs program that doesn't necessarily seem to add to productive output. Right. They will say, well, we're already spending the money because we're giving it to the unemployed. We're basically paying them to do nothing So if we're paying them to do nothing, why don't we pay them to do something? And then, that it could be productive and it might not be productive, but we haven't lost anything.
Well,
So
yeah,
that's
but
their counter argument.
Right, but the problem is, how do you get people who don't want to do anything to do something, right?
Yeah, well, they do. You talk to some of them and they're like, oh, well, we'll do Shakespeare in the Park. And I'm like, okay, well, that's obviously not going to add to the productive output.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
you might have a political or ideological theory that says all government spending is per se inefficient, therefore it has to be, which I disagree with. But the idea that you could spend more, that spending could generate new production, and the end result would be no change to price levels or the value of currency, but just increased output.
Oh, okay, but a second ago you said government spending is inflationary.
No. I was just trying to understand your point, because I don't agree that it's inflation. I think this is a basic Keynesian point. But I understand that some Austrians say that any increase of the money supply is per se inflationary because you're inflating the value of existing currency assets, and that even if it doesn't translate into price increases, in the absence of that, you might have seen price decreases. So it's an effective price increase. I was just trying to sort of
Gotcha. Okay, here I'm trying to zoom in on the thing you said a minute ago when you repeated that financing an extra trillion in deficit spending, an extra trillion in spending, either by issuing extra debt or by minting $1 trillion coin, has the same effect for people who are worried about inflation.
Yeah, it has the same inflationary effect. It doesn't mean that inflationary effect is positive. It's just that it's not contingent on whether it's a coin or.
That's what I'm trying to isolate. So whatever we think of as the inflationary effect, and you're right, whether you're Keynesian or Austrian or MMT, what the inflationary effect is.
A trillion could be way too small depending on circumstances in my view.
Okay. But whatever it is, we all can think through scenario A where they do it by issuing $1 trillion coin. Okay. In scenario B.
It's just funny that the MMT guy is like, $1 trillion, that's nothing. We need $5 trillion coins. Look, this guy is big into the Green New Deal and stuff like that. So. He's really wants to get the spending going.
If they do it, the federal government, the Treasury issues $1 trillion in new bonds. And so if the Fed sits on the sidelines, I would say that extra spending doesn't have the same inflationary pressure. And again, I mean price inflationary pressure, because there's not any new money per se. It's just the private sector handed over $1 trillion in cash. Think of it intuitively. They got $1 trillion worth of bonds. Then the Treasury took that cash and spent it. And so it's not that there's more money in, whereas relative to scenario A, there's definitely more cash.
Do you agree that there's more assets? Like all the bondholders still have $1 trillion worth of assets on their balance sheet, right?
Right.
And now all the recipients of that spending now have $1 trillion of dollars in their accounts, right?
Right.
So at the end of that process, all the bond investors are still whole. They haven't got any less wealthy. They're not taking any less trips to Aspen. They're not buying any less Maseratis. They're not doing, or pension funds are not sort of giving out less in pensions, right? Everybody who was invested in bonds is still made whole on their wealth. And now there's another $1 trillion of assets that other individuals own.
See, no, I don't agree with that. In general, when people save, they do have to cut back. So, and again, because you can't go spend the bonds at the grocery store or whatever.
But so, okay, say you're an investor.
Who I'm confused. I don't know what they're arguing, because shouldn't. So Bob is saying, if you say you buy a $10,000 bond, okay,
right,
that's not going to mature for 30 years,
right.
So that would mean that you basically go to the U.S. government, or you're going to do it through a bank, but hypothetically, you go to the U.S. government, you say, here's $10,000 U.S. government, you're going to give me 30% interest on this, or not 30%, you're going to give me interest on this, whatever the interest rate is, for 30 years, and then after 30 years, I get all the money, right?
Right, you get $11,000.
Yeah, it's not a lot, but because it's a very low risk, so it's generally very low.
It's no
interest
risk
rates, right? Or no risk, right?
They talk
about
that in here, but
right, but the reason people do buy these bonds is because usually it's not an individual, usually it's a bank, and usually they're going to buy billions, if not millions, if not billions of dollars of bonds, where that 1% interest rate is going to actually be substantial. over 20, 30 years, whatever it is.
Yeah, they're money
Right.
managers. It's
Right.
asset swap.
So shouldn't Bob be happy about that, because that's removing money from the money supply, thus counteracting the influx of inflation of the government creating more money?
Well, I didn't get his full example because he said the government is going to create bonds, and they're going to. So it's just this first part of the example is a straight asset swap. I have, they create $1 trillion in bonds, $1 trillion of cash comes out of the economy. And it's just now the people, instead of holding the cash, are holding the bonds, and it's harder to spend the bonds. But then he did this other thing at the end of it where the money that they took in, the cash that they took in, they re-spent. So technically they did an asset swap and then another $1 trillion worth of spending, which I would just think of as there's the asset swap, and then there's the spending. And the spending without the asset swap is just, it's just
well, hold on, because
money.
I'm not following what you mean by asset swap. But before you explain it,
okay.
Well, wait, before you explain it, let me explain, because I feel there's context missing here. It's about the bonds, and that's so. I don't think like the average person understands that when you talk about like the debt, you say, oh, the government has, the U.S. What is it? Let me see. What is it? What's the debt right now? U.S. debt. Okay. What is the national debt right now? It's $31 trillion, right?
That's it? Oh my goodness. We need to do some spending. Jeez.
Right. So you say, okay, this $31 trillion U.S. national debt. So I don't think what people understand is that when the government prints money, okay, so when the government creates $1 trillion platinum coin, that doesn't have to actually increase the debt by $1 trillion. It doesn't have to. The government could just print $1 trillion coin and say, we now have an extra $1 trillion, deal with it.
Right.
The reason it creates debt is because the same time, whenever the government produces money, they produce a bond or a bill or whatever the financial instrument is. I'll just say bond for the sake of the conversation. The same time the government prints a dollar, it prints a bond worth that dollar. And then what it does is it turns around and it sells that bond to someone, person, a bank, a foreign country. And they say, hey, we'll sell you this bond. So the government will say, hey, we just printed $1 trillion right now. We're also at the same time printed $1 trillion of bonds to anyone who wants to buy it. So do you want to buy this $1 trillion bond, and we'll give you, 1% interest over 30 years? It's the selling of the bond that creates the debt. It's not the printing of the money that creates the debt.
Right.
And I don't think people process that. And the government doesn't have to create the bond. And then you say, well, wait a minute. So why does the government create the bond in the first place? Well, the government creates the bond because it's a genius mechanism to offset inflation. Because if they print $1 trillion and then they sell $1 trillion bond, which someone buys, that's not going to mature for 30 years, what that means is that they've just removed that $1 trillion from the extra $1 trillion. They printed $1 trillion, they gave it to some, various people, various banks, various institutions. And then at the same time, when the person buys $1 trillion bond, they remove that $1 trillion from the economy, thus offsetting the inflationary effects of printing the money.
Right. Yeah.
In the first place.
Yeah, because you can't spend the bond at the grocery store. They talk about some of this in here. So that when I say asset swap, that's what I'm thinking. Right. So to shrink the money supply, and they literally did this during the supply chain issues. That you could go to the Federal Reserve Direct website and you could get 10% interest on a treasury bill. So they're basically saying, hey, we need to shrink the money supply because inflation is getting crazy. We need to incentivize people not to go out and bid up prices. So to do that, we're going to offer you 10% interest to not spend your money. So you swap your cash for the bond. So, you can think of it just as turning your cash into the bond because your cash is no more. It doesn't go someplace and get given out in a loan or something. It's tied up in an asset that you're saying, I have this thing, but I'm not going to spend it.
Right. And so, yeah, and so the two other important things is number one, and so I said I wanted the source for it, because my understanding is when you buy the government bond, the government doesn't take your money and then use it for its budget. The government takes your money and then puts it in a big furnace, deletes it from existence.
Yeah.
When you buy a bond, they just delete that money. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is, so then the question is, well, wait a minute, Sitch, you say, if you have a 30-year trillion-dollar bond that's going to mature, doesn't that mean it's going to cause inflation? It's just going to cause inflation, over 30 years, or hypothetically within the 30-year mark once, you get to pay off the bond. Even though usually they pay it by year, but whatever. And that's where I say, well, this is what I was talking about when I talked about the way modern economies work. Because the way the idea is, okay, if we print $1 trillion and we don't issue a bond, then that's just going to create a potential $1 trillion of inflation right there. But if we print $1 trillion, then we remove $1 trillion, but we're going to pay it back slowly over a 30-year period. You've now drastically reduced the inflationary effects to some tiny percentage of what it would be. And as long as the economy grows greater than that rate, as long as the goods and services being offered grows at a rate greater than whatever your interest rate payment is, then it will always pay, then it'll eat itself. And that's what people mean when they say the debt eats itself. As long as the economy grows at a rate faster than the interest rate of the debt will basically, like magic, kind of eat itself and disappear over time.
Well, and we've been
at least in terms of an inflationary effect, it will eat itself.
We've been in zero interest rate land for forever. So
right. Well, but that's the thing, and that's why our debt has been so high, is because the interest rates have been so low for so long.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
That it's very easy for the economy's growth to far outweigh whatever the interest rates are and whatever the potential inflationary effects are.
Right.
With $1 billion, how much of that billion are you spending at the grocery store, and how much are you investing in financial assets for the point of earning a yield?
I mean,
like that's my argument, is that people are not investing in government bonds as a form of deferred consumption. They're investing it as a form of safe investment asset. And that, like, the reason that Warren Buffett has $40 billion in government bonds, like, is because he wants it to be there. And if he decided he wanted to go buy $40 billion worth of milk, he would just do that. But the reason he's not buying $40 billion of milk is not because he's somehow forced to not spend that money because it's locked up in bonds. That's not true at all. He's not spending that money because he doesn't want to.
Okay.
And like, say you're a pension fund. You're required to store a certain proportion of to invest a certain proportion of your assets in safe assets, right? As a prudential regulatory requirement. So you have to store those funds in something that meets that standard. If government bonds are the best thing that meets that standard and earns the best yield, you do that. But, like, you're a pension fund. You're not buying milk. You're investing.
Right. So, let me go ahead and finish the train of thought, and then we can come back to this.
I'm sorry.
No. It's fine, and I do understand why you're bringing that up, because again, we are looking at this. There's a pretty basic disconnect, and that's what I'm trying to isolate. So on that one, so the difference between scenario A and scenario A, there's an extra $1 trillion in cash in the economy. In scenario B, there's an extra $1 trillion in government debt in terms of assets, right? But the cash is the same. And so I would say what happens in scenario B is people can't spend as much more because you can only spend cash. And so interest rates on the government debt would tend to be higher than in scenario A. Like on the margin, people making portfolio decisions to induce them to be willing to hold a greater volume of. In other words, there was equilibrium originally. Now there's an extra $1 trillion in government debt coming on the market.
Well, but what if there's already an insatiable demand for that safe asset? Like, what if the problem is an undersupply of safe investment assets? You don't need to induce them to hold higher. They want to hold more of them. You just haven't provided it up until now.
It's tricky for me to argue, like,
I mean, no, but I asked it as a genuine question because my understanding is most treasury bond auctions tend to be oversubscribed, even in countries where that rate is extremely low. I mean, Japan's holding 30-year bonds really low right now, and like it's not causing any less demand for them. And part of the like the idea of a safe asset is that you can't consider a stock investment an equal substitute. If you're a portfolio manager, you have a requirement of maintaining a risk profile of your investments where some fraction are safe. Stocks don't count as safe. You don't meet that legal requirement by comparing this interest earning asset versus this interest earning asset. It actually matters how safe the guarantee is.
This is a big disconnect about the national debt as well, too. It's so much a service that they provide because they're giving you an interest rate on your money that is safe. That is, there's no way that you can lose that money.
Right. So to be clear, what you're saying is what he's saying is that a lot of pension funds by law in most countries have to buy something that's considered a safe investment vehicle.
Right.
And so, stocks go up and down. It's not exactly safe. But for most countries, most stable countries, a government bond is considered safe because you don't expect the country to collapse. Yep. And so a lot of the debts in that, the $34 trillion debt clock is debt that people get for, debt that private citizens get because they have interest payments going towards their pension funds.
Well, say it's a safe asset.
Because it's a safe asset.
Right. Yeah.
Safe investment.
The 31 trillion that you're talking about is the non-government savings. So when they show you the debt clock, the 31 trillion, that's the 31 trillion is the T-bills in the pension funds that he's talking about right now.
Some of it is. Some of it is.
Well, yeah, it's worldwide. Obviously, other nations, China holds. And I don't, they always talk about China being a huge deal, but I don't think China owns too much of our debt.
So I've seen charts, I think. Let me see. There's a chart.
Well, there's
because a lot of the debt, something like $6 to $7 trillion of the debt, the government owns itself. The U.S. government owns itself.
Oh, really?
Because there's like this weird thing where a lot of various government agencies themselves will buy government bonds from themselves and then use that interest rate increase the interest payments to fund their own departments.
Well, no, but they're probably state governments because state governments are
It's
not.
both. It's both.
Well, state governments have the same. State governments can't do what the federal government can do.
No, I understand, but they both federal and state governments will buy federal bonds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying
Look,
it says $6.8 trillion of the debt the government itself owns.
Well, I mean, the thing that's tricky there is the federal, why is the federal government buying?
Well, here's the answer.
Its own debt?
Some agencies, like the Social Security Trust Fund, will end up taking in more revenue and taxes than they need. These agencies will then invest the extra money in U.S. Treasury rather than sticking the cash under a giant mattress.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
This transfers the agency's excess revenue to the general fund where it's spent, and they will redeem the Treasury notes for funds as they need them.
Right.
So that's the answer to the question.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, the reason why it's spent is because money's fungible and they can just print the money to make it again.
Well, and also people, they don't like that the foreign government has all these bonds, but they have it backwards. You actually want foreign governments, especially China, to have a bunch of U.S. bonds, because that means that they can't declare war on us.
Mm-hmm.
Like if the Chinese government says, say the Chinese government says hypothetically they have, I don't know, $5 trillion in U.S. bonds that are going to pay, over 30 years or something. If the Chinese government declares war on us, we say, oh, that $5 trillion that we owe you? Yeah, go fuck yourself. It's gone. Thank you for the $5 trillion, suckers.
Yeah.
You actually want to have a bunch of foreign countries have a bunch of U.S. bonds.
Well, I just think okay. I don't think they're worried about getting the paper back. It's just we are the world's reserve currency, and that's a valuable thing.
Well, that's
to have.
another reason,
Yeah.
right? But I'm just saying, in terms of people freak out like, oh, China owns so much of the debt, like that's a good thing because that disincentivizes them from fucking with us. At least
I don't
openly.
think it's a huge disincentive, though. That's all.
Well,
I'm
it depends.
saying.
They have to make a decision. Like if China were to invade Taiwan,
Right.
right, and it's kind of like a Russia-Ukraine situation, and we openly start supporting Taiwan, the U.S. could definitely hold this axe over their head. I don't know if they'll do it. They definitely hold the axe over their head and say, "Oh, you invade Taiwan? Well, all that money that you've given us for bonds, well, it's all gonna vanish.
Right.
You're never gonna get it back."
Okay.
Do you disagree?
I don't think it's persuasive, but I don't want to get like sidetracked.
It might not. It might. Well, okay.
Well, just the whole idea.
It's,
I mean, it's
what I'm
just,
saying
it's
is
just
that
paper.
okay.
It's just
Regardless, it's not just paper.
It's
just
deferred
paper.
spending.
You're missing. You're not understanding. If China buys U.S. bonds, they just have a useless bit of paper, a bond. That's a note that says we're going to pay you back with interest over however many years.
Right.
But they gave us the money. We now have their money. They have the useless bit of paper, and while we have their money. You understand?
They are giving. I mean, we're drifting super off topic here, but they are.
Well, I'm just saying. Okay, we are. But
They want cash because they want to be able to import things, and other, like Germany doesn't want the yuan. They're like, no, pay us in U.S. dollars.
Right.
So for them to import, Mercedes or whatever they want to import from Germany, they have to get U.S. dollars. So how they get those U.S. dollars is they make a bunch of shit, and they trade that shit for U.S. dollars.
We're talking about something completely different. I don't even know why.
Well, so they end up with a stockpile of U.S. dollars, and they're like, rather than have those U.S. dollars inflating away, they turn it into a bond.
Right.
That's the purpose of doing it. So I just holding the bond, like the bond is not the value. The value is in what the bond purchases, and the dissuading of going to war is not, oh, you're going to lose all your bonds. It's going to be, you're not going to be able to purchase things from us.
Well, they're both those things are true. They're not.
Sure, totally.
They're not different. My point is, and I guess this is a larger point, is that people get it backwards. They say, oh, China has a bunch of U.S. debt. So they think that means China has leverage over the U.S.
They don't have
In
any
reality,
leverage.
it's
No.
the opposite.
Yes.
The U.S. has lots of leverage over China.
See, that's where I disagree with you. I don't think either party has any leverage over them. If China said, listen, I like what people are worried about is China's going to call up and say, listen, we want our money back. All we would do.
Obviously, that's not real, right?
Well, if they said that, if they want to sell their T-bills back to the Federal Reserve would crank out as much cash as they wanted and give it to them, right?
Well, no.
Here's your money.
Wait. So first of all, China can't just if China makes some agreement about their T-bills, they can't just demand it. They have to sell them to someone else.
They can sell them on the repo market.
That's what. Okay, but wait, what you just said. You just said yes, you can, and then you just contradict yourself. They can't just say, I have a T-bill. It's supposed to mature in some set period of time. I demand my money now. Okay. What they can do is they can now turn around and sell them to someone else. And maybe the government will say.
They can sell them to the Federal Reserve. That's what the repo market is.
Please finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, if the federal government makes a determination where they say, hey, if we buy these back from China at a discount because it didn't reach full maturity,
that's what they do.
We can then turn around and sell them to someone else and make a profit.
Well, they just meant
then they'll do that. Right. But that's not what people are conceptualizing emotionally or logically when they say, China has a bunch of debt over the U.S. They have all this leverage over us. They don't understand the mechanism at play here.
True. They would sell their bonds at a discount. We would print the cash, give them the cash. If they took that cash and started buying things, they could cause inflation, but that inflation would be just as...
No, because then we would turn around and sell those bonds to someone else and immediately remove that cash again from the money pool.
Do you think we would? I mean,
of course, the U.S. government. Well, there's specific reasons for why there are times where the U.S. government will buy a bunch of bonds and sit on them, and there's some specific financial reason for doing that that I'm not fully understanding. But assuming that's not the case, they would just say China wants to cash in all their bonds. The U.S. government says, okay, sure. They get all the bonds and they just sell them to someone else. because it's this high demand for U.S. bonds constantly.
Sure. Yeah, I guess you're right.
So,
We just move that debt over to someone else.
right. So that's what I'm saying. Just this concept that like, oh, the foreign governments have all this leverage over us. It's not true. It's not how it works.
The important thing to remember is that debt is a service because it accommodates people's desire to save. That's where the debt comes from. People don't want to spend their money. They don't want to go drive up prices. They want to have a nice big bank account. So
I think, and I understand why it's hard for people to wrap their minds around this. Because personally, when you talk about you're in debt to someone, it always
feels awful.
Well, not only does it feel awful, but it's always the entity that you're in debt to always has more power than you.
Oh yeah.
Right. The bank has more power than you. The bank has more money than you. The loan shark has more power, more money than you. It's always the person you're indebted to has more power than you. But the weird thing is that when it comes to the U.S. government's debt, it's reverse. The U.S. government always has power over the entity in which it's indebted to, which is contradictory to everyone's lived experience, and so it's hard for them to understand that position.
Right.
And as a result of that, there's a demand for treasury debt that's not simply related to its interest rate relative to other assets. It's related to its safety as an investment asset. But like the way I would describe that is the investors in that story might not have a marginal higher propensity to consume because that's not the point of why they invest in the treasury bonds. But the people who receive the new money will. So like the people who had $1 billion at the start of this story now have $1 billion of assets. Okay, they weren't going to spend that on milk before. They're not going to spend that on milk now. Another bunch of people do have a new $1 billion, which they might spend on milk.
That's the second billion that was spent. So.
It's funny because I was trying to like come back to something really basic and then figure out where our disagreement is, and no matter how far I push it, it's like I can't find a part of common ground where it sounds like you're saying.
Well, okay, can I frame it maybe a different way here? Because the other thing is,
let me just say one. Let me just finish,
sure.
for the people at home, like the people are like, no, I get what you're saying, Bob. Where are you going with this? Let me just finish it for the sake of it. So where I was going to go is, to the extent that people do think issuing more debt, and again, maybe if people want to think of a smaller country that isn't, the issue of the world reserve currency, maybe that helps or something. But to the extent that people do think other things equal, pouring helicopter money in the economy tends to make prices higher, or issuing more bonds tends to make the interest rate on those bonds go up to induce investors to be willing to hold more in their portfolio relative to the original equilibrium. To the extent that you think those two things are generally true, then I would say, okay, the way they become equivalent, and I could see how there's a sense in which the Treasury issuing a coin versus bonds is basically the same, is if in the scenario B, where there's no platinum coin, the Treasury issues debt, that starts pushing up the yield on Treasury debt, also like on the federal funds rate and whatever. And then the Fed says, wait a minute, we had our interest rate target. Now interest rates are going higher than we wanted. So for us to maintain our current stance of monetary policy, we are going to go buy more bonds and create more cash. And so, And so that's the sense in which, that I could see how, if your point is, given whatever the Fed's stance is on what the correct, trade-off between inflation and unemployment or whatever tools are, I could, if that's what you mean, and you're saying so in a sense it's the same, because if the Fed were to refrain from monetizing that extra debt the way they would clearly monetize the platinum coin, then they would, things would
lose
get
control
skewed.
of their interest rate.
Yeah.
So I mean, another way to frame that, I think, I think we're on the same page there. Another way to frame that is like what you're doing is you're telling a story where there's a series of discrete steps, and you're stopping at each discrete step, and you're saying like, what would they think if this happened at this step, and then they make the next step. And the point that I'm trying to make, or the way that I see this, is that whole process, each of those steps is automatically linked to the previous one under the current operating regime. So it's sort of like you zig, I zag. You go high, I go low. Like already, the Fed is doing every day 1,000 micromanaging decisions to do what you're talking about, the defensive interest rate operations. So right, every day it looks out and it goes, is there too many bonds? Is there too much cash? And my argument is it doesn't matter whether the starting ratio is 100-0, 50-50, or 100-0 the other way. That process is going to look exactly the same. So right now, the Treasury might issue, 30% 30-year bonds, 20% 10-year bonds, whatever. And the Fed might go on the other side, I don't like that distribution. That's not good for us. That doesn't work for us. And the Treasury goes, well, that works for us because that's the cheapest interest rates that we're getting on the auction side. Mm-hmm. The Fed goes, yeah, but I don't like that for liquidity purposes. So the Fed will intervene to change that distribution. Mm-hmm. Now, whether it does that from a position of only coins or only bonds, it doesn't, or it does it so that it changes it from 80-20 to 50-50 or from 51-49 to 50-50. It's all functionally the same. So
you understand what's going on, Sitch?
No, I was about to ask you why we're watching this.
So he's
totally zoning out.
So he's talking about Treasury versus the Federal Reserve. So the Federal Reserve is tasked with monitoring unemployment and price stability, right? And they do that through interest rates. Well, the way that they control the interest rates is by selling bonds. So that's how they are able to set interest rates. It used to be they kind of have like an auction, and so it's like a monopoly situation. So, obviously if you control the buying and selling of some good, you can kind of manipulate the price. Mm-hmm. I should have said the word manipulate, but it is. It's basically manipulation. Of course. So it used to be when the Federal Reserve would set interest rates, they would have a meeting and decide what the interest rate was going to be, but they wouldn't tell anybody. And they would have their bond auctions or whatever. And then, the traders would try to kind of figure out where it was until they zoned in on it and figured it out. And then, that's how they got the interest rate. But now they realize, okay, well, this is basically all just theater. We might as well just tell them what the interest rate is and then just go from there. Because they're going to sell enough bonds or buy enough bonds to hit that interest rate target anyway. So it's just kind of the way it is. So he's saying Federal Reserve is going to do what it's going to do as an independent entity, and Treasury is going to do what it's going to do as an independent entity, because Treasury's doing something completely different. Treasury is like the legal framework between the Congress and the economy, the spending. Like they say, we're budgeting $1 trillion for military spending or $500 billion for military spending, whatever it is. I'm not familiar with the numbers. So Treasury is like, okay, I need to give, a certain amount of money to the Federal Reserve for military spending. And the Federal Reserve is basically like the Congress's bank. They give that money to Lockheed Martin. They give that money to payroll for the armed forces, right? Wherever it has to go. So that's what they're talking about.
Okay. Is there anything else like that they specifically wanted to?
Yeah, I do. We're just getting to the good stuff. What are you talking about?
The good stuff.
Yeah, well, he talks about like these bar tabs and shit like that. This is kind of like a sidetrack here, but Bob Murphy's just trying to catch up.
Okay.
Well, no, it touches on like the housing situation too, which we're always arguing over. Are you going to make your housing video one day?
No.
We can skip forward to the better part, but I think he's almost done with this part.
I'm kind of bored, and I don't know why we're watching this right now. Okay. So if there's some specific part that you want to jump to, I would suggest we jump to it.
Like your point that like if you stopped in the middle of this process and said, actually, I don't care about interest rates anymore, then things might be different. But that's not the regime we're in right now. The regime we're in right now is that the Fed sets a policy rate, and it determines the distribution of bonds and reserves. And because of that, what you're describing...
The distribution of bonds and reserves is the mechanism how they control interest rates. So,
okay,
it will look at the end of the process, exactly the same as the current system.
Okay, great. So now that you at least see where I'm coming from, and again, I realize you would have asterisks and caveats with those two, scenario A and B. The reason I would want to be more careful and spell it out step by step. If somebody says, hey, Murphy, do you think the Fed or the Treasury, issuing $1 trillion coin or just issuing more bonds is the same? And I would want to say, well, only if the Fed monetizes that extra issuance, because otherwise I would just say interest rates would go up and it wouldn't be as inflationary on prices, is because if I'm concerned that the average person who's never thought this stuff through, like, do you agree if a corporation decides to issue bonds and spend money and, run a deficit to build a new factory or something, you wouldn't call that inflationary, right? That's just a finance, that's the corporation.
I would call that inflationary in the sense that it generates new demand. Yeah, of course. I mean, this is a huge part of the post-Keynesian literature about endogenous money. Is
the reason why he's making the distinction between corporations and government is because corporations don't create the money, right?
Right.
So if a corporation corporations raise money through offering bonds, right? They sell people bonds to get their cash, and they say, we're going to build a factory, and hopefully the factory will make enough money back that they'll be able to pay people back with interest. But they are not just creating the money out of thin air like the Federal Reserve does when it does anything with bonds or cash. So Murphy is saying when the corporation does that, the amount of money in the system is still a closed system, right? Because they have to they can't just create money to pay the interest back. The factory has to actually earn enough money to pay the interest back to whoever bought the bond.
That any spending can be a source of demand. So if you and I go to a local bar and the bar gives us a bar tab rolling for 6 months, right? Mm-hmm. And then so you and I run up a bunch of drinks there, but we have the money in our account. Well, that money is in two places at the same time for the duration of that bar tab, right? I've still got that money in my account. I could go invest that in the stock market and earn 5% interest for the 6 months in that interim period. It's nice to have my money and nice not to have that, have something I have to satisfy.
And here's the interesting part, because he's saying, listen, it's not just the Federal Reserve that expands the money supply. It's the local bar, because anybody can create some form of credit, and then all of a sudden you've got all these situations where money's in two places at the same time, and that creates a larger money supply, right?
Well,
this is funny too, because in the I think a lot of the inflation was for assets was being driven by this idea that people felt they were crypto rich, which was the same exact thing. They're like, on paper, I have all of this money.
Right. It doesn't technically increases the money supply, but it has the potential of increasing people's spending habits.
Yes.
As if they have money that they don't actually have.
And causing the inflation.
Right. So yeah, but I understand when he says that there's the same dollars in two places at the same time. I understand what he's saying. It's that's not technically true, but people act as if it is true, essentially.
Yeah. So. Yes.
When Zimbabwe has hyperinflation, are you first going to say, well, let's go see if it's because people ramped their bar tabs?
I mean, you laugh, right? And I know that sounds ridiculous, but if you look at most of the increase in, for example, financial asset prices around the world right now, most of it is driven by the activities of private financial institutions. And if I looked at the United States right now, or in 2008, and I said, hey, there's a lot of new spending going on right now. Where's the majority of that spending coming from? Well, a ton of it is coming from mortgage lending. And that is new money creation. Every time a bank makes a mortgage loan, it's new money creation. And every time a shadow bank makes some sort of leveraged investment, that is increasing the amount of purchasing power that otherwise would have been out there in existence. So
I knew so many people when the housing crisis was going crazy that they just kept taking out loans against the equity in their homes. And that's just new money creation right there.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of the reasons why, if you have a very kind of two-dimensional view of, not you personally, but if somebody has a two-dimensional view of what counts as money, then they will spend a huge amount of time focusing on one set of aggregates. And it's, to me, it's like looking for where you lost your keys under the streetlight, because that's where the streetlight is, not because that's where you lost your keys, right? It's very hard to find a measure of all the different forms of quote unquote money that could contribute to spending and inflation. That's why we have M0, M1, M2, M3, M4. Now, my argument is that like that goes all the way down to the bar tab. That doesn't mean that the bar tab is the place that I would start focusing on inflation regulation,
Right.
but it does mean that like fiat money has a unique place at the top of that hierarchy, but every entity in that hierarchy has the potential to engage in credit activity, which can expand and contract purchasing power and have an effect on overall real resource consumption, which is why, for example, my colleague Nathan Tankus and I, when we talk about inflation management in the Green New Deal, one of the first things that we talk about is regulating private credit. And from my point of view, that isn't sort of just a matter of like impinging on private freedom and having Stalinism, because a lot of the private credit that's issued right now is issued under government guarantee. If you're a licensed bank with deposit insurance, if you're, et cetera, you're basically, as my advisor Bob Hockett would say, a franchisee of the government. You're extending credit backed by the full faith of the United States. So it's already public spending. It's just public spending that's sort of been quasi-privatized.
I don't know how much you know of my views, but that's one of the things where I'm actually for 100% reserve, or at least I'm very concerned about fractional reserve commercial banking, because I do think it is true that in a sense they're creating money. I mean, it would be M1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's about the reserve ratio, and I don't think I would limit it to commercial banks, even though they're a very obvious one, because it goes all the way down to the bar tab.
Right. So I'm just getting it that I understand what you're talking about, and I'm not even. So anyway,
but here's an Austrian example, right? If you were looking at a full resource question, you're an MMTer, you're looking at full resource usage. You want to build a new school, right? And you're concerned that you're going to start hitting concrete labor shortages, etc. In the same city, there is a casino that's applying for a loan to build a new casino developer, right? Well, if you're a regulator. Now, maybe you don't want to give them this power for political reasons. Put that aside for a second. If you're a regulator and you have the choice between approving the government spending or approving the loan, then from a real resource point of view, there might be a genuine tension of which of those projects lay claim to those real resources.
And that's where inflation comes from. As soon as you have a casino that's competing for concrete with the school down the street, right, and you start running out of concrete, that's when the price of concrete starts getting bid up, or labor. If you don't have enough labor to build the school, or you're going to have to offer more money to get people to work at the school than you would to work building the casino. So we can stop here, Sitch. Obviously, this is what causes inflation. Bidding up resources. I guess I'll go further. Sitch took a nap.
If you're at a full employment, full resource barrier, and you want to engage in more.
Okay, I'm back.
You got your Bluetooth on.
Did you notice I was gone?
No, I was listening. I was fascinated by the talk. All this inflation talk. Nobody really talks about the nitty gritty of what drives the cost of milk. We had a little bit of a scuffle over inflation with degrees, Ivy League degrees.
Who?
You and me.
Oh, I thought you said with degrees was a person.
You and I, we were talking about the demand for Ivy League degrees and satiating that demand. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes. Seems very artificial to me.
Gotcha.
So any final
Adam,
thoughts?
I appreciate your passion. No. Final thoughts are we're going to have this conversation, assuming, well, it depends. Hopefully we won't have another idiotic debt ceiling argument in Congress at the end of the year or whenever they do that in the fall. And we won't have to have that conversation where I lose my mind.
Right. Yeah. No, we're going to be arguing with people about this. So it is kind of relevant because, and this is another thing, I guess let's tie it to the politics, because there are going to be a lot of people who are saying, the Republicans need to be fiscal conservatives and, we need to stop spending. And the way that I look at it, obviously, if the economy is growing and people are making money and saving money, and the debt is literally, the private sector's savings, you're literally talking about putting a cap on the amount of prosperity the United States can accumulate.
Right.
which is stupid. I mean, that's like the most stupid thing in the world. Why would you want to cap that? Yeah.
Didn't we talk to one of these guys? Or am I hallucinating that?
We didn't talk to either one.
Who did we talk? Who did we talk? We talked to some MMT guy, didn't we?
Yeah, Christian Riley.
Christian.
We talked to him a couple times. Yeah.
Okay. Well, no. So, okay. The thing that annoys me about these economic conversations. How many times have you ever? And I want everyone to chat to ask themselves questions. How many times have you ever heard some economist talk who says, I think this economic model is the model that works, even though it completely contradicts my political leanings?
Never.
When have you ever heard anyone ever say that?
Yeah.
Never. You've never heard anyone say that. And so is it because all these economists are big brain intellectuals who have thus said, I approach this from a completely neutral position, and now that I figured out the economic answers, I've based my political opinions on that? Or is it that they've had either their moral intuitions or their world experiences have made them feel biased in one direction or the other, and then that's sort of the economic solution they want kind of fits their politics?
I'm not sure I fully understand what you're asking. Obviously, their economic outlook is going to align with their politics. Like they have a gut intuition about, we should be saving instead of spending. So they map that onto the government and think the government should be saving instead of spending.
Right. That's my point. Is it seems like most people have some feeling, some of it's just based on moral intuition, some of it's based on life experience, where they feel like, there should be more spending, less spending, whatever. And that's what kind of puts them on the path to the economic theory that they agree with.
Well, I laugh when the people on the left come out and talk about how they want to eviscerate the military spending and they want a jobs program. And I think the military is a fucking jobs program. What are you talking about?
Right.
You're like, we want to cut the jobs program we have. What they really mean is they want to cut the jobs program they have, and they want another jobs program that's like Shakespeare in the Park. But I mean, I kind of like to pay guys to build aircraft carriers myself, but I mean, that's just my intuition. I feel like money we give to Lockheed Martin is money well spent.
Gene, the angry penguin, for $5 says, I have never considered the benefits of making toast in the bathtub until this clip. There you go.
Oh, okay. Look, don't delete yourself from the money supply, okay?
There you go. XSL for $2 says, what is the inflation equation and what is included? Well, I'm sure it's far more complicated than we're simplifying it, but again, I think the lay person simplified equation is just the two factors. What is the money supply and what is the supply of goods and services? If the money supply outpaces the amount of goods and services, then you get inflation. If the goods and services outpaces the money supply, then you get deflation.
Right.
And it's that simple.
I mean, Sitch might do a better job of finding this than I have. I mean, I've looked for it, but I can't remember where I saw it or read it. But I came across some survey where they had gone like throughout human history and mapped different products onto the amount of work, the common person had to do to be able to buy that product. And it's surprisingly stable over like millennia.
Really?
Where, like a gallon of milk is like, a tenth of a day's wages, or a bar of gold is like a week's wages.
Interesting.
So I think as human beings, and this is where the price level, we've talked about this a little bit before, this is where the price level originates. If you make $25 an hour, okay, and a hamburger is like $5, people start thinking, I have to work, 10 minutes to be able to buy this hamburger, right? And they're like, I can do, that's not a big deal, right? 10 minutes is fine. That seems like a fair exchange, right? 10 minutes of work for a hamburger. This is what people do. This is where the prices come from. Yeah, which is kind of interesting, right?
Yes.
Are you Googling for the thing? Let's wrap
I
this.
was, but
Okay.
I couldn't find it. But yes, I agree. William Vance, thanks so much for being a Discipline Equals Freedom for 8 months, says, you stop paying them Sitch. Survival is a hell of a motivation to go to work, or they choose to not exist. Adam is right. Both outcomes are net gains, though I'd hope they choose to work. Yeah, no, I agree. You have to find that spot. I mean, I don't, there has to be some social safety nets, obviously, for, children, people that can't work, people that are working but still require additional assistances, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, there is always the very real scenario where you either pay people, you never want to pay people for behaviors that you don't want to be exhibited in society. And that's kind of the problem, is that no one looks at it that way. They don't look at it and say, let's pay people to do things we want them to do, and pay, and well, let's say the way you should look at it is the point of government paying people things should be to incentivize behaviors you want to incentivize and to disincentivize behaviors you want to disincentivize. But no one looks at it that way. People look at it from like this moral perspective of, well, you should pay someone because it's fair. You should pay someone because it's good, or, whatever. And I think you should throw that all in the trash can. If you're the government, I don't think that should be really the perspective of how you look at it. But maybe I'm just a cold and heartless robot.
Well, the trouble comes in because I think about the unemployment thing.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, let's just say they decide they're going to increase some commodity. So you're basically driving down the price of the commodity. So you're certain that it's not malinvestment, as the Austrians like to call it. So the government buys a dairy. They're like, we're going to pay unemployed people just to milk cows, right? And the supply of milk is going to go up and the cost of milk is going to go down, right? You're still going to have the dairy industry is all of a sudden going to come in and complain. What are you doing? Why are you driving down the price of milk? We're trying to make money here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you still have the problem of different competing interests. Like the dairy people are going to be like, no, pay those people to sit home and do nothing. I like $5 a gallon milk, right?
Right.
Yeah.
True. Kamina for $5, the most based character in all fiction, says, don't believe in yourself. Believe in me. Believe in the Kamina who believes in you.
Of course.
True.
Kamina, such a cool guy.
Soldoge for $2 says, to answer your question, ending of Paradise Lost. Huh.
I wasn't paying attention to the chat.
Huh. I don't know if I've actually read Paradise Lost ever, so I don't know. I don't know what the ending is.
Was Paradise Lost in it?
Paradise Lost is that poem, the famous poem about Satan.
Oh.
So I don't think I've ever read it. So I'm an uncultured swine.
Isn't Soldoge in the government work program? I think.
Yeah, he is. He is. And we talked about that. He said, isn't it hypocritic? He's in the military as a libertarian. So
that's okay.
Sitch admitted he believes in monetary policy without evidence. No, what I said was I've heard multiple economists all agree on this idea, but I haven't actually seen the source for it. So I'm assuming it's true. But until I find a counterfactual that says either it is true, or a factual says true, or a counterfactual says it's not true, I mean, that's what I'm operating under. If you know that it's not true, if you have that source about whether the government deletes money that's used to buy bonds or not, if you have a source about what is the actual explanation the government gives that's official about why they issue bonds in the first place, feel free to send it to me, because I haven't been able to find it. In Warren Moser's book, he says that he tracked it down. I remember. Yeah, I know.
He says the Federal Reserve and the IRS are not in communication with each other over anything. They don't even interface with one another.
No, I know, but he said, because part of what got Warren Moser into MMT in the first place was him trying to track down the answer to the question, what happens with the money you send to the government?
Right.
And then he found out that it was just deleted.
Right.
But I don't remember him saying like, I found it was deleted through this official source that you can check on this, webpage.
Right.
So.
Well, Warren, I mean, I could DM Warren.
I mean, I trust
and ask him,
but
I could just DM Warren and ask him.
Well, look at you, big shot.
Well, I mean, I've talked to Warren on the phone. He's been on my live stream.
Look at this big shot over here. When Adam says he had dinner with Warren Mosler, he actually doesn't mean it in the satirical sense.
I've not had dinner with Warren yet,
okay.
but I mean, I would like to. I mean, I think he's like a really smart guy and obviously knows his shit. I could ask Christian Riley too. Christian probably knows.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, ask him. I would be interested in the source for that, just because I know it's going to come up in usually the reason it never comes up is because people they're not even talking about that. They're talking about something completely different. So.
Right. They think their tax monies go into the government coffers and the government, uses that money and turns it into Social Security checks.
Right. The reason people forget about the debt is because they think, and I understand why they think this, they think the government is going to have to raise taxes to pay off interest on the debt. That's the thought process.
Mm-hmm.
That's not happening.
Mm-hmm.
That's not remotely happening. Nothing like that is happening. So,
in order to pay off the debt, though, they would have to. The debt is literally all the money that they didn't tax away.
Yes.
So to pay the $31 trillion back, which is sitting in everyone's bank accounts.
Well, that's true. If the government wanted to pay off the entire debt, it would require that no money exists in private hands,
right? Because
the debt is the money supply, right? But that's not what people mean when they say they're going to have to raise taxes to pay off the interest rate of the debt. That's not. That's not what they're conceptualizing in their head.
Well, they would though. They literally would because they would.
No, why are you doing this? What you're saying and what I'm saying are so different, and you're just confusing the issue in a way that's incredibly unhelpful.
Look, what Sitch is saying is they don't have to. It's stupid to think that they have to because that debt doesn't, it's not, important.
No, it's beyond that. They don't have to. They're not going to. People,
of course,
people are conceptualizing the debt as if it's a debt, not the way that the government who creates money debt. They think it's like a debt you owe to the bank. So they say, oh, well, the government has to raise taxes. There's some interest rate. There's some magical interest rate bill that the government has to pay every year. In order to pay it, the government has to tax citizens. It's like, no, that's not what happens.
It's money that the government is obligated to pay back. That's not true.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's what the government does to pay off the interest rate or to pay off the interest on the debt.
They just make more money.
They just make more money.
Yeah. But they're not they're not obligated to pay. They're not if they did raise taxes and cleaned out your bank account to pay off the debt, where would the money go? It would vanish.
It cease to exist.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Who are they paying back?
Plus, I mean, that's the irony of the situation, is that the debt is a money supply. So if you're like, I want the government to pay off its entire debt, it's like, well, then you wouldn't have any money.
Yeah.
No one would have any money. There'd be zero money.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. That would suck. Look, why don't we just lower taxes? Warren Mosler says taxes are too high. That's why we're having unemployment.
There you go. Thank you. Trime says, Sitch, you are falling for the obvious reverse Dunning-Kruger. True.
What?
Very true.
What? How's that work?
That's very true.
I'm talking over your head. I'm trying to keep it simple.
No, never mind. Yes, as a reverse Dunning-Kruger, you wouldn't understand.
JMac, for 9 months, member Free Will Seeker says, I want to cause membership inflation. Flood the market, baby.
Oh, thank you. JMac just gave another 50 gifted subs. Thank you, Jay. Surrogate father of the show.
That's very kind of you, Jay.
Thank you.
Jay's been a guest on the show a couple times too.
True. Jay is our Fed. Okay, he funds.
Yeah. He's our Fed.
Yeah. He's our Federal Reserve. So.
Oh yeah.
Where was I?
Yeah, where were you? What's going on?
Malazin the Fallen for $5 says, have you considered cumflation? Might want to ask Sitch. I haven't considered that. No.
Maybe you should look that up on the internet and see how it works.
I think you should look it up, Adam, and bring it up on stream.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, okay, you do that.
Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm going to go check on my computer in the other room.
Adam's going to film this. What's happening? Michael Gallup for 5 months. Thanks so much. Says Sitch Cheeseballing here. Oh, from Twitter. You're guilty of what you accuse others. What's that? I said I agree with your Newland call, but made a narrow argument. You then smeared me as incorrect. Well, what did you say specifically? Because I don't remember. I don't remember what you said. What was your argument? You can just put in the normal chat what your argument was. Should I do a poll on this economics talk? Because I feel like no one cares about it. I feel like there's like 10 people that care about it, but see, everyone just cares about semen now. That's all chat's talking about. So debt does not equal the national debt does equal the money supply. Vitarian. So I don't know what you mean when you say otherwise, but it literally does.
We should have Sam Levy on. He knows a lot of interesting economic stuff.
If the debt didn't equal the money supply, ask yourself, where does money come? Like, how does money exist? Where does it come from? It's not like the U.S. government just says, okay, we're going to print a bunch of dollars and then we're going to have like a Joker parade, like in Batman 1, and we're going to just throw money up and people just grab it, and that's what creates money supply.
No.
That's not what creates money supply. No, the government makes money and then buys something with it.
Yeah, they buy airplanes and soldiers and
that's where money comes from.
And office buildings and IRS
and you know what happens when they buy things? They issue a bond because the government creates the money to buy something. They issue a bond that corresponds, and thus the debt is equivalent to the money supply.
Here's how it works. They pay all those things, the postal workers, all that stuff, right? So all that money goes into their pockets. And then they tax money out from everyone. And then the difference between what they spent and what they taxed, that's called the deficit. But it really is just the extra dollars that are floating around out there. So, and then those extra dollars, if they do this year after year after year, the pile of extra dollars gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And pretty soon it's $31 trillion. But it ends up in somebody's savings account. I mean, it's either spent or, sooner or later that money stops somewhere. Somebody's savings account.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, not 100% on this, but it seems the Lotus Eaters are accelerationists now. They believe in the destruction of Britain and desire it faster so they can rebuild it. They casually mentioned it, so I could have misunderstood. Well, so we have two things to ask Carl next time we talk to him. The first is he in favor of monarchy and the destruction of liberal democracy? And now we have, is he an accelerationist for the destruction of the country?
Mm-hmm.
So, Sitch, money existed before 1914, of course, but in that case, money was pegged to some kind of specific entity like gold. Obviously, the money supply worked completely differently when it was pegged to gold, where now it's not. So,
well, the money supply then, you've heard the term banknotes. So what you would do is, I'm a gold miner in California, and I would take my gold to the bank, and they would give me a note saying I had 100 flakes of gold in my account. And that note is what people started trading, right? Oh, here's a note for 100 flakes of gold at the bank.
Because it's easier to trade the note than like the actual physical gold.
So I give it to the guy. He gives me a bunch of goods and service. Now he's got the gold flake note. He gives it to the hooker down at the saloon. Now she's got the gold note, right? The gold note starts getting passed around. This is exactly what money is. Money is tax coupons, basically. So the government spends that money, and everyone knows, oh, this is the money I need to pay my taxes here. Oh, you've got some tax coupons? I'll trade you some tax coupons for some milk because I need tax coupons too. But this is why, this is the disconnect with the crypto people, because the crypto are like, they think demand is created by scarcity. Well, no, demand is created by value, desirability. Everybody needs tax coupons because sooner or later the tax man comes, right? Death and taxes is the only thing you can be certain of.
Mm-hmm.
So that's literally what creates the value in the currency. And that's never gonna stop, right?
No.
Everyone's like, but people could lose faith in the currency. And I think, I mean, what would cause you to lose faith? I mean, you still need it to pay taxes, right? What is the catalyst for the losing faith thing? Well, I guess if the government came out and said, you know, we're no longer taking dollars for taxes. We want you to pay your taxes in robot waifus. Then all of a sudden, I mean, there's going to be a giant arms race, right?
Which came first, money or government? I think, well, it depends what you mean by that. So, like, obviously, before government
came first, yeah.
Well, I don't know. Actually, that's a good question. So, did people trade gold only once governments existed?
This is.
I mean, before then, would people just barter like some physical thing they actually like needed?
No, well, it depends upon obviously your belief, but I have the chartalist belief that even like when the colonial powers came in, they would basically establish a hut tax. They'd say, "Listen, you got to earn this many doubloons or whatever."
Yeah, but that doesn't answer the question.
We're going to burn your hut down.
Was there any currency, anything? Was there any money before governments existed?
No.
Okay, I would say, yeah, I'd agree with you. Probably not.
Yeah.
Because why would the currency have any value?
Yeah. It's barter.
Yeah, it would be barter before you have a government. But that relates to the next super chat. Stock for $5 says, I am still not 100% sure about the claim that taxes are the thing which gives money value. Well, I think it's probably too simplistic when we say like it's the thing that gives money value. I would say at the end of, there are many things that give money value. But at the end of the day, I think if you strip away the surface level, the underlying base asset to any currency, in my opinion, is that you can pay taxes with it.
Right. Yeah.
If that makes sense.
It's a tax coupon.
That's the underlying value of any currency. So in tribal units, they use gift economies, but mediums of exchange were used for trading eventually but even then, that's because there would be different governments or communities or society. Maybe we would quibble over the definition of governments. There were different groups of people that would accept something, you know, they would accept gold or something else, you know, as a rate of exchange. But I would consider a group of people that accepts gold from one community to buy something from another community. I would consider that like various governments interacting with each other. So, I mean, they're governing bodies of groups of people, but
yeah.
Michael says, Sitch, for my membership clarification chat, I was taking issue with you using a smoking gun language with FBI tech company stuff, but then agreed with David Smith you didn't need a smoking gun on Newland call?
He's saying that
I'm not sure I understand.
You are desperate for a smoking gun on the Twitter files, right? You want proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but
no, I don't even want proof. No. It's not hypocritical. It's literally it's literally the same position. I'm saying with the Twitter files, there's no smoking gun, and with the Newland call, there's no smoking gun. It's the same position. How is that hypocritical?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I mean, my position is with the claim that the United States government created the Ukraine coup in 2014. I want a smoking gun for that, and I don't see. Not only do I not see a smoking gun, I don't really see any strong evidence whatsoever.
The Newland call is not strong evidence, even though people point to it and say, "This is it. Here's a smoking gun."
And it's the same thing with the Twitter files. I'm saying I want to see the smoking gun that shows that the government was involved with censoring the Hunter Biden story, specifically, because they were doing other things, but specifically regarding the Hunter Biden laptop story. Isn't that the same? Isn't that the same standard and holding for both situations? I'm not sure how is that hypocritical, or I'm not sure what the contradiction is there.
You should just allow flim-flam evidence. Sitch. Why are you such a stickler for evidence? Go with your gut.
I guess. I mean, it's like, Tim Pool had the video with like Joe Biden took a vacation to the Virgin Islands, and then a week later, the Virgin Island Attorney General was fired. Is it a coincidence? I don't know. I was like, oh my God. Really?
Yeah.
Really? Really? This is what we're doing? Really? So. Malzin the Fallen for $5 says, you can't have money without debt. Debt inherently provides skin in the game. Back in the day, the debt was something valuable like gold, and now it's oil. Sure. You could be right. I don't know.
I mean, how? What?
You can't have money without debt.
I just like to say that we're on the oil standard. It's so ridiculous. Look up the article about the myth of the petrodollar.
Right. I don't know if I agree with the second part of the statement. I'm talking about this money. You can't have money without debt. That could be true. That's why I say I don't think it's based on oil now. I think it's, again, as I said, I think the underlying asset for any currency is the ability to pay taxes to that government.
Right. Yeah. The tax is the debt. The money is the debt coupon.
Michael says, I can go back.
Paid.
I can go back and show you saying that you agree with Dave, and you said we won't have this smoking gun, basically, so we have to use inferences. That's not the same as smoking gun. Well, I could have said, I don't know what the exact quote was. I assume in the conversation, Dave was saying something like, I think we're doing Sitch's law here. I think we're arguing over definitions, because I'm assuming that Dave said something like, well, Sitch, you're not going to have a phone call. Well, necessarily, because it was a leaked phone call, so you could, but I was probably giving him the benefit of the doubt. He would say something like, Sitch, you're not going to have a statement or a phone call where, the Joe Biden or the U.S. government says, hello, you Ukrainian U.S. ambassador, I want you to coup the Ukrainian government. Hang up. Like, you're not going to have like that direct statement. There's going to be evidence and information which you're going to kind of have to like put together to paint a picture. And I assume that's what he was referring to and what I was referring to and saying, yes, you're not going to have like the direct admission of guilt 99% of the times that, states something out. But when I'm saying smoking gun, I'm saying like, if you have some quibble with that terminology, I'm saying that with Ukraine and with the Twitter files regarding the Hunter Biden thing, there's very little evidence at all, if any evidence, really, in my opinion, that either of these claims hold any water. And especially with now the Twitter files, it's even worse. I think the Twitter files is even shakier than the Ukraine 2014 coup thing, because with the Twitter files, we have tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of evidence of the United States government asking for all sorts of other things from Twitter. They're asking for all sorts of other things from Twitter. And yet the one thing, the Hunter Biden laptop, that's the one conspicuously absent thing from the government asking. Why is that?
Yeah, that's what happened there?
Yeah, what happened there? That's why if you notice, the conversation about Twitter has changed drastically. Before the Twitter files came out, it was fixated on one specific, or mostly one specific thing. The government told Twitter to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story. And now the conversation is completely different. Now it's about, well, the government is trying to force Twitter to censor about COVID information, or about whatever else the Twitter files are showing. It's just like the Hunter Biden laptop story is like sort of been like forgotten when I see people discussing it now.
How dare they?
And I'm like, listen, if you want to have a problem with the government telling Twitter what to do about COVID information, there's a strong argument to say they shouldn't be doing that. I'm not even talking about that. Go right ahead, complain about the government doing that.
I hate it.
But in terms of the Hunter Biden laptop story, there's been not, I'd say the fact that there's been no evidence on it and there's been mountains of evidence, the government involved in other things, to me is a very good indication that the government did not tell or even imply or do any of the secret wink, wink, nudge, nudge about Twitter for the laptop story. Because we would have that. We would have that information now.
Right.
I mean, we have fucking every other piece of information. How is that the one magic thing we don't have? I don't know. So.
Jay Longbone has great thumbnails.
She does. She does.
The She-Hulk thumbnail is amazing.
What is it?
It's so weird. It's just like incredible weirdness. It's like a David Lynch painting. Ah.
Destiny thinks trains are superior to planes. Where does S-Class stand on this important question? Well, I mean, planes get you where you want to go faster. So if you're concerned about that, I mean, I'd say planes are generally superior to trains in almost every capacity.
Yeah, of course. What are you talking about? How much crack did Destiny smoke before he came up with that opinion?
It depends what you want. Because if you want to just get somewhere,
air superiority.
If you want to just get somewhere, the plane's superior. But if you want to have like a fun trip, with some friends where you can actually, move around freely, you're not like confined to a fucking chair for however many hours. You can move around freely. There's some cool trains.
What if I want to supply my military and make sure that you can't supply yours?
Well, then that's the planes. But if you want to go on a trip with friends and you want to actually get out of your seat and you go on one of those cool trips where they have like the big windows and maybe the train's going through some scenic, vistas for like a couple of days, then being on a train could be real cool. So they do very different things.
Wow.
The other issue I take is that you play dumb as if, if they did other things censoring, why wouldn't they overtly lie and expose themselves as overt political and lying on a huge political story? How's that playing dumb? This isn't, wait a minute. This isn't playing dumb. If we have all these secret communications, right? Or not secret, private communications, the federal government obviously never expected these private communications that they were saying on Twitter to ever leak, ever.
Because they're so boring. Why would they leak?
Right, but they never expected them to leak. So the idea that you're like, well, the U.S. government's asking for all of these things, and yet they're not going to ask for the one thing we're accusing them of, and it's because they knew that was, they somehow anticipated that all that, that those communications would leak. But then here's the problem. Even if that's your stance, Michael, even if that's your stance, and you're going to say, well, the U.S. government was too smart. They somehow anticipated that these things were going to leak, so therefore they would not explicitly ask for this. Okay, so let's assume you're right. So then where's your evidence? Then where's the fucking evidence? That's not evidence of anything then. So where's the evidence? Where's the fucking evidence?
Why are you such a stickler? God,
where's the fucking evidence?
So annoying.
We have every communication from the government to Twitter saying ask about every fucking thing related to COVID misinformation for like fucking 5 years, even though COVID's only been around for 2 years. Somehow it's 5 years, and yet the one thing they were accused of, a $100 laptop, we can't find any fucking proof at all. The only thing that's even remotely seemed to be somewhat.
Oh, good. Thank goodness. Thank goodness the internet went out. Oh my, I was getting so tired of hearing that.
What? I can't tell if you're joking or not.
No, we had a little hiccup in the internet, but you can continue. I was enjoying the rant.
The U.S. government just censored me. Okay, they're like, Sitch is getting too close to the truth.
It's true.
Cut the lines. Cut the lines. So, anyway. The man, for 1 month, says, help me, A-Team. S-Class has trapped me on the Quebec border. I'm trying to blend in, but I can't speak French, and I'm all out of free will and syrup. I would never trap you on the Quebec border, okay? I would trap you in America.
What?
America is the truest, basest country.
Who's trying to get trapped in Quebec?
There you go. The man. That cat.
I try. She's a
The
talker.
sounds that cat makes are so funny. I can't believe you turn your camera off when you have like the best visual possible happening right now, and you turn your camera off.
What do you mean? I could turn it back on.
Yeah, the cat just going. Meow. It sounds like you're like torturing it or something.
Say hi, Ragamuffin. Say hi. Say hi.
That's one of the most vocal cats I've ever heard. Are you doing something to make him talk, or is he just, you pick him up and he just starts talking?
I heard her because she came in talking. What are you talking about?
Right. No, but I mean, like, does she just walk around the house making that sound? Or
Yeah, of course.
just constantly, just
Of course, yeah.
like what is she
Cats
doing?
all have different personalities. Wormy
Yeah, of
never
course, of
talks.
course.
Wormy does the silent meow. Wormy will look at me and like open his mouth like he's making a sound, but not really.
Nothing comes out. Yeah.
Yeah. But Ragamuffin is loud.
There's a couple cats I've known that are pretty cool where they'll always respond when you call their name, like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Most cats like nothing.
She's out of here. It's that time.
Your friendly CIA agent for $2 says, even better, I could just pop by your house, Sitch, really quick tomorrow morning. I'll be the guy in the suit with the black van. One last thing, you don't have anybody that would notice your disappearance, right? I'm just curious. No, well, see, since I'm such a horrible antisocial shut-in, you could totally disappear me and no one would notice till Sunday. So
Really? Wow.
Yeah. But I do expect that $3 million in work fee, just like Twitter. I expect $3 million for my work I've done in the alien community. So,
Ouch.
Soldoge for $2 says, please provide one real-world example where the government printing $1 trillion produced $2 trillion in goods and thus had a deflationary effect. Because I have examples of governments printing us into a Weimar Republic hurts real Americans. Well, wait, do you have examples of the government in America doing that? Or are you just going to point to like a different government in a completely different situation doing that for completely different reasons?
Wouldn't the international...
Wow. Didn't even get a bless you from that.
Bless you.
Can't believe
Wouldn't
they
the
didn't bless you.
international highway system be that example?
Well, I guess that's the question. How much did that cost to do that? And how much did they nullify from taxes and spending on that? I don't know the answer to the question.
Yeah, how much economic growth was created by the international
Right.
highway system?
Or just go use the example of the housing crash. When the government created all that money to bail out the banks and do what they did, why was there no inflation after that? People were saying, oh, we're going to create massive inflation. The government's printing all this money. You know, if we had like internet memes back then, like that's when people were originally doing the printer go burr meme was at the housing crash. Oh, they're going to print all this money or make us go inflation, bail out the banks. And then there was no inflation. So I don't know. You tell me.
They bought their toxic assets and sold them back to them like 10 years later for more money.
Yeah, exactly. Also, those around $2 says he's mocking us. He says, Sitch and Adam. So you see, if we just have the government spend more money, they'll boost the economy. The government uses the money to inject beagle puppies with cocaine and see if Thanos could snap a metal gauntlet. Man, you are really trusting. Well, so see, but what you're arguing is something different, and you're kind of arguing something that actually came up in the conversation we we're watching with Ronan and Bob. So if your perspective is that you don't think the government can ever efficiently or effectively spend money, then that you can make that argument, but then you're not really contradicting the principle that we're talking about. You're just saying that you don't think the government could spend money efficiently. You're saying, well, if hypothetically the government could spend money efficiently, you'd be correct, but you just think they're not spending the money efficiently. So, and I'm going to be honest, I think most of people's positions on the efficiency or lack of efficiency of the government is ideologically based. And I don't know what the number is. Is there some magic number, like say, oh, government is efficient with its spending 10% of the time, 20% of the time, 50% of the time? I don't know what the number is. 0% of the time? I have no clue what that number would be. But then again, you'd also have to compare it to the efficiency of private business startups too, which, if I recall correctly, is quite low. So,
Yeah, that's true. 50% of new restaurants fail. That's major efficiency right there.
right. Well, no, fail within the first year. So, CT for $2 says, Adam, mentioning David Lynch while I'm looking up Twin Peaks box set. The simulation is winking at me, or at the very least, David Lynch is. He is in charge of it after all. There you go. I believe it. I don't know if you saw this. Scott Adams is attacking Robert Barnes. Well, actually, Robert Barnes attacked Scott Adams.
I tried to read the article, but you have to be a member of Robert Barnes.
You have to be a member, yeah.
So
which I was not.
Couldn't do it.
Robert Barnes, I'm not sure what caused this, but he started attacking Scott Adams. Scott Adams found out that what's his name? Who's the I'm blanking here. What's that right-wing comic artist that everyone makes fun of?
I don't know.
He does the political cartoons.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my God, Adam, you're so worthless.
What? That's so painful. Why would you say that?
I do. This is like, oh my God, what's this?
It's so not important to the story. Just tell the story.
It's so important. No, this is the Ben Garrison. Ben Garrison. Anyway.
And it's not Ben Garrison. Or Ben not Garrison.
Okay. So Ben Garrison drew a picture that was like 100% straw man of Scott Adams' position on, COVID vaccines and vaccine mandates and all that stuff.
I love this, first of all. I love it. I love it when people go after Scott Adams.
It's kind of funny I have mixed feelings about it. Because I disagree with him in a lot. So I think it's kind of funny when he's butting heads with his audience on some things. But on the other hand, I do respect Scott Adams a lot because even though he has lots of biases that I don't agree with, and he has lots of positions I don't agree with, he doesn't have one key bias, which I think is very important. Scott Adams is 100% not audience captured at all, even remotely. He's not afraid of telling his audience to fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a very admirable quality to have, even if I disagree with someone.
I think that's a terrible quality to have, but...
Oh, really?
As a co-host of the show, I think you should suck up to the audience enough to at least keep them coming back. Look, I don't have to, but one of us has to. So I nominate you.
No. I nominate you.
No, you be the audience suck up.
You were already like the sucker upper. So.
No.
Yeah.
You suck up way more than me.
I don't know what world.
Look, I just put on a 25-minute MMT video.
That's true.
What are you talking?
That's a good point.
What are you talking about?
That's a great point. Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming it has to do with that. So anyway, Ben Garrison made this like ridiculous straw man comic that was mocking Scott Adams. And it's funny because like I've listened to Scott Adams pretty regularly for the entirety of COVID, and like people, it's so funny because he'll basically, he was pretty anti-vaccine mandate, like from the beginning. I don't remember him ever being in favor of it. He was pretty anti-vaccine mandate. He was pretty much didn't really trust anyone's science on it. But the thing would be that he would simultaneously debunk some of like the mainstream COVID information, but he would also simultaneously debunk the like the rogue doctor COVID information. And it's like, just because he was debunking both sides, I guess people would get very triggered and assume that means he's like, pro vaccine mandates or something. And so anyway, so Ben Garrison drew this comic of him totally strawmanning him, and then so Scott Adams getting really pissy about it, threatening to sue him. He's trying to draw all this attention to it, and then Robert Barnes, like probably because of that, starts attacking Scott Adams too, calling him, some big sort of vaccine mandate advocates. Always trust the institutions, blah blah blah. So now Scott Adams is attacking Robert Barnes, calling him the idiot lawyer. So I am kind of curious to see where this conflict will lead. And then I'll say, in that situation, I'm more biased in favor of Scott because I do like Robert Barnes, but I feel like there isn't a conspiracy I haven't seen him like, essentially. Like he seems to be far more drawn to any sort of anti-government bias. Seems like it has a lot more control over his thinking than I think Scott Adams' biases have over his thinking, at least in this area of COVID and things related to that. So,
Yep. So whose side are you on in this?
well, on this side, I'm on Scott Adams' side because
Oh,
I feel like
you
I feel like he's been far more fair on the COVID situation. I mean, he's basically said, "I don't know," and he's been debunking both sides' information like a true enlightened centrist would.
Right.
And that's really it. And then he's also the fact that he's not afraid to tell his audience that they're wrong, which I respect.
Do you think Barnes is afraid of his audience?
I'm not sure. I used to watch Barnes and Fry pretty regularly, but I've totally fallen off that because they became more and more like polarized and tribal over the years, and I just lost interest in listening to them. So I don't know if they've ever had
Barnes
big fights with their audience.
and Viva?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You don't watch a lot of Barnes and Viva?
I used to watch them all the time. We used to talk about them a lot because I would watch them all the time. But then they just became so one-sided about everything. I just lost interest. I'm like, okay.
So do you think their audience captured? I mean, they do.
Maybe.
They do
definitely
have
seem
all
like it.
the right opinions for right-wing COVID.
Well, that's what I'll ask is if anyone in the chat listens to them regularly, do they ever get into big arguments with their audience? Is the question. So that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not that you can never get into an argument with your audience and still not be audience captured, but it feels like they have very polarized takes nowadays, very one-sided political takes. All their takes seem to I think if someone's takes all seem to put them on the left or the right, to me, that's a big red flag.
Well, they have.
There's something going on there. But
I've seen Barnes, like his opinion on Ukraine is the MAGA opinion on Ukraine. His opinion on COVID is the MAGA opinion on COVID.
Right,
His opinion on January 6th is the MAGA opinion on January 6th. His opinion on Kyle Rittenhouse is the MAGA opinion on the MAGA opinion on Kyle Rittenhouse is the true opinion, right?
Well, that's the thing, right? You can,
Yeah.
Both sides, the MAGA opinion can be correct,
Yeah,
but
totally.
it's not always correct.
The people who are thinking
Right.
because it's the MAGA, like there are people who think because it's the MAGA opinion, it's incorrect.
It must automatically be wrong, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And Kyle Rittenhouse is one of those situations where
Sure.
they're like, obviously, look, too many MAGA people are for Kyle Rittenhouse.
Sure.
Yeah. So he's got to be guilty. Look at all this MAGA stuff. I mean, I had one attempted.
This is poll.
What poll?
Should Sitch suck up to the Sitch and Adam community? He already does, but not enough. Yes, he should suck up more. No, it's not important to.
It's
This is
too important
terrible.
not to.
Okay. I don't like. I'm ending this
Look,
poll.
hold on a second. The last one is, I don't like, what does that mean?
No, it's too important not to. That means that you shouldn't suck up. That's what that means.
Oh, it's too important not to.
Not to suck up, yeah.
It-
To
but-
remain,
but
to have
it's-
integrity.
I tried to write it as confusing as
I
humanly
noticed.
possible,
I
so it would be like,
noticed, yeah.
it's too
Like, wait,
important it's too important not to suck up to them.
Yeah, right. I understand.
Like you have to suck up to them. Come on, people are having fun. Look, it's even, it's neck and neck.
Well, not really, because you have the two bottom answers are both negatives. So Well, actually, they're all negatives because one is I do, but not enough. The second one is I should suck up more, which implies I don't. So the first, the
All
second one
three
is
are
not even the second one isn't even differentiated from the first one enough because the second one could imply that I'm not and I should or I am, but I'm not doing it enough, which is what the first one says.
I know.
God, what a terrible
Look,
poll, Adam.
I had to make this poll
What a-
while you were talking and
God,
to
this is a terrible
half
garbage
listen at
poll.
the same time. So
Oh my God.
I was like, I'm gonna make the worst poll ever. Just the most.
Okay.
I'm gonna act like I'm a leftist doing my
I should end this
thesis.
poll and create a new poll. Say, does Adam make the worst polls? And all the answers will be like fucking like the
Of
most
course.
confusing answers possible.
I know. I would be like, how do you even vote in this poll?
Of course, it's not true that Adam maybe does not actually create the worst polls.
I know.
Like, wait, what?
No, it's too important not to.
Yes. No, it's too important that Adam does not be known for not knowing of how to make the best polls.
Should
Yeah.
Sitch suck up to the Adam and Sitch community? No, he shouldn't. It's too important not to. Like,
There you go.
no, it's too important that he should.
Stug for $2 says Hassan isn't afraid to tell his audience to fuck off. Well, I'd say that's actually not true. That's actually not true.
Hassan is the least audience captured person on the internet.
No, because Hassan doesn't tell his audience to fuck off. Hassan will tell individual people in his audience to fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Hassan is completely audience captured. If Hassan's audience had some take that was just a consistent left-wing take and Hassan was against it, he would change with them 100%.
Mm-hmm.
You think if Hassan's entire audience was in one direction, I don't buy that Hassan would unless, of course, here's the one exception. If it has to do with Hassan making lots of money, then maybe he'll magically be able to tell his audience to fuck off. If it has to do with him being a total hypocrite and continuing to make lots of money, then suddenly he'll grow a spine. So, but Hassan's another one who all his positions are just the left-wing socialist positions.
We're doing this wrong because I mean I was looking at that Kidology account and she started that channel like a month ago and she's already got 140 subscribers,
Sure.
140,000 subscribers. I'm like, these people just come out and I'm on the left and it's like, okay, subscribe. Here's the new left-wing content for us to.
Right.
They're like lemmings.
Well, it's interesting because, FD Signifier was saying how like, there's like token black people on the right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's token black people on the left too. Like,
Yeah.
it helps you in this space to be a black political speaker. So, in my opinion,
really?
anyway. You don't think so?
I mean, I don't think race really matters maybe it does. A bunch of, white guilt progressives are like,
Yeah.
I gotta. I mean,
Well, you have white guilt progressives, and then you have conservatives that want to use this as the example of how they know they're not. Like, say, I'm not racist. My favorite YouTuber is this black person.
right.
So,
But it would be Candace Owens. It wouldn't be.
well, hopefully not Candace Owens, but
Well, there's a lot
It's
of,
a
I'm
lot out.
sure, a lot of.
So.
I mean, this is another
wait,
thing.
but I just want to be clear. Being black alone isn't enough. You have to be black and then compelling and also towing the party line. So I think it helps, I guess. It's not enough, but it definitely helps, in my opinion.
I mean, from a psychological perspective, it's hard for me to imagine you're like a racist conservative, but you subscribe to Candace Owens just because.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So I feel like even though I know, FD Signifier probably hates Candace Owens, I feel like, well, isn't she helping minimize racism to some extent?
Well, he has a different definition of racism than
Well,
you do,
I'm talking
so.
about the other definition.
Right. So exactly. Well, that's where you would have the argument would be. So,
Yeah.
but I mean, you're right. I don't think Candace Owens fans are racist. I don't think they're racist and they're like, Candace Owens is one of the good ones. I don't think that's the thought process.
Right.
So,
Is there a lot of that?
I don't think so. I really don't think so.
Do you think Candace Owens gets a lot of email that, starts, "Dear Candace, you're one of the good ones"?
Yeah.
Do you
I
think
don't think so.
Do you think that makes her?
I don't think she does. No.
That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
Stock for $5 says Robert and Viva aren't audience captured. Viva is Robert captured.
Yeah, I was wondering about that too. Stug, that's an excellent observation.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel like when Robert Barnes started coming on Viva's stream, that Viva was very much like in awe. Like he's Robert's biggest fan. So,
Mm-hmm.
and Robert is like a bigger than life type character, obviously.
Sure, of course. I mean, that was definitely the case at first. I mean, they've been streaming for so long. I'm assuming any of that has all worn off. So, I mean, it's weird because, you know, when I used to listen to them, I kind of liked it because I felt like Viva, even though he was deferential to Robert on a lot of issues, because when they first started Robert, as you said, he was like this larger than life character. He was more, known in the community than Viva. There's like a status kind of differential between the two of them. But I still felt like Viva would provide some kind of pushback.
Right.
And Robert would say something like kind of wacky. And now I feel like Viva's actually become way more wacky than Robert ever was.
Mm-hmm.
So it's sad. Viva had his best video I've seen in forever yesterday or the day before yesterday.
What was it?
He was in South Florida somewhere, and he was on a pier, and there is a pelican, and he just like walks up to this pelican and he starts like petting it.
No way.
Yeah, it was great. I was like, this is the content I came for.
You saw this on his channel?
It's on Twitter. It's so funny because like it's a fantastic video. It's actually the perfect video because he's like crouched walking up to this pelican.
Mm-hmm.
The pelican just turns around and gives him the side eye. Like it's just like perfect reaction. Just looks at him, just looking at him, and just like, I see you. And then he starts like touching it. And it's funny because there's like a guy like a wheelchair behind him fishing, and he's looking at this like, who's this fucking weirdo like touching the pelican?
Viva Fry. I gotta look at this.
He's like touching the. I could send it to you if you want to bring it up. It's really.
I'm
funny.
on his timeline. I mean,
yeah, if you sort by media, you'll find it.
Okay.
But it's great. He's just walking up and touching pelicans. I was like,
fascinating.
I was like, all right, that's pretty good. I like it.
I mean, I did catch that pigeon that one time, which kind of surprised me, but oh, here it is. Look at this.
Yeah, Florida man befriends pelican.
I keep following you just casually.
I'm surprised. Like, I wouldn't think you could just wander up to most pelicans, and I mean, I guess people probably feed them and stuff too on the beach, so I guess it makes sense. He's expecting a handout or something.
I'll bring it up, guys, so you guys can see it too.
I just like the little side eye. I just like the way it looks at him. It's like what it's like.
I mean, he's doing like a pelican walk. It's kind of
it's expecting food. It's like where's the food at?
Yeah. It's like, what are you doing? What's up, you kook? What do you got, COVID or something?
I just like he just walks after it. Just walking after this pelican.
Do you have it up? We can do like a 3, 2, 1 thing.
Yeah. We can turn the volume off because I don't really care about the volume. But
no, I want to hear goofy. Okay. I want to hear the goofy commentary, man.
Okay.
Oh, not that one. Where's this one? Window capture, right? Here it is. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm just gonna waddle. I keep following you just casually, just like. Here, it's okay. Yeah, just like that. Here, how you doing? Yeah, you're a beautiful animal. You are a beautiful animal.
He's like, what are you trying to screw me?
Now I'm gonna just. Oh yeah, look over here. So, how often do you come here?
That like, pelican's gonna scratch his eyes out.
It's like, who's this weirdo that's like right behind me?
What's up? How you doing?
Oh, here we go.
You're amazing. You know that. He knows it. Your beak is amazing. Your eyes are amazing.
It's like, what's up with this?
The way your head turns around 180 is amazing. You're looking at me. We've made friends. We have crossed the barrier of man-animal. What do you say? You know, I think we're actually having.
It's like, you got
right
some
now.
bread? You have some fish?
I'm David.
Give me some.
I'll call you Perry. Perry the Pelican. I don't think you like the name Perry.
I'm out of here.
This will be peak man-animal friendship when I can pat the pelican on the head. I'm going to pat the pelican On your head, just like this. Just like that. Yes. Okay, I'm actually quite happy right now. Okay, just gonna go right here, yes. Oh, watch out for the fishing line. Actually, let's just throw this out. Oh, it's in poo. Okay. It ends when I pat you on the head. I did it. I did it. We're friends now, and I love you. Okay, you can go. Go. Have fun. That's it. Yes!
This video needs to be in a consent class. Everything I know about consent was violated in this video.
I know.
Florida man, befriends a pelican. That's what they're calling it these days.
I love that. I unironically love that video. It's amazing. I love it. He just walks up to this pelican and he's like, "What's up?"
I mean, I
It's
kind of
great.
feel like I witnessed an assault.
Listen, Adam. Everyone knows that the pelicans want it. Okay, they play games with you, right? They play games with you. You got to assert your dominance over the pelicans.
That side eye.
The side eye of the pelican is great. The side eye and then him waddling after it, waddling away. It's just
That
so
pelican
perfect.
was like, "Look, dude, I told you I don't want to drink. Get
There you
away
go.
from me."
There you go.
Oh man, Viva.
That pelican, that pelican was really expecting a handout. It's like, where's the food?
Yeah,
Give me
totally.
Give me something.
It was like, what I gotta suck your dick for a fish? What the fuck? Get away from me.
I think it's funny. He's like, once he's like trying to pet the pelican. The pelican's like,
The pelican's like, no. Yeah. I don't know if I don't know if posting that video was a good idea.
No, I disagree with you. I think it's a wholesome video. I think it's a great video.
Okay.
It's a great video. It's hilarious.
I mean, I'm on the pelican side, but
That video is comedy gold. So, no. Pelican trafficking.
Look, just even what he says. This ends with me touching you. What? Fucking get away from me, you creep.
Adam wants to like recut this. Like the Simpsons episode where he like grabs the candy.
He literally said that.
You know the Simpsons episode where he grabs the candy off the woman's butt, and then the news like chops up the video to make it like sexual assault. That's what Adam wants to like cut this up to be like so cute. To cut this up to like Viva Fry like sexually assaulting the pelican.
Equinox says Sitch is right. Adam is injecting so much into it. Just you can read the pelican's face.
I don't know if you can because it's a pelican, but
yes,
I just like it stares deep into. I didn't know his name was David. It stares deep into David's eyes and is like,
right.
Where's the food?
Exactly.
Give me the food.
Listen.
Give me the fish.
This is how this works.
Right.
You keep your distance, and I get the fish.
And you see the other pelican behind him is like, oh crap, something's going down. I'm out of here.
Yeah, the
I
other
swear.
pelican's like, this is going to end up in sexual assault. I'm out of here. I don't want to be.
I guess pelicans are like where I live. No bird will let you get that close to it. So,
Oh,
but I
really?
think, yeah, but pelicans and seagulls get more bold, I guess, because they're used to like taking food from people.
Yeah, totally.
So
Regular food does turn. I mean,
But
I
no, I
got
guess
a murderer of crows that I'm friends with now.
right, like doves and pigeons are super tame, like so.
Yeah.
And mockingbirds aren't tame, but they'll yell at you. They'll get right up in your face and they'll be like, "Get away from me!" I'm like, you get away from me. This is my house, mockingbird.
Yeah.
Dotems for $6 says the debt is not the money supply. The central bank balance sheet is debt is part of that. Also, if the Fed sells a bond, it's not printing money. It's simply moving the balance from your balance sheet to its own plus a liability.
That's what I called it. That's why I called it an asset swap.
Right. Well, are we just kind of quibbling over what we mean when we say money supply? I mean, I guess technically you'd say, well, it's not the money supply. but it's representative of the money supply.
It is the money supply because look, when you sell the bond, you're taking the cash out of the money supply and you're turning the cash into a bond. And
No,
the
but
bond
well,
becomes
like,
part of
okay.
the money supply.
It's only the money supply because the government's decided to have a bond equivalent for the money it creates.
No, they call it like M1, M2, M3. They call
yeah, but it
it
doesn't need to do that. So
what do
it's
you think the M stands for? Money supply.
Yeah, but okay, you're not following, but it's fine.
No, go ahead. I'm going to follow this time.
No, I'm saying like technically it doesn't, again, as we said, it doesn't need to create an equivalent bond for the money it creates. Like but it decides to, but doesn't need to.
The purpose.
So under that, you could say, well, that's not technically the money supply. It's a representative total of what the money supply is equivalently.
Right.
So, but that's a little too confusing to say every time you talk about it.
The reason why the Fed is offering 9% interest rates is they're trying to take cash out. Like they're trying to incentivize people to turn over their cash.
Well, okay, but Dodom's also says the Fed selling a bond is not printing money. It's simply moving the balance from your balance sheet to its own liability.
What? Say what?
Says the Fed sells a bond. It's not printing money. It's simply moving the balance from your balance sheet to its own plus a liability.
It's not No, it's not printing money. It's taking money and burning it. It's moving your cash into its furnace and it's basically turning your cash into a bond. It's an asset swap.
Right, but I'm assuming what they're talking about, that's the second part. Mm-hmm. Well, they did say sell. Well, I mean, okay, maybe there's some confusion because, when the Fed sells the bond, it's not printing money. When the Fed creates money and then they create a bond of equivalent value when they create the money. When it sells the bond, it's not creating money. Yeah, that's true.
Well, also, like people say the Fed will buy bonds from itself, which is ridiculous. That's like a new car dealership buying new cars from itself.
Well, wait a minute. It does do that. It doesn't buy it from itself. It buys it from other people that have bought it from the Fed.
The repurchase market.
They buy it back. Right?
Yeah, the repo.
It's like when a company buys back its own stock.
When a company buys back, when a dealership buys your old car because you want to get a new car.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right.
They don't buy the new cars from the dealership. They buy the used cars from you.
To my understanding or knowledge, I could be wrong. The Fed doesn't create a new bond and then buy it from itself.
Well, if you look, the whole purpose of it is to add liquidity to the market.
Sure.
So liquidity is like people need cash to start a business or do payroll or whatever. That's liquidity. Money that they don't need liquid, they want to earn interest on. So they turn it into a bond. But let's say all of a sudden you bought that bond and you need all of a sudden money for payroll. So you need liquidity. The Fed is there to turn that bond, whatever it's at. Obviously they're going to buy it at a discount. If it's a 30-year bond, they'll buy it back. They'll turn it back into cash. They'll be like, okay, well, and there's different, because the one that they were offering the 9% interest on, you had to hold for like 5 years to get the 9%. So if you wanted to turn it back into cash and it was like 6 months down the road, you'd get no interest. It'd be like, okay, well, here's your cash back. So they worked that into the deal.
But more importantly than that, and all of that, I would not fight a horse-sized pelican. That's actually scary.
A horse-sized pelican? It'd be the same size as a duck.
Yeah, but pelicans,
the bigger beak, it's the eyes.
They can fuck you up. Pelicans can fuck you up. They just fucking. You seen that video? The pelican just like walks up and like eats a bird like whole.
No, but that
just like scoops up a pigeon in his mouth.
Sounds awful.
Pelicans are like crazy. Okay. If you had to choose, you have to fight a horse-sized pelican, a horse-sized duck. You're going with a duck 10 out of 10 times.
Mm-hmm.
Are you not?
Yeah, that beak is like, it's like a long sword. Jeez.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to get sucked up in that beak.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be a nightmare.
Would you fight a horse-sized cock? Yeah, that'd be very easy. I'd just fuck his wife. Easiest fight ever.
What if he fights you while you're fucking his wife?
He wouldn't because he's a cuck. So
okay.
kind of part of baked into the definition. Pelicans aren't as bad as seagulls. Well, I mean, I'm not like afraid of a seagull. Well, okay, I'm afraid of a seagull because I think they're gonna poop on me. I'm not. Maybe I am afraid of seagulls. I'd be more afraid of the seagull pooping on me than I would the pelican. But yeah, I mean, seagulls are assholes. You know, they'll snatch the food right out of your hands if you're in some places. There's actually, I remember a Boy Scout camp I was at where there were all these chipmunks. They weren't squirrels; they were chipmunks. Tiny little chipmunks with a little stripe and everything. And you'd be holding food. They'd try to jump up and like rip it right out of your hands.
Really?
I've never seen anything like it. It was insane. They were so tame. And I saw like a friend. He had like his little canteen of water, and this chipmunk grabbed the bottom of it, and he was like doing tug of war with the chipmunk. I'm like, this is wild. I've never seen chipmunks so, aggressive.
That's awesome. Did he lose it?
No, it's like tiny. It's like this tiny little thing. It's like it has like no strength behind it.
Yeah, but after a while, you feel sorry for it. You're like, okay, well, geez, you really want this. Here,
I guess.
Take
we
it.
went to at that summer camp. It was at Philmont. We went to some stop where there's a guy who had he was a trapper, or he had all these like furs. He had a bunch of little chipmunk furs.
No way.
Splayed out, yeah. He had like a row of little chipmunk furs. I was like, wow, all right.
So he basically was offing the chipmunks and selling their hides. He's like, you steal my vanilla shake, I'll show you.
Well, I don't know if he was selling them. He had like all these animal hides. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the purpose of it was, but
maybe it was one cow that he just cut up into little chipmunk.
No, they had the stripe and everything. They were little chipmunk stripes.
And paint that stripe on. He could be faking it.
Yeah, see, if you had chipmunks in California instead of your birds, you could definitely teach them to steal people's money.
Well, we have squirrels. The squirrel stole the fabric off our lawn furniture, so.
Yeah, we have squirrels too, but like squirrels, I mean, squirrels here are skittish. They, you can't go up to a squirrel. They'll run away from you. But
the squirrel will eat out of my hand, so.
Oh, there you go. Anyways.
Are we good?
We're good.
All right.
Well, we're always good, but.
Well, this was a fun stream. Thank
you.
The
Final poll, 26% say that I already suck up, but not enough. 35% say I should suck up more. And 39% say it's important that I don't suck up. So there you go. 39%. 39% S-class favors integrity. There you go.
Wait, the last one was it's important that you do suck up. It's no, but it's important that you do suck up.
No, it's too important not to.
Suck up.
No. Yeah, not suck up.
Not to suck up.
You wrote the question. You don't even know what it means.
Okay. Well, that's what I meant it to mean.
There you go.
If it was ambiguous. Anyway, all right. Here we go.
Anyway. It's true, the red squirrels they have are way cuter than like the gray squirrels we have. They have those like little mohawk ear tufts. They look like little mythical creatures. We have ugly brown squirrels. Actually, there was one place, I forgot. There's one place where there were hyper-aggressive, hyper-bold squirrels that would eat right out of your hand. It was actually at Lafayette Park. The park right in front of the White House. There are all these like super hyper-aggressive squirrels that will eat right out of your hand. And I've never seen, they have a bunch of squirrels there that have these white coats, which I've never seen before. So I assume because the proximity of the squirrels to the White House makes them more racist, so they have to become much whiter. So that's my thought process on the whole thing. But anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, FD Signifier, for coming on. Hopefully you'll come on again. We can have a longer conversation. And thank you. You who has made it to the end of the video. You who made it through the MMT video that we watched. You are the true heroes, the true free will seekers. And we will see you all next Sunday.
Bye-bye!
I like the out of breath.